Can you hear me?
All right, let's go.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Dacia Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Evil mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Farm Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PvP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild. that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to frontline confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Luxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia gitu. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era sebab diorang Ruthless pun tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria lah. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah. 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi. 1000 mungkin. Karena benar-benar baru kan. Tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah. Kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON. Bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu. Cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara. So senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวเลยครับ เลือกเป็น DX รีวาครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle has just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Super Weekend. Yes, say bye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Hello everyone and welcome. This is day 2 of week 2 of the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. Starting off today strong because today I have one of the teams from Malaysia just promoted and still looking to find their footing, and it is HOMEBOIS. With me I have Aboy as well as Helton with me on stage. Hi guys.
Hello.
And right now let's talk a little bit about what's going on. Currently, you guys are on the second bottom of the rung right now with about 23 points. Can you share with me a little bit about how you guys feel going into today? Anyone?
Okay, so dia tanya dengan memandangkan result HOMEBOIS sekarang ada di bottom 2, apa korang punya mindset hari ni untuk last day group stage?
Mindset kita orang pada hari ni, kita orang nak cuba lebih baik daripada week-week sebelum ni. Kita orang nak try, orang kata mungkin lawan tim-tim yang di atas, and kita orang akan try untuk lebih menonjol untuk kali ni.
Of course, our mindset for today basically we want to do better compared to last week or maybe even yesterday. And of course, we wanted to fight with all those big teams on the top of the table. And yes, we want to qualify in Super Weekend as well.
Alright, speaking of qualifying to the Super Weekend right now, for Aboy. So my question is for Aboy. It's been a while since you played here on a PMSL. What's it like being back?
Okay, Aboy, setelah sekian lama untuk bermain di PMSL kan, sekarang datang lagi sekali. Macam mana perasaannya bila comeback balik dekat pentas PMSL?
First, saya dapat bersyukur dapat peluang kedua untuk bermain PMSL, and saya nak buktikan yang saya masih boleh main lagi lah untuk.
Okay, of course, I felt very grateful to be back in PMSL, and yeah, I'm feeling very happy to play in PMSL. It's because of I want to prove to everyone that I still can play in PMSL level.
I mean, clearly, if he actually made it up here, he definitely has what it takes. Now, continuing my question to you, leading a team in such a high, high stress, high level self play can be very, very demanding. And I think out of everyone on your team, you are one of the highest in terms of experience. So what's it like, trying to make sure that your team stays focused in such a high pressure moment, especially for, this week?
Okay, untuk menjadi seorang leader dalam tim ni bukanlah satu perkara yang mudah. Tapi boleh tak cerita macam mana Aboy sendiri mungkin memotivasi teammate-teammate yang lain ataupun push dorang untuk pergi dengan lebih jauh?
Siapa in-game leader ni?
Saya okey lah. Saya okey. Okay, first saya akan motivate lah untuk player-player yang orang yang macam down semua untuk semangat, jangan putus asa lah. Lepas tu makan pun sama-sama, semua pun sama-sama lah, jangan seorang-seorang, jangan ajarkan seorang-seorang, itu je.
Okay, of course, as an IGL, I will always motivate my teammates whenever they are feel down or whatnot. But then, yes, I'll try to gel the chemistry even stronger by maybe we having a dinners together, having a lunch. Having a sahur together. So yeah, I don't want them to feel alone or they are struggling alone. I think it's better for us as a team to struggle together and win together.
You know what? That's such a great mindset. I clearly can see for Homeboys, chemistry is definitely something they really, really care about. And I love seeing this from the team as well. Now that you've had some matches in PMSL, what's your take on the competition? Out of all the teams right now, which team do you think has really surprised you today?
Setelah bermain 2 minggu, hampir 2 minggu, ada tak tim-tim yang mungkin Aboy rasa kagum dengan persembahan dorang ataupun tim yang baru mungkin tiba-tiba datang menjadi top contender?
Banyak tim lah.
Jap. I rasa macam you banyak nak cakap je ni.
Boleh?
Boleh juga, kita tengok titik. What's your take?
Okay, bagi saya lah banyak tim yang improve lebih kurang macam KAGENDRA, New Era, 69. So boleh katakan tim-tim underdog lah. Banyak bagi saingan lah untuk kali ni.
For me myself, I believe that all the underdogs team such as KAGENDRA, 69, they are performing really well in this PMSL and I very impressed with their performance.
Okay, back to you, Aboy. You punya, I nak tanya your thoughts pula. What's your thoughts here?
Aboy pula, tim mana yang ni?
Saya rasa
choose one.
DX lah.
DX. Xavier, why?
Sebab dia selalu ada. Macam selalu ada time last girl lah.
Okay, of course, I feel very impressed with DX is because they are always there. I mean, when it comes to always there, what does it mean by every circle, every situation, no matter how hard the situation is, DX will always be there. So I'm impressed with that kind of gameplay.
I love that. Okay, thank you so much. Boy, now for Helton, you have played in PMSL before, but right now this is first season for Homeboys to be in the league. So as a team playing together for Homeboys, how does this experience, kind of like compare to the previous seasons when you're playing on different teams?
Okay, untuk Abel sendiri walaupun dah pernah bermain di PMSL sekarang untuk first time bermain bersama Homeboys. Macam mana perbezaan pengalaman ataupun apa yang dia rasai oleh Abel sendiri ketika bermain bersama Homeboys dan juga tim sebelum?
Perbezaan dia banyak. Cuma Homeboys ni dia lebih orang kata apa ni? Dia punya vibe dia lagi lebih baik daripada saya punya team before this lah. Daripada segi training je bagi saya tak cukup lah untuk waktu saya kat Homeboys ni. So agak terhad lah.
Okay, I think when it comes to comparison from my previous team and right now, I believe that this current team, which is Homeboys, give me much more better vibes compared to last team. But then in terms of experience in terms of training part, we don't really have much time when I started to join Homeboys. So I think that is the only difference compared to the last season.
Okay, now that we're just gonna go into that training part a bit more, why do you think that your team doesn't have enough time to train?
Okay, kenapa Abel rasa macam Homeboys ni kurang waktu training?
Dia bukan kurang waktu training, cuma saya je lah yang kurang training dengan diorang. Diorang berempat masih bertraining bersama, cuma saya je lah sebab saya masih tengah degree. So saya fokus study saya punya final. So saya punya waktu training dengan diorang agak terhad lah. Tapi saya masih boleh catch up diorang punya gameplay lah.
It's not that we lack of training. It's me myself personally is because of I'm still in my final year of degree, and yeah, I don't really invest too much time on training with them. But then still, whatever it is, I still catching up with their gameplay. I still try to be a better person in terms of player compared to the last season.
Okay, now talking about, you being in degree and you training as well, I think if we look at all the teams here, not a lot of them are studying while playing at the same time, right? Most of them are full-time players. How hard is it juggling studying and playing in PMSL?
Okay, kalau kita tengok kebanyakannya player-player PMSL ni, dorang kebanyakannya full-time player. Tak ada pun yang part-time yang belajar dan sebagainya. So, untuk untuk Helton sendiri, apa perbezaannya? Susah tak nak maintain performance apabila awak kena fokus on study dan fokus untuk menjadi pro player as well?
Bagi saya tak susah sangat sebab itu atas diri juga. Kalau rasa nak training sebab tiada alasan untuk tak training. Sebab belajar tu belajar, training.
For me, it's really depends on the person itself. It's because I believe that if you wanted to training, you will always find a time for you to training. There's no reason for you not to training. So I believe that if you know how to manage your time, then there is no problem for that.
Now, speaking of problems, right? I think as a team as well, you all sit, you guys eat together, hang out together, train together. Now that you're studying, has it kind of like, caused like a rift or like, a divide between your team?
Okay, kalau yelah kita bercakap pasal tadi Aboy ada mention yang dia selalu yelah makan sekali dan sebagainya kan. Bila habis tadi ni ada macam mungkin Aboy tak boleh nak join dorang punya activity bonding time tu?
Ada je saya join dua punya body time bersama. Cuma bila waktu yang saya tak dapat tu, saya selalu pesan kat dorang lah, kalau boleh spend time together lah walaupun saya tak ada.
Yes, of course. I do have joined their bonding time, they having dinners together. But then, whenever I couldn't make it, I would always tell them, just don't because of me, you are not having dinners together. So please have it even without me.
You know what? That is so wholesome. I love to hear this interaction. Thank you so much for sharing, homeboys, with that. So good luck today as well. And speaking of luck, there are so many teams looking to find their luck on day number 2. Let's see whether or not their luck changes, or will it all just crumble down as you go into day 2 of week 2.
Wise words from Helton, and that's how you balance out your life, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and we're still here with you, the storytellers. My name is CELCOMDIGI, together with the amazing Choo, and today is going to be the last day of the group stage for week number 2. How are you feeling about today?
After yesterday, we don't know what to expect today. I have a good feeling when it comes to triple chicken again, maybe today, but who will take it away down to the teams, whether they want it enough or not. But when it comes to homeboys, I mean, they have a lot of work to do to just catch up, because right now they're not really in a good place.
Oh yeah, they are actually one of those teams who did not make it into last week's Super Weekend, so it's also a fight for survival for them. And of course, it's going to be the final 6 games today before we decide on who will qualify to the Super Weekend. That will happen tomorrow, same time, same channel, ladies and gentlemen. And they are up against a tough group. In fact, they are pit out in the same group as amazing teams like a Xavier and also CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Speaking of this group, we talked about this yesterday, Cloud. When it comes to B versus C, it feels like more aggressive, more game fight, and more battles everywhere. I don't know what to expect for today, because we have all the heavy hitters coming in here. But to recap for you guys who just joined us here today, as per usual, when it comes to elimination points, it's still going to be 1 point for each elimination. But when it comes to chicken dinner, it's going to be the same usual, but the prize is going to be $200,000.
Yeah, in case you want to catch up on the calendar, yes, today is the 7th of March, and we are in the final day of the group stage for week number 2 before moving on to Super Weekend. And the grand finals will happen next Friday onwards. So mark your calendars, because today we are going to give focus on the group A and B.
Yeah, it's going to be the last day of the group stage, and we have extra Super Weekend this week, because for this Saturday, it will mark what will the point for the Smash rule on Sunday. So the points of the Saturday at the number 1 team, you have to plus 10 points. Whoever get the most points, I mean, like reach out on Sunday, first match for plus another 10 points, then you have to score another chicken. Then we're gonna end the day there. But can they execute it for this Smash rule?
We'll leave the Smash rule more for tomorrow, because today it's going to be Group A and C. And zooming in into Group A and C, these are your teams. You would have seen them play 2 days before, yesterday as well, and now they will be pit together. And Group A, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and also Xavier between these two groups, Group A, B, and there are a lot of teams between Group A and B that will need to fight for survival.
Yep, when it comes to yesterday, Vampires finished their run, saying goes for Talon, BTR, and VOIN, as well as Team Secret when it comes to the first page. And Vampire closed their run at 130 points. Now we're looking forward whether these Xaviers will catch up or not, or whether these teams coming up from the top 16 will be pushed down, especially Damn Entertainment. They are in critical zone.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Look at this. They have played 12 matches, but 36 points at number 16. For them to survive at this point, it's very, very, very unlikely, because the gap between Tem Entertainment and the number 17 team is not big. They will be easily pushed down. We'll get a zoom in on exactly how many points the gap will be, and look at this. Vikings 32 points, so they're only 4 points behind Tem Entertainment.
It's doable and reachable for Sem9 as well, because they just had 6 matches. Compared to MAC, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye for them, because they're not playing anymore. But for KAGENDRA, Homeboys, FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, and SEMBILAN Esports, or 6ix9ers I call them, pretty much doable at this point. All they need to do is just having a great game, especially KAGENDRA. They have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, but before we catch up onto the game, we're going to catch up on whatever happened in day number 2. So we're going to highlight Alter Ego, TODAK, and also Vampire Esports. Out of these 3 teams, 2 of them scored chicken dinners, TODAK as well as Vampire Esports. Alter Ego, a team that has always dominated the scene before this, they need to make it into this week's Super Weekend. And yesterday we did see on screen here, Rosemary came up with an insane clutch by himself.
Yeah, it was a 1v4 moment, one of the best clutch that we had when it comes to week number 2 here. But unfortunately, like I mentioned before, it was short-lived. They got wiped out exactly right after that. But for Alter Ego, of course, I'm looking forward. We talk about their cohesiveness as a team seems to be a bit of an issue. Individual-wise, they have been remarkably strong. But when it comes to moving as a unit, they still need to work things out.
Oh yeah, absolutely right, because today will be the last grind for them. As for Vampire Esports, the day 1 wasn't that magnificent, but it was okay. It was just okay. But yesterday, they blew everyone's minds out the window. 3 chicken dinners yesterday for Vampire Esports, and they did it with different combinations of lineup. Some of them without Venturus, some of them with Venturus. So they're showing that you can put anyone in the lineup and they can still perform.
I agree. I mean, they've definitely got superstar lineup here. Anybody that switch in and out, it's going to be superstar bench players too. The subs is not somebody that you will want to underestimate at this point. But we're going to start our last day of group stage here. Starting out with Sunhawk as per usual, Triple eArena, and finish off with a double Mirama. But we'll have a slightly extended, longer break for our second to third eArena, because it's going to be the holy month of Ramadan. So we'll have some break fasting for the players that's fasting here today.
Well, but for today, it will be the release of the Golden Moon event. And this is, of course, in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. Right before we came on the broadcast, I tried to check on my PUBG Mobile, and it's not updated yet. And I was told that it will come in about an hour or 2. So do check your phones, or do check your game by then, ladies and gentlemen. Because once it's in, you have a chance to collect Times token to redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free. And you also can explore the Desert Boat. So do not miss out this opportunity to update today itself and claim as many Times tokens as possible.
And 7 March is where every magical happens, including Alan Walker is back to celebrate with us for PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration, which already coming in today, like Cloud mentioned before. Well, keep yourself updated. It's going to be today, the day itself, where track 1 is going to be Faded, but track 2 and 3, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but if you guys been follow us long enough, you know which track will be on the 2nd and 3rd track. Make sure you guys keep yourself updated on our official PUBG Mobile social media platform here today.
Yeah, it's all about the throwback, ladies and gentlemen, especially for you all who have followed PUBG Mobile for the longest time. And speak about following, hopefully you've been following our tournament, because you might know or might not know. We'll keep you updated, don't worry, on which are the teams that needs to survive today, put in a good performance, bring in the points, be in Super Sunday. But this all will not happen without our official sponsor, which is TECNO. And this tournament is proudly brought to you by them, and they are here together with us, hardcore gamers. They bring the best value to gamers with the Pova 6 Pro 5G, and it is also powered by a very, very fast processor and also 120Hz ultra smooth display to give you the best gaming experience.
Yeah, a lot of you guys actually asked in the chat before that what kind of device the players are actually using. You guys can see it on this side of us at the center, that's going to be the POVA 6 Pro 5G. So you guys can check it out. Even during the grand finals, make sure you guys just hop into the grand finals with that at IOI Mall, so you guys can see the device and try it yourself too. But for prediction here today, I'm gonna be very realistic. I'm gonna follow my guts for today. So my guts telling me I should pick this tree. Yesterday was a disaster when it comes to our predictions.
Yeah, I'm going for the least obvious one, right? Okay, maybe TODAK is kind of obvious because they scored chicken dinners yesterday, so they're looking pretty hot. But the reason why I put them, Strangers Esports and Alter Ego, these are the three teams that need to make it to the Super Weekend. So I would like to see them put up a good performance and put up a good show and put the challenge up to the other teams.
Yep, for CELCOMDIGI Alliance and D Xaviers from my end, I want to see if they feel challenged what Vampire pulled out yesterday. So if they do, I love the ego to be in the way, so I want to see them if they can actually topple it off with another hat trick today or not. But when it comes to TODAK, I mean, yesterday, that's huge respect coming up from us. We have to put them out there when it comes to prediction. I hope they do carry out their momentum here when it comes to the last group stage here today.
Oh yeah, although they did score big yesterday, but then again, they still need to maintain the pace. They cannot drop their ball because today's group is going to be pretty tough for them. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump in onto game number 1 in Sana. Let's go.
We get into our first match of day number 3 in week number 2. Do drop in a comment about your predictions. Maybe you can predict more or better than us, or even better than any of the analyst teams down there. But we're going to have slightly northern side of a flight path, but it's a very small map. So everybody can drop whatever they fancy. It's all about getting into the circle.
Oh yeah, you can even drop down all the way to Pantai, which is fine since it's a small map like what you said. But I also want to keep my eye on which would be the potential clash points. We did see around the area of ruins and early clash, so there could be a potential. But now I do see boot camp. Here we go. FaZe Clan KAGENDRA.
KAGENDRA. FaZe Canary has been a superstar yesterday under quite spotlight when it comes to his CQC, but Canary almost running out of his bullets with that rifle. A bit difficult for him to spot around the corner. Unfortunately, he will be knocked down, but for KAGENDRA, Ichan is fighting back. They need to win this one because KAGENDRA, they always pick the fight. Seems like they've been eliminated, unfortunately. But next we have SEMBILAN versus a different team. It's going to be HOMEBOIS, the one that we just interviewed prior to this game.
And the elimination fee is rolling. CELCOMDIGI Alliance and VIKINGS are fighting somewhere else as well. SEMBILAN, looks like Krypton, he found an angle. He will jump down and now he's hunting for the other remaining members of HOMEBOIS. They are scattering around at this moment. But on summary, it is Krypton and Sondara, the final 2 players. But Sondara went down. Now it's down to Krypton.
Krypton, 16 bullets in his UMP. Oh boy, this seems a bit dim for both sides now. Barely had enough resources when they just dropped out of the aircraft. But Krypton, as a loss of miss there, taking out the shotgun, he needs to reload. With the 3 bullets, I managed to get some with that Vector. Unfortunately, it's still going to be head-to-head between these 2 players. Kid barely got in of himself. No medkits whatsoever. Ruin seems to be on the ruin and the brink of death for both teams right now.
At the other day, it is going to be SEMBILAN winning it. But they cannot celebrate yet. Say hello to eArena now coming towards ruins. And they're looking for the final player of SEMBILAN. Krypton is on the lower ground, but they're surrounding him. He has no exit now. Joker, he definitely heard the footsteps.
Oh, hey, yo, close enough. He knows exactly where they are at right now since he's going to the 2nd floor and there's nobody there. But for Tiger X, it's going to be the greatest opportunity to just recuperate themselves for a bit. While Canny, on the other hand, a bit far, but he is definitely interested in what's going on top of those compounds. Now, that relayed information will be crucial for the rest of SEM9, whether they want to take the fight or not. But this is quite a rare circle, to be honest. We're having all the way towards Camp Bravo for the next few stages.
And we got a good amount of teams in this circle. And for this week, this is arguably the best Sunhawk circle so far. Best as in like it's kind to majority of these teams. It's going to be at the main peninsula. So a lot more space for these teams to play. They don't need to figure out where the circle will go. But anyway, here comes SEM9 eArena. Here we go.
Oh, Tiger X get knocked down. 7-9. They are winning this one. Traxia quite in an open space to take that shot away. Joker hiding himself with a couple of structures in between. While Ansi, here comes a nade, hoping it will land on either of the play of SEM9. If he can get Canny to finish it off, it'll be great, but unfortunately did not connect. Firan coming in, the rock will be the only structure in between them and EA. Now, NC2 dropping down, but Firan, what a clutch in 2v1. He fought for the life of the team, and they will breathe to see another day.
And he will be able to pick up his duo siblings, Kenny as well as Trexie. They will be back up with him. 4 points scored by SEM9, eliminating eArena. Wow, that is a good start there for SEM9.
Definitely. Even though they lost one player, but it's going to be all worth it with that 4 points in the bag. Wiped up the entire team by himself just now. Thanks to Firan, who made it out in the very last minute. It was a huge clutch 2v1. They were at the brink of losing as well. But next, we do have Boom. We don't see the best of them yet. They are pretty okay, pretty stable in the middle pack. But we know they can hit it better when it comes to this lineup too.
Oh yeah, I mean, their lineup is pretty nice. If you kind of think about it, like you still have Bonbit, you still have Yummy. Though Bonbit has been eliminated, but you have Yummy and then you have Zero. These players, they have experience playing at a very, very high level. So they could still come back with the 3 players that they have. But now Xavier and FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan seems like they're winning, but I'm not sure about. We talked about Xavier. They are one of the most fearsome team right now. They just lost one player. It's going to be a 3v3 for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they have been continuously engaging here. First it was KAGENDRA, and now it's going to be Xavier. They knock down on Levi and finish off in an instant. This is going to be a huge win if FaZe Clan can wipe up the rest of the Xaviers. But they are quite scattered for DX right now. Nate T in a different house, while the last player of the Xaviers nowhere to be seen yet.
And FaZe Clan, they managed to pull off a decent defense, winning it against Xavier. Xavier, they lost Levi's and Paragin, and they failed to collect those points, obviously. So for FaZe Clan, they have been pretty busy from the start. If you gotta think about it, from bootcamp, coming out of bootcamp, and they have to take another fight, but they are successful. So far, so good for FaZe Clan.
Yep, I mean, it was KAGENDRA that just dropping himself right on top of FaZe Clan. It's always been there to take for bootcamp here. But it means that they're really well prepared in case somebody tried to crash into their compound as a start, hot dropping into their place. But for KAGENDRA, they have to recalculate their strategy and their rotation here because things are really dim. It seems a bit bleak when it comes to getting the spot for this Super Weekend.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see more of what happened in bootcamp and also more of what happened in yesterday's Miramar as well. Well, 5 more games to go for KAGENDRA. If they were to survive, they would need to come out with big performances in the final 5 games.
Speaking of the rest of the games that remaining, including Alter Ego, they're nowhere near safe here. It's a bit awkward for us to see this version of Alter Ego. We've seen their rise, and this is definitely one of the biggest fall to witness for Alter Ego within 2 years of span.
Yep. At this moment, 22nd place with 27 points. Definitely not the best from Alter Ego, though we saw a good performance by Rosemary yesterday with a clutch. But that was one of those rare moments for Alter Ego. Not as much as we have seen like in previous seasons, like there's major comeback to win the trophy at one point. So it's a very different Alter Ego this time. And 5 more games, Alter Ego also in a very dangerous zone, not making it to last week's Super Weekend. Today is D-Day for them.
D-Day, whether it's a comeback day or it's going to be Doomsday, is down to them to decide by end of today. I just hope I don't see this fall version of Alter Ego, honestly. It's so sad to see everything falling apart right before our eyes, but it's a different case for RRQ. We do know coming in Lapar, Gen Force, his players, and Hazel as well seems to be really pushing RRQ to a different standard this season. Now Gen Force, we do know how chill this guy can get, and we do know how aggressive and crazy how Nepeko just take the lead when it comes to being aggressive player. But at the same time, they're quite splitted apart. And when it comes to the position-wise, it's not the best. They pretty much need to regroup in case they're being charged in.
Yep. Right now, because of we are at stage number 2, and it is Sandhawk. It is a smaller map, so definitely teams are very, very close to each other right now. So regrouping, staying together is going to be important as well. For Firen, doing a bit of a scouting work, they attracted the attention of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan almost knocked him down.
FaZe Clan, I have to say, we see different roster of FaZe Clan, but I love this, how they just adapting everything so fast within seconds. When it comes to being a CQC team, they pretty much handle it so well, but it's just a long range sometimes that needs a bit of work, a bit of polishing for FaZe Clan. But for Alter Ego, it's all about individual plays for them right now. We want to see them to work as a unit. They had that last few seasons. It seems like things to be dwindling down for them, but I just hope they can make it a comeback at least the very last minute here today.
Yeah, so they still need those points as well. I mean, so many teams, right, are struggling between Group A and also Group B that they need those points in. Even as compared to when having Group C in, Group C, you have you have a few teams, but between Group A and B, this is arguably very, very challenging here for a lot of these teams who need to fight for survivability. And based on the first game right now, if we were to look at this, SEMBILAN, HOMEBOIS, and KAGENDRA, 3 of these teams have been eliminated, and 3 of them will need the points.
I agree. The thing about Group B versus C, there's more aggressiveness, there's more fights compared to Group A. They're a bit more tactical, they're more veterans, they are heavy hitters, but they are very smart in placing their strategy and navigating into this map, or every single map there is. So we might actually have a bit of a pause here and there waiting it out, because there's so many stage 9 when it comes to Group A playing compared to Group B versus C, because they are very careful and they know what at stake here for Group A players. It just shows that how serious they take in this tournament here, and everything seems to be very calculated when it comes to Group A. Now when it comes to the circle, it's a different story entirely. We will wait for it to shrink down with it, whether it's going to be MAQNA or Camp Bravo, even BUM. But we do think it's going to be more towards the northern side, and there's going to be a clear path into it on the northern side for Strangers Esports.
But in the middle, we have Boom Esports, RRQ. They are split up, but they should get together soon. Yes, and then Strangers Esports from the northern side coming in is going to be an easy entry for them. But I can't say the same for FaZe Clan. They might need to face off against another team that's in front of them to get into the circle. And plus, it's a crossroad. So that means you need to cross the road.
Why did they cross the road? Because they need to. It's a road. There you go. But for Vikings, okay, Vikings is another team that I feel very interesting in certain way. Now, we do know some of the players pretty much are very veteran players too, but when it comes to the org itself, it's very fresh, and they are coming up from the very south. The only trouble between them and the safe zone is going to be CDAL or CELCOMDIGI Alliance right now. I'm looking forward what they have prepared for CELCOMDIGI Alliance when it comes to today.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Let's see if they can actually continue on their performance from the day before. One knock on the Leon, but then again, his teammates are not too far away. We don't see Vikings pushing all the way in, but who needs to? If we can take that long-range shot by Conti to finish him off, Leon's one of the star players for CELCOMDIGI Alliance out.
Now RQ next. I'm surprised that CELCOMDIGI Alliance, instead of gatekeeping towards the side of Vikings just now, they resort to pushing in. So I assume they don't want to waste any more time and not waiting it out. They're just gonna bulldoze their way in and trying to find target as soon as they can. Because RQ right now, they are preparing to take the fight. Look at how they just try to make sure every single corner and place in a position where they can see the movement of CELCOMDIGI Alliance in a different perspective, where GenForce do take the high grounds compared to the one that at the back. It's going to be Nepeko. Hazer and Lapa will be the front line here, but the thing is, it might be open up to a different angle from the back, so there's a lot of work for Nepeko to make sure their front and their back will be fully covered by him.
That track seat from 7-9 just got knocked as well. Now Nepeko shut down by Jimmy OP, and that's a long-range knock. Not possible for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to make the follow-up since there's quite a distance. But they will still try though. They're deploying smokes. They might want to go for it.
Jimmy and Nepeko is knocked down. They need to rescue Nepeko. He is the pivotal player at the back and the front and the support fire as well. Hazel tried to give some distraction by putting out cover fires for a bit while they try to pick up Nepeko. While we're looking at the circle, not much team come out from the northern side. Only Boom taking across Mong9 right now. Yummy May seems to be very isolated down there compared to the other two. They lost one member there. But this circle will shift all the way down south. Now that's going to be a long journey for Stranger, Boom, RRQ, even CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They will have to take the fight either way.
Wow, hard shift circle, yeah? And that's an advantage to Team Flash in the middle of it right now. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, okay, behind them is going to be RRQ. So that's going to be the tricky thing, right? Even if they want to move forward, RRQ is behind them. RRQ could potentially gun them down. So if they want to make this move, they have to make this really, really fast, really quick, and just leave RRQ behind.
Speaking of leaving, FaZe Clan have to leave as well. Not the best spot they want to be, but the only one that actually stopping them is going to be D-Xaviers. They managed to take a couple of players of D-Xaviers early before, but they're still kind of hanging on and hoping that D-Xaviers will give away the position first, but the Blue Zone will not allow them to do so. We're talking about stage number 5, with more than 1% of AP being taken down every single second. Nate T, they've been waiting this for a long time, but Duke will not leave just yet. So Nate T, he's kind of trapped himself down there. Lamborghini will try to finish off Duke, closing the distance between, but they have to fight in the blue end. Duke knows exactly, had those footsteps, finish off Lamborghini, and that's crucial for these Xaviers. They're losing their manpower one by one, leaving Nate T, the last player standing for these Xaviers.
Nice nade by Dukdiko. Now it's about him getting out of this area. Nate is guarding Dukdiko. Doesn't want to let him go. I mean, these two gotta call a truce, man. If not, both of them will succumb to the blue.
It's gonna be a lose-lose game if they overstay themselves here. Barely got enough. Nate T, that's going to be the last mat kit that he's using. He's not going to use it until needed. He's just going to spend all his bandages right now. No smokes, no hand grenade, no molly. And that's going to be a lot of work for Nate to get out of here alive and deal with last member of FaZe Clan who's being left behind. Well, the rest, it's going to be a history for the other teams being eliminated just now. We're left with 12 team. Well, Alter Ego spotted at SEM9. Finally, Duke managed to spot out the last member of D-Xaviers. Unfortunately, D-Xaviers, not much progress of their points yet.
Yeah, though they are kind of comfy, but of course they want to take that number 1 spot. Anyway, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Okay, we did discuss about this. RRQ followed them. Now RRQ is charging in. Hazel, GenForce, Nepeko. They are coming in from multiple angles. Nepeko from the other side with a nade into the building across where Adeluk was at. Now Adeluk 50% of health. Adeluk needs to pull off a big clutch. 1v3 at this moment for Adeluk. He's trying to survive, but he got a little bit of help from Yummy.
For the side of Nepeko, he needs to get out as well. Cornered down by the blue zone, and like you mentioned, Yummy on the other end also targeting them. But the nade coming up from Zeus of Team Flash. There's so many eyes watching this side, but Adeluk will survive with a very teeny tiny HP left. But they're not done yet. For Alter Ego, they have been, like we mentioned yesterday, Club, always have a beef against Boom versus Alter Ego. It's going to be another one this time, but I think Boom just decided to go rush into where CELCOMDIGI Alliance at, but unfortunately they're also being eliminated, while FaZe Clan still on the run, gutting out toward OSJA Thailand.
Yeah, they felt the wrath of OSJA Thailand. Just got eliminated by them. OSJA Thailand, 1 casualty, but they should be back up soon. One spending time in the blue is going to be Strangers Esports, who's the final player. Now focusing on to Alter Ego, hunts for you. Almost got his target. But they got Yummy instead.
Oh, a good vantage point coming up from Alter Ego here. They do have some elevations, couple of structures to just cover them. But Frenzy, it's a bit too far apart for Boom to actually say, but he got two different teams instead. Oh my god, but Octa, unfortunately, the play zone finish off Strangers play. Just I didn't actually score that one out. But for Alter Ego, it's go time for them since Boom quite broken their formation.
Zero, okay, uses the molly, probably to buy extra time for himself. But it's not like he needs to recover. He needs to get out of this. Alter Ego onto him, they're surrounding this house now. Zero is back to a corner. This DBS gameplay. Mid-range, did land a bit. And he's still not out of it yet. 3 more to go for Zero to take out.
Zero versus the entirety of Alter Ego left. Oh man, Zero, he's trying to guard over every single window or any opening he can, but that's the doors, and it goes down. Rosemary just had it enough and goes straight and charge the door down. Next, we're gonna have only a couple of teams left, thanks to the very hot shift circle going all the way towards the left this time. OSJA Thailand do have a good entry and got themselves a very safe compound. Team Flash, look at how they are fanning out so thin among themselves, but they will try to gatekeep the teams coming up from the south, which is gonna be Vikings next.
Yeah, Vikings. This will be the next challenge. Okay, they're deploying smokes now. They are planning their way in, but as what we expected, the Team Flash will be the one to try to stop them at their tracks. They're still on the outer side of the circle. The blue will close in about 5 more seconds. And look at Team Flash's spread. They have Vikings pretty much locked in.
For the side of TODAK, they have been quite left with only 2 players. They've been knocked down by OSJA Thailand. They're way deep in the blue last time we saw them. But it's not a good thing for them to go down with empty-handed, but at least they got themselves some play with some more point. But on the side of Viking, they had a 3. Alter Ego seems a very bright future to score themselves the chicken here. Same goes for Team Flash, who have a 3 in the 4 squad, aiming down towards Viking, denying their entry in and force them to stay in the blue.
And look at this. This is a pretty much straightforward cleanup here by Team Flash. 7 elimination points now for Team Flash, and Vikings eliminated with 3 elimination points. Now we shift over to Alter Ego and OSJA Thailand.
Red Bull being knocked down right in front of Alter Ego. They're waiting for the teams to give away the position. They're baiting them out of their hiding spot. Gooey on the other end kind of stuck himself with only 1 tree to take cover. That's a mighty tree, but won't hold as long as he needs to.
Octa is coming in. He's trying to find his next target behind. And Tops, Team Flash, they are in the middle of the circle right now. They have control of the circle, especially with this kind of spread. Tops will pick up a freebie there in the name of Red Bull.
Zeus, not being spotted at all. Rocky May, bounce, spotted out OSJA Thailand. They're all divided right now what to focus on for Team Flash. They have all the information they need. They know exactly where the rest of the other 2 teams' players are. But not so much for OSJA Thailand. They kind of stuck themselves, cornered down in that very small house. Now here comes Octa, hoping to take the lead and charge in. But if it's not being careful, they might be gunned down by Team Flash. Zeus is watching right now.
Keeping an eye on the Chopper. Chopper is playing the healing game. That's just that much that he can heal. And he gives himself away to the blue, denying away the point. Now leaving us with only 2 teams left. It's going to be either Team Flash or Alter Ego.
4v4. They have this curvature of the terrain that will cover them temporarily without being spotted on the other side. But last time we saw Team Flash have absolute information compared to Alter Ego. They don't have that clear information regarding the position of Team Flash. Young T not taking any time to wait at all. Rocky May will fall back and just wait it out for any flankers here. Rocky May will have to take all the tanking ability by himself, since all the rest of Team Flash will move towards his side. But it's spotted on 1. Hunt for You is down. Here comes Tops. He got charged back. Counted by Alter Ego. We got that 1 rock and running down on his bullet. Running dry, but still managed to knock in another. Here comes the rest of Team Flash. And they will take this chicken, the fuzz, for week 2, day 3.
With absolute control of the circle and the full team, Team Flash will not let the ball drop. They won it against Alter Ego. Alter Ego, desperate for points. They could have used that chicken dinner, but Team Flash will say no to it.
Information is the key, and it was so crucial for them to know exactly where the player is coming up from. The thing I love about Team Flash, they weren't reckless trying to push in. They take their own time and they took it to their best advantage to know exactly how to push in with going into split just now. I love the fact they were being so patient to try to take that last fight. Whilst Alter Ego, they were too focused on OSJA Thailand just now. That also did not give them enough time to scout out the rest of Team Flash on the other side of a hill regarding their position.
Yeah, and Team Flash took one job at a time, right? They block out Vikings and then they focus into getting into the circle, and then they block out Alter Ego one job at a time for Team Flash. And look at the amount of eliminations that they got. They got a total of 13 eliminations, so 23 valuable points for Team Flash.
And everybody been pulling their weight. Look at the damage output by each one of them. Very organized and quite a number of eliminations too. I mean, this is definitely them improving from yesterday. And speaking of adaptation, Team Flash know what they're walking into when it comes to the last group stage to qualify themselves into the Super Weekend, and including the Smash Rule that they're preparing themselves for this last Super Weekend Sunday. So I'm looking for what they have to offer when it comes to hopefully to see them in the grand final, of course. But when it comes to Team Flash, let's rewatch their highlight.
Well, that's nice to see how enthusiastic the players of Team Flash were when they scored a chicken dinner. 2,072 damage by Team Flash. It's not like they were staying quiet. The damage told the entire story. Other than that, in our top 4 teams, we have Alter Ego, OSJA Thailand, and FaZe Clan.
Oh man, I mean, today has been a bit of a different top 4 that we look forward to compared to, you know, when it comes to day number 1 when it was A versus C. So I love how every single team in the top 4 right now stepping up, but it was Sunhawk, and that circle was ridiculously hard when it comes to the hard shift. But nonetheless, we have to give credit for all these 4 teams. I hope they can actually push the momentum forward and carry out into Erangel after this, because it's always Erangel they have some difficulty. But Zeus just now, he took the liberty just to gain the information and just stay put where he's at and try to play patient. I have to give it, his information was so crucial for the teams just now.
Oh yeah, with 4 eliminations, 558 damage, Zeus is our MVP this time. But frankly speaking, all of them played very well, and that's why all of them survived to the end, and they have good spread. Everyone had their own strategy. They took care of themselves well. But of course, we have to pick one player as our MVP, and according to the stats, Zeus is the MVP this round. Now, he may not bring in the sexiest numbers as compared to the average MVP data, but a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner. So that's going to be 23 points collected by Team Flash.
And that's where it's getting sexy. The whole team unite to get that 13 eliminations. I mean, individually speaking, they are all great, but working as a teamwork, that's where perfection just give all their best. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they are bumping up. When it comes to stepping up the occasion, they do have the information on the chart right now with 12 total points. But compared to what Team Flash has, it's kind of still a gap, with OSJA Thailand stepping up as well at 9 points here, FaZe Clan at 8, but the numbers dwindling down as we move towards the second page later. TODAK, they didn't get elimination, but the point, when it comes to the ranking point, it does save them for a bit.
Now on page number 2, CELCOMDIGI Alliance only managed 3 points, so it won't be enough for them to snatch the number 1 spot yet. Same goes for the Xavier, only 1 point. KAGENDRA, unfortunately, is the only team to not receive any points at all, so they will not change, or will not go up, at least in terms of overall standings. Now, speaking about overall standings, welcome Team Flash to number 5.
Yep, pushing up and swapping with a CELCOMDIGI Alliance, while VOIN and eArena being pushed down there. Well, we do know VOIN is not playing anymore for BTR and TALON. I think they're pretty safe to get into the Super Weekend here based on their points. But for these Xaviers, this is the least amount of progress that we've seen them in week number 2. They usually have around, at least 5 points for every single map. But maybe it is just the start of the day and haven't warmed up, but it's just 1 point in today's map for them.
Yeah, and they're surely not sounding the alarm yet, right? I mean, they're at number 2, pretty comfy, still up there. Page 2, however, Tem Entertainment is no longer on page 2. I mean, we kind of expected this with the amount of points that they got earlier on. And as a confirmation, Tem Entertainment is now at number 19.
4 steps down from the 16th place, a 3. And it's going to be a damn big push down because FaZe just now, I have to say, they have been really great. Since yesterday, they're slowly building up their momentum. We can see the progress, the growth has been exponential within 2 days of FaZe gameplay. But for KAGENDRA, on the other hand, HOMEBOIS, still a 50-50. We don't see them too much. But KAGENDRA, I mean, they're a bit too reckless, don't they? They just push in and being wiped out without any single point just now, and they are the one that really need the point most.
Yes, if they don't get into the Super Weekend, just like Tem Entertainment, they will be dependent on last week's points to determine whether they will go to the Grand Finals or not. So can't do much about that. Only sit back and pray hard that they don't get pushed out of the top 16 in the Super Weekend points. Other than that, here teams that really need to get points in, HOMEBOIS, of course, they're still at number 23 with 26 points. It's still doable with the remaining 5 games, but still, they need to put in the work and do not let it be until the final few games.
Yeah, I mean, KAGENDRA, I hope they actually learned a lot from MEC yesterday, how they just did not progress at all when they just, doing the same thing over and over again is not working out. Hopefully they go back to the drawing board, try to rediscuss with their coach and analysts about what to change for the next 5 maps, and that's going to be done. Only 5 more maps to go. We're going to head into Erangel later after this.
Yeah, but speaking about after this week, it's going to be the Grand Finals, where you guys at home can come and watch the Grand Finals live. Watch these amazing players in front of you at IOI City Mall. It will be at the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, level 3E. So book your timing. It will be from Friday to Sunday next week.
And there's a lot of things going on when it comes to 7th of March. So don't forget, we have a new team mode, the Golden Dynasty, which is going to be today. It will drop yourself. Make sure you guys emptied out all your data, the unnecessary. You make sure enough storage, because it's going to be a huge update coming up. Because the beloved Floating Islands gameplay will make its grand return for today, the 7th anniversary version. So make sure you guys discover the breathtaking ruins and once a magnificent palace, and try to enjoy with your friends, your relative, your family, or your neighbors, whoever you know, maybe even making new friends.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Maybe just hop into the chill park while you are waiting for your actual game to start, or your other friends to come. Hop into the chill park. I heard that's a good dating spot. Not like I'm speaking from experience, just saying, but I know of a lot of people who get hitched by that. But anyway, if you know sort of thing. But if you know what our prediction is, or if you can get your prediction right, do join the club, because so far we have not yet hit our prediction today. Yeah.
Since yesterday, we didn't hit anything. I don't know whether we jinxed them or maybe, you know, it just we're bad at predictions possibly. But this is where things get heated up because the Erangel is going to be the real gameplay that we know of. When it comes to Sunrock, everybody will say like, nah, it's sort of a wildcard game because of how small the map is. Now Erangel, we are going to play the most. This is where we get to see the best of the teams because today is going to be their last chance to get their slot into the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. So many teams still need the points in, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens at the end of today. So you don't want to miss out on who is confirmed, locked in to get into this weekend Super Weekend, because this weekend Super Weekend is a little bit different than last week because of the Smash rule. We'll talk about that more tomorrow because it's new. I know, I understand, and I see a lot of comments still. You don't get the Smash rule, but I totally get it. It's easier for us to show you when the game begins tomorrow and also the day after. So make sure you lock in your time for that. But for now, that is, we're counting down the games. 5 more games to go. So teams like Homeboys, Alter Ego, do you think they can make a big bounce back?
I personally feel like Homeboys do have that motivation. I think they are a bit more motivated than Alter Ego right now because they're quite fresh with this lineup. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they have this pressure, you know. They are a legacy and they have a statue that they need to live on. But at the same time, it might be backlashing towards their side. The counterproductive. At this point, when they have overthinking, self-doubt is definitely going to be in their way right now. So they need to clear their heads. I think the one that actually stand between them and progress right now is going to be themselves. That self-doubt, they had it too much.
You make it sound like Alter Ego has a baggage to carry. And I totally understand that. I mean, you were former champion, you have lifted a trophy before, and naturally there will be a lot of expectation for you to perform, whether it's from the fans or whether it's from the neutrals that would want to see Alter Ego to perform. And not only they have lifted a trophy, they have got like MVP awards for themselves as well. So for them to be in this kind of position, I understand that it's an awkward position for Alter Ego to be.
Well, speaking of the teams that seems to be awkward, just now a bit awkward for us to see not much points come out from the Xaviers. I mean, we might be a bit too strict with Dingo's Xavier right now because we do know what they're capable of. And within this season, they have not dropped that much of performance until we saw that last Sunhawk. So high expectation definitely will be on top for the Xaviers here today.
Yeah, I don't want to go all in Asian that onto them, but of course, because they have put in like 3 chicken dinners in a day on day number 1 this week, so yeah, expected to perform well and take that number 1 slot back from Vampires Esports. Maybe they'll start it off here in South Erangel. It will be match number 2, people. Lock it in. Let's go.
Gonna go into the first Erangel of the day, this where everything will be locked up and away, because this is where we get to see whether the team will to set a tone for the rest of the day or not. If they're not doing great in the first Erangel, it's gonna be hard for them to reset their minds because it's gonna be back to back Erangel all day long. And when it comes to the flight path, not so kind, a bit more towards the west side of the map, but we do know might be the circle will be contradicting where the flight path will be. We'll be on the eastern side later.
Yeah, this was the common flight path yesterday, right? Obviously, it's a different set of teams. But with this sort of common flight path, even like yesterday, we did see a few early encounters, and considering that this is a fresh new group, fresh new game for all these teams, we might see that sort of thing happening in this round. So we've got to keep an eye on that as the teams start to drop right now. Homeboys, they're going to play a little bit safe. They're going to drop all the way up north. They even sent Kid just below Zarki. But some of them went to North Jogopu. And there is another team there. Vikings is also in North Jogopu.
There might be a bit of rowdy start for teams on North Jogopu, I assume. But maybe they... Oh, never mind. We have another hot drop here. OSJA, Thailand, and Xavier. Whoever got the gun first will get the win. And he managed to shut down on both of them. Nate, I mean, he was the last man standing in the last map just now and managed to redeem himself and scored a 4. It was 1v4 for Nate.
Wait.
How?
What?
How?
I thought it was only one. Oh man.
Replay, please, please, replay.
Please.
I thought it was only 2.
Replay. I'm very sure we'll get a replay later on. Maybe our observers was also like, wait, what? That happened? What? It's even faster than the boot camp fight in game 1.
And he even got 2 weapons already from there. Whoever dropped first, that was a crucial time. That microseconds, that milliseconds of difference will make such a huge change. I swear to God, OSJA Thailand is cursing Nate right now. How is this even happening when that one particular player of the Xavier just block the entirety of OSJA Esports or OSJA Thailand to get their weapon in that very small shot?
I know, right? We really got to see the replay again on how that actually happened. Yeah, I guess I can come up with all the theories. Like, okay, you drop right below you is the weapon, and then you drop you speed drop there and all that. It's like, yeah, and it also has to be like the right weapon, right? If it's only like maybe a pistol, maybe it's not gonna be good enough. So we got to see the entire replay again. But what we're going to see here is TODAK making a change. Looks like Cleon is going to come in for the Erango match.
Yeah, we had the interview with Cleon yesterday as well. And I feel like with Cleon, there's more firepower compared to when Cleon is not playing in the first map just now. When it comes to their movement, their navigation throughout the map for TODAK, it has been really good for them. But when the firepower needed, they weren't there. So I think the addition of Cleon into this will be really great. And also when it comes to CELCOMDIGI Alliance, we do have a bit of swap as well.
Yeah, with Iftar out and Olio coming in. So I guess Iftar is going to help the team prepare for Iftar. Yeah, I mean, it's about maybe an hour to go. So it's good timing, keep the food warm. Once you guys are done, just come and eat. Don't need to reheat it.
The food boy, the food guy.
Yeah, he's not the water boy, he's the food boy.
Yeah, it's so his role is the most important one, to keep the teams motivated, to know that hey, when they're breaking their fast, the food is gonna be there. So yeah, I think he keeps the whole team glued up and be motivated to get their chicken for this one, for that particular reason. But when it comes to a top 5 elimination, we have still Rosemary on the chart. It's actually taking number 1. But the problem with Alter Ego, despite we have this stellar performance coming out from Rosemary, it's all about the cohesiveness of the team.
Yeah. I guess we can also theorize it to be like, okay, it's still the Rose carry, aka Rosemary Esports, aka Beast Mary, whichever name you want to call him. But if we were to look at that stat, then it looks like, hey, maybe the other players need to step up the game.
I just hope there's no rift between Rosemary and the rest of the team, because I feel like his pace a bit too fast, or just the other teammate seems to be having a hard time to catch up to how the thinking process of Rosemary sometimes. But once they start to catch up, that's why you can see them steamrolling throughout the entirety of the tournament. It's just, it took them a bit longer this time to warm up to Rosemary gameplay. They really need to work things out. If not, it will be so difficult for the entirety of Alter Ego to catch up into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, you can't entirely depend on to one player, right? Although there's some criticism for Rosemary, but again, when the stats came up, it's like, oh, he's still up there. So I don't know what else to say, right? Like, the stats don't lie. Like, he's still able to put in the numbers for the team. So it's really for the other players to catch up onto his performance as well. But if you look at right now, right, Alter Ego's performance, they are still at number 17, 39 points, with teams like Vikings still playing 7-9, FaZe Clan points are not that far, so they need to be able to put in performance that they can detach themselves away from all the teams around them in the overall charts.
Yeah, when it comes to the team in the middle pack, I do agree. They kind of all stuck all together and not really having that much of difference. They're kind of doing almost the same thing here, waited out, playing slightly safe, not doing something extraordinary. That's the difference between them and the rest of the teams up there. But for them to step up too much, it might be a bit too reckless, a bit too risky, because too much at stake, because you don't have that much time anymore. But FaZe Clan, I have to say, Kanari is actually one of the star players for this season.
Oh yeah, he's been putting up a good show for FaZe Clan. And now he's going to put up another good show by taking out Kwang. One more to go by Kanari. He's pretty low. He's dancing around. 1v1. Gosu on the other side is pretty busy as well. And again, FaZe Clan, Kanari. How many eliminations this time? 2 eliminations by the lad.
I love how he's just being the mastermind and just plays the whole team according to the direction that he wants them to. And he's taking the lead and just dictate what needs to be done by moving so fast. He took the liberty to just set the trap for the entire team to make them at ease to just surround the enemy team. He's always the first one to initiate something for the team, and it's always been very productive.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like, productive in movement, productive in bringing in the points for the team, which is the main objective. Canary, this guy has been popping up. And also, just to note that it is his first season in PMSL, like his personal first season. And for the fact that it's the first time, still able to be at this pace, I mean, it's amazing. And we're going to get to see a replay on how he did that.
But we didn't get the replay. What happened to OSJA Thailand? Waiting for that one. Probably in the highlight we get to see one, right? But I agree. I mean, that's a big feat for Canary just now. Despite this is his first, he can already execute at the highest level and being one of the best out there. Imagine if he stays a bit more longer and just expose more towards this high level gameplay. That's going to be very scary in the future. But for the next circle, it's going to be scary for the teams. It shrink down on the outskirts of Gaka, just right on top of that bridge. But RRQ, there'll be a lot of gatekeepers waiting from the SMB island. It's going to be tough for them to get out from SMB.
Yeah, especially TODAK, right? They were last seen around the area of Novo. Left bridge, you have RRQ. Right bridge, you have Alter Ego. So TODAK is either pick their poison or hope that the teams at the bridge, they just move on and allow them to pass through. If not, yeah, they have to somehow bulldoze their way.
And like for TODAK, I think Alter Ego was the one that gatekeeping them just now. And I think because of how the blue will be so deep, if they want to stay over, maybe they are moving at the same time. But back to a side of RRQ, we talked about the gatekeepers here. They managed to cross over the other side of the bridge and managed to get into the main peninsula. But it's not going to be easy at all. Sem9 will try to stop them and deny from moving even further from where they at. But I do know when it comes to the circle just now, there's still a bit of chance we might end up in Chinky Cloud.
Yeah, if it pulls like hard shift towards the right, then yes, it would go there. But if it does, then we're going to call Contra to cast this game solo.
Please take the chair and the table and the desk and everything, because we really don't like an urban warfare. But hopefully it won't end up there. Might be in the Gaka field all over again, just like we had yesterday. On the side of Homeboys, now we don't know how concentrated this area is right now. Probably going to have like, what, 5-6 teams surrounding around this area. And Boom not willing to get out from their hiding spot here. I think there's only 2 players in this compound right now. The rest of the other 2 probably just trying to gain any information from the outside. While Stranger Esports is nowhere near here. I'm not sure where they're at right now. Probably in the center of Pachinki when they're fighting.
Yeah. Oh, we have them on screen now. So, yes, somewhere in the center of Gatka. And right across them is going to be ENAM SEMBILAN. There's another player passing by, probably doing a bit of a scouting work on the northern side of the minimap, gathering the information. And that's going to be Homeboys there. But Hawk, so he will be the one to try to sneak up to Homeboys if he has the opportunity.
They're taking the open area, but at least the plane is not flat for them. But for Homeboys, they're being knocked down from the back. That's going to be FaZe Clan all the way downtown, taking a shot and a backstab here for Homeboys. They're being surrounded right now. Homeboys having the toughest spot and quite a sticky one to get out of. Because Boom, FaZe Clan, and Num 969 is surrounding all of the homeboys right now. They're probably going to be the center of attention right at the current moment as we speak, and the circle streak even further down. Well, hello, Pachinki.
Wow, hello Pachinki Hill as well. And the Xavier's, I thought Pachinki Hill, one of the best spots to be in this current circle. Unless it goes into Pachinki City, then it's going to be a different topic altogether. But where the Xavier's at, what a good position. And look at the elimination feed. From their position, they're able to get Yummy and Frenzy.
3-touch. Aggressively keep tapping out from afar. Running out of bullets to that point. Can see how he just really wants to take down in that distance. Quite ambitious. But on the side of TODAK, they try to push Alter Ego out of their hiding spot and take away this compound. Rosemary just arrived. Lynx have to follow up to give support to Rail. Rail did tremendously lot of work yesterday. He managed to bridge into this compound, but there's going to be another visitor coming in. It's going to be Team Flash. 3-way wall commencing on the right side of the circle right now.
Off here comes Lynx from the other side. And he managed to get one knock. Right now, TODAK, they're charging in from the lower ground. But they must be careful because there are other teams around as well. Alter Ego is still here. We have Han Yu on the other room. Goes up to the second floor.
Lynx trying to find a way out. Is the last member of TODAK standing right now, hoping that Alter Ego will be dealt with Team Flash instead and waiting for his exit out route for Lynx. But Tops will not let him go just yet. He popped the smoke for Lynx, giving away probably some information that he's at the back. Lynx prepping up the nade, hoping it would drop on Tops, but Tops seems to be getting on right on top of Lynx. We saw how he bounced back towards his side. Unfortunately, TODAK will have to say goodbye slightly early, but we're not done yet. Hans for you and Nocta. 2v4 of Team Flash.
Oh, and Team Flash. They just got Octa. Nice shot there by Baus. Zeus will finish off Octa, securing that point for Team Flash. Now it's going to be only Hans for you. Baus now down on his knees. And Hans for you is also the only player for Alter Ego. On the outside of the circle, the blue will be on top of him soon.
But look at the POV of all Team Flash players, all aimed down to his Hans for you right now. All eyes watching him. They are just trying to smother him all around. He's being sat into a trap and cornered down. He's pretty much a sitting duck right now. There's no way out unless he can do some miracle clutch at this point for Hans for you.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard, right? Look at the spread by Team Flash. 1-1-1 formation. And they will make sure that Hans for you do not get out of this. Okay, he has this vehicle. Let's see what he's going to pull up. But Team Flash, interesting move. One of them sent to the blue to maybe try to backstab, shoot from behind.
Is it going to be worth it? A bit too overcommitted here for Team Flash to take down that last player of Alter Ego. But they need to take him out because he might be the poison later on coming up from the back. But Hans for you, he can't even go forward here. But look at the Zeus try to go for the off angle. And they made a U-turn, not worth investing too long for Top to be in the blue, too deep there. But here comes Nate coming in, but not clipping down Hans for you. There's a lot of resources for one player of Alter Ego being wasted here.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the mini screen, eArena, in the scuffle with another team. Coming back to Team Flash, they are taking their time to take out Hans for you. Hans for you still has 3 first aids, but now, okay, that's it. That is the end for Hans for you. For sure, goes to Team Flash.
I saw he wanted to deny himself in the blue zone. A worst case scenario happened, but Tops did not allow that to happen. But back to it, like you mentioned, EA, Joker is on the run. They are refugee against RRQ right now, and Pekka will try to stop them from entering into anywhere near the circle. But at the same time, they're not always safe either for RRQ. They have to go in, but the thing is, CELCOMDIGI Alliance already got himself way early into the inner circle, so they might be gatekept by Sam9 and CELCOMDIGI Alliance at the same time.
And with the circle, it just shifted. Only KAGENDRA inside of Pachinki, and Xavier is still holding the Pachinki hill. The zone just took out Joker. Sakura with his bicycle. That's cute though. Has to leave his teammate behind. He doesn't have any vehicle. And the bicycle, though it is silent, it doesn't make a sound, but it is very exposed. So it's the risk that he's taking now.
Well, at least it's silent, so nobody actually see this one coming from any angle at all. If you're making a sound, despite you got quite a cover, it's still quite distracting, don't you think? And he managed to just sleekly get into the haystack and have some covers down there. But for Strangers Esports, the problem is they're nowhere near the safe zone yet. It's just touching the rim. It won't be enough. We have a different team behind them. It's going to be Sakura, who was sneakily trying to get those bicycle to work. But for Sakura, it's still going to be some distance to close in the gap to get into the circles. The one nearest towards the blue zone.
But speaking about getting into the circle, FaZe Clan got in, and they're going to share Pachinki with KAGENDRA. Let's see who will eliminate each other. Mercury's is now down, but he should be able to revive. Not going to be a problem. While KAGENDRA also making sure that no one else gets into the city.
Casper. At least KAGENDRA not initiating any fight way early on like how they did before, but Paragen! What a nade, taken on Krypton, but stolen away by Dunk! FaZe Clan, that was nasty! Now Paragen at least got another one, Tansky, the last player remaining in that very small shack, but being covered by that thickness of cloud. For the start of these, Xavier is not willing to overextend their stay anymore, knowing the fact, hey, all the hard work we put into that one particular player just now was stolen away by FaZe Clan. Nope, never mind, because it might get stolen again.
Xavier left the Pachinki hill. They moved down instead. As we move over to RRQ and Team Flash, and Baus taking damage from the blue. He's quite far away from the circles though. A Team Flash, they're playing the lockout strategy again, this time against RRQ.
Sakura is still alive. I'm surprised. He still managed to sneak in with strangers on top of him. And I think that's going to be Sem9 across him as well. Good luck for Sakura. It's still the Sakura season, by the way. Plays and finish off bows of Team Flash. But for Team Flash, they are on the move. They try to get into the center where Xavier's been holding it. Nate is still alive. The big clutch moment we had early on. The man is still living legend here.
Let's see if he will continue to be the living legend with this sort of circle. Goes into the middle, the Xavier in it, and Team Flash coming in as well from the right. And the teams inside of Pachinki City. Okay, FaZe Clan and KAGENDRA, both of them need to leave.
And we're doing a 3-touch as a veteran player, but my eyes lock into Canary. He's such a high asset here, a very expensive asset for FaZe Clan. They scouted the right people when it comes to this lineup here. Everything worked like a well-oiled machine for FaZe Clan for now, but it's going to be KAGENDRA. Now, this is going to be redemption time for KAGENDRA. The last time we saw, they never performed so well in the close quarter combat. Now, it's still going to be mid-range until FaZe Clan decide to go for the push. Like, Canary, all eyes set onto him, because he will be the one pushing forward per usual.
Pushing forward time. Canary is waiting for that moment. They haven't got a knock yet. If they got a knock, then they might just all go in together. But Canary, he is playing the left side off angle. Let's see if he can actually get someone out of this. Cooking his own nade. They are just trading nades with each other, but not even a splash damage from either side.
Now, for KAGENDRA, they're quite splitted apart due to the forcefully coming in, rushing FaZe Clan. Also, CELCOMDIGI Lions going against Sem9 on a different side of the map right now, right on the south side where we're actually looking at. But for KAGENDRA, that chopstick trench won't hold as much long. Ichan is knocked down. Casper couldn't actually see through that thickness of smoke. But here comes KAGENDRA. Achul tried to make some damage control. Duke being knocked down. Duke from the flank side. They spotted out. At least he's giving some information about Casper's whereabouts. But for FaZe Clan, the smoke really blinded when it comes to getting any information on KAGENDRA right now.
Here comes KAGENDRA. Casper, the not so friendly ghost, charging in with the DBS. He secured that one elimination point out of Dutico. Goes out to the second floor. He gets punished by the other members of FaZe Clan.
KAGENDRA, their CQC at a task right now. Canary being shot from afar. I think that's going to be Xavier's last time we saw them always taking Pachinki for themselves. But Achul, this is hard for Ichan to revive on Achul. Macaris! Oh man, that was so close. Canary actually helped open the door, giving him some leeway to get into the house, while Ichan and Achul will be just bleed out to death. Kanari and also Makaris will try to get and finish off the knockdown KAGENDRA players to secure the position points here. Of course, they will take it easily out. But last player of KAGENDRA, Leleboy, as per usual, managed to sneak out, but it's not in the circle.
And FaZe Clan, look at this. 11 eliminations for them already. You could potentially add more. Sakura is still in the game, and now he's picking a fight with Strangers Esports. Let's see if we'll be able to survive this. The answer is no, because of CELCOMDIGI Alliance butting in from the other side.
Meow Meow, aka Mela, spotted out the player first, but unfortunately he whiffed it a bit and be taken by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. That also is a crucial information for Mela, aka Meow Meow of Strangers Esports, that there's some other teams across the other side of that mountain or hills. So straight away he repositioned himself to reconfirm the position of CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
So CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're playing like how we've seen them in day number 1, especially from the first few games. Stay quiet, and they will show up towards the later stages. And now since we're coming on to stage 6, we're starting to see CELCOMDIGI Alliance in action. Xavier in action now against FaZe Clan. They got Makaris.
Nate almost down to none and got knocked down from afar. It's going to be Zeus again. Speaking of Team Flash, Zeus watching. Here's the watcher for the entirety of Team Flash for now, taking every single spot opportunity that he can get. While FaZe Clan Kanari, this is going to be a star player, the last remaining player, 11 elimination. Can he actually just get another point before the blue will burn him out?
It's going to be hard, right? Look at the damage onto him. If he moves forward, he'll be in an open area. I wonder how many first aids. Okay, 2. Okay, one more before we say goodbye. One more. Use this one. Okay, he will survive this. Don't worry. Don't worry, people. Okay. Okay, now we say goodbye.
Bye.
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 8th place it is. Nobody else going down before him. Bye, Canary. It was a nice run for you guys. Still quite a number of eliminations. Not too bad for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, actually, right? 11 elimination for FaZe Clan with 1 placement point. How can you complain about that? It's not too bad. Oh, for the other teams, RRQ just got KAGENDRA Ladyboy out.
For Gen Force, his helmet totally being broken down. I think he overpicked himself to a side of Xavier's way too much just now. And he needs to get away because CELCOMDIGI Alliance might creeping from behind for RRQ. They have to be extra careful, extra cautious when it comes to navigate into the center here without that much of gear on their side. But for NAM9 or 69 is NAM9 is actually the real name, guys. Tansky tried to spot the rest of Strangers Esports right across the street, but this is quite a risky move for Tansky. He barely got any covers except for this one particular tree, and he's very close to the blue zone.
Yeah, okay, he tries to prone out, right? Doesn't seem like any attention onto him, so he might survive this stage. But stage 7 must cross the road. It's going to be hard for Tansky. Anyway, he might find that opening if like Strangers Esports, Xavier, they distract each other.
Speaking of distraction, that's definitely distracting a lot of teams to focus on what's happening towards Xavier's here. That explosion itself with very small radius of circle right now will give all eyes to a Strangers Esports versus Xavier's. Look at how everybody just focusing on where that sound coming out from. Mela, aka Meow Meow, reposition all the way towards the downside of the hill. And FZ will try to give it cover fire while Mela repositions himself towards the off angle. But the thing is, nobody knows about Tansky's position. He can be the bane for both teams here.
Yeah, he can be the one to surprise them. This could be interesting if he does, right? But right now, Xavier and Strangers Esports tunneling vision between each other. But of course, that's totally understandable because this is going to be an intense fight. Nate right in front of Lobby. FZ from the other side. Looks like they are going to crush Xavier.
Lobby X, Strangers, next to the AA, they're looking at the wrong way. It was a noise angle by Lobby X, damage entirely, taking DX out of this equation. We're down to top 5, but we're not done yet. RRQ taking on Team Flash. Team Flash reposition top, trying to get a better angle and a better cover as well, because this at the foot of the hill, not so much information or any view he can actually get. But the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance now taking advantage where RRQ will focus on Team Flash. They are bombarding them from behind, and one by one, limb by limb taken out, and they are definitely ousted.
Here comes CELCOMDIGI Alliance, the masters of late game. And at this moment, they have managed to collect 7 elimination points. Looking for more, they still have Team Flash and Strangers Esports to eliminate, coming from the southern side. Now, Strangers Esports, they are still recovering, licking their wounds from the earlier fight.
Now for Strangers Esports, numbers-wise, they are doing okay. Not so much for Team Flash. But Tops, like I mentioned before, he only got 1 tree at the foot of this mountain, so not many things can actually be done by Tops right now. He's been cornered down. It's all about a very slow death. But where is that one last play of Team Flash? Mela tried to make a comeback on the side here, tried to take advantage and steal away Tops, but unfortunately still taken by Adik Look of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But Zeus, the last man standing, Team Flash still hides, but I think Mela kind of get an idea there's somebody there.
Yeah, Mela pops that smoke. Maybe he wants to advance, try to take him out. Okay, he's just checking the rock just in case there's anyone there. But from our vision, obviously, we know that nobody's there. But it's just a precautionary move by Mela. Anyway, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, look at the terrain that they have. They have this elevation that can be very, very important for them to score this chicken dinner.
They are very careful, of course. Walking on eggshell for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, knowing the fact they have no information about Strangers Esports or even the last player. They don't even know if there's actually 2 teams, 2 different teams, or 1 team only. Well, Zeus, he's one with the nature, camouflage himself with the bushes, and now he got only 40 bullets remaining in that rifle. Has to be extra careful, waited up, playing very patient, not even moving an inch from that hiding spot. While Strangers Esports now slowly trying to bait out the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance position, but they're not easily taking that bait out. They are very careful. Both teams having the same mindset right now between CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Strangers Esports.
Yeah, showing a good level of discipline here, not to rush things. They know they still have some time now. But as time goes by, we will be on stage number 9 in about 18 more seconds. Zeus is just right in front of Olio, but he doesn't have that angle to take him out.
How to reposition without jeopardizing the entirety of their safety here. Lobby Axe will have to collide with Leon, so I think they're probably going to have the same mindset, try to go for the off angle. But time is not on anybody's side right now. Do or die moment. As he spotted out the last member of Zeus, he lasted long enough. But next, for victory, numbers-wise, CELCOMDIGI Alliance have some slight advantage. But it's about getting the job done. Can they wrap things up? While CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they a bit hesitant to push it. Lobby X tried to confuse them with those vehicles too. But here comes the push with Leon DZ taking the charge alongside with Adik Luke, while Mela will try to stop them from pushing forward.
Oh, nade onto Adilu. Adilu evaded that. Another nade onto him. A bit of splash damage, but not significant enough. Instead, Leons went for the scouting route. Now they know that Urzi is behind that tree. The smoke is still active, blocking sights from both sides.
Oh, barely can see anything, but Urzi got some damage from the collateral damage of that explosion. And both of them seems to be no trading just yet. Olio down on the ground. It's going to be 3v3. Equal audience, equal field of play. Leon DZ might put out Mela, but who will see the other first? They're just next to each other. Both cooking up their nade. Well, Lobiak's a bit too distracted before Adilok and Jimmy, and it seems like nobody clipping down. But that nade from Adilok giving some opportunity for the son of Zidane. They're taking the chicken away with some elevation. That's gonna be ended by CELCOMDIGI Alliance taking the chicken away.
That is CELCOMDIGI Alliance, the king of late game gameplay. Although one player went down first, but that did not stop them to get this chicken dinner. Strangers Esports. Terrain-wise, they were on the lower ground. CELCOMDIGI Alliance had a bit of terrain advantage against Strangers Esports. And with being the masters of late gameplay, they will not let go. That chicken dinner, it goes to CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
This was a tight, and again, I mean, it's all down to whoever exposed themselves first. Whoever got a later reflex will go down than the other. But for Tops, I mean, he was pretty much in the trap just now, and Zeus lost it long enough. This is where, the nades by Jimmy and Adik look just now was the opening to see where the rest of Strangers Esports players were. And it's all about timing. They almost got on their side for Strangers Esports. It was a 4v3, but thanks to one of the players of Strangers managed to make it equal field just now in the 3v3.
Oh yeah, and with that, they will get, how many is this? 11 eliminations, so that's going to be 21 points collected by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Everyone contributed, and everyone dished out a good amount of damage as well. But normally the MVP will be decided by the damage output. If it's still going to be true, then it's going to be Jimmy OP, not that the MVP. But of course, we get a confirmation later on, and also the points collected so far by all these teams. While that, we check out the highlights.
I mean, we were looking forward for Nate T highlight. I mean, that was too fast. Even the camera couldn't catch it. I assume it was nobody expected that. But that was one heck of a flashy clutch. Still, nonetheless, we have to give it. These Xavier still make it up to the top 4, regardless they were being eliminated quite early on due to their performance. I have to say, Nate T really shined that one. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they still carry out the momentum throughout the entire week 2. Yeah, and Strangers Esports stepping up the game. Same goes for FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan is hitting it big this time.
Ooh, yes, big, especially with the numbers here. The most damage among our top 4 teams, 2,358. So that's something there for FaZe Clan, warranting them up to top 4. And of course, our MVP is going to be the IGL himself, Jimmy OP. 3 eliminations, 492 damage, 277 damage received, 37% team contribution, and the maximum survival time of 27 minutes, 50 seconds.
I mean, Jimmy's hand grenade just now was the tension breaker between a 3v3 of Strangers Esports. Well deserving MVP, of course. But the thing is, for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I love how the way they play, like slowly bulldozing teams from behind, but the trigger discipline, the discipline to work as a unit and not a one-man show. They know exactly the fundamentals of the game to actually get the win. While they got themselves 21 points, but there's a lot of double-digit elimination this time, Cloud.
Oh, yeah. And also want to shout out to like 5 teams who scored a double digit as well, right? Besides CELCOMDIGI Alliance, we have Strangers Esports, we have the Xavier, and so on and so forth. But what's going to be more important, of course, are the teams that did not collect points. OSJA Thailand, Vikings, Boom Esports, Sem9, eArena. 5 of them, no points at all.
Yeah, thanks to the 4 teams that got double-digit elimination. Almost 3. Another one got a 9. But Vampire still stands solidly at number 1 spot. The Xaviers finally get a progress. They got himself like what? From 70, that's going to be 12 points from that one single man. That's still huge. With CELCOMDIGI Alliance now cutting across to 3rd place, slowly climbing up. But we're looking at the very bottom here. Slowly, New Era is losing their grip on that 16th slot.
Yeah, they're like what, 43 points, and they are not playing today. They cannot add more to their tally. So very high potential they will be pushed down. Another team highly potential to be pushed down as well. It's going to be Team Secret, 52 points, 10 points away from the current drop at least, where Alter Ego is at 42 points collected by them already. And we still got like what, 4 more games to go. Still kind of possible for even Team Secret to go down.
Yep, like I mentioned yesterday, 60 is going to be the most safest, comfortable spot for them to get into the Super Weekend. And especially Team Secret, they're almost there, but is it going to be safe enough? We're going to have to wait and see. But for KAGENDRA, we see some improvement when it comes to their rotation just now, but still not going to be enough for them to push their numbers up. For our top 4 gunslingers, FaZe Clan, Strangers, Esports, Xaviers, and RQ. I mean, FaZe Clan, Kanori, I'm not surprised if it can even be better than Tony K at some extent.
Okay. I mean, that's a very interesting point. Well, he needs to be consistent. That's the thing, right? So he is in his first season in the PMSL. Looking good so far. Not gonna lie, not gonna take that away from him. But if he can continue to be at this level, to be consistent, that might even come true. Now, for today, we still have more games to go. We're going to have a wrangle after this. Game 1, it was Team Flash. Game 2, it was CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So we don't see the Xavier yet getting into the Chicken Dinner chart. But they got a good amount of points earlier on. So who knows, they might shoot up to get the Chicken Dinner later. But you guys need to shoot into the game very, very soon because this new update is coming.
Yep, it's gonna be today, guys. March 7 marks the 7th anniversary, and it's gonna be a huge update, including the Golden Moon event is on. It's gonna be today, so don't forget to collect the Times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan Set for free. I love camels. I've been riding them last time, like 10 years ago. They were really nice animals and mammals, and also the Desert Boat. The camel will soon join the PUBG Mobile Battlegrounds, so join you and your Golden Moon journey starting today. And don't forget, if you already downloaded it now, just hashtag PUBG M370, hashtag Golden Moon 2025, and also hashtag PUBG Mobile, so we can see your content with the latest version of the Golden Moon.
Yeah, we'd like to know what you think about the new update. And besides the Golden Moon update, we will be having Alan Walker back as part of the 7th anniversary music collaboration with PUBG Mobile. So this will also be part of the content that you will see throughout the entire month, which is the birthday month of PUBG Mobile, and also Choo Choo, by the way. And if you have been since way back then, you might know, or you might be able to guess what will be track number 2 and track number 3 would be. So put it in the comment section, people, in case all of you or any one of you was from that era.
That era. Not all at all. 7 years, guys, have been together, and it's going to be more than 7 years, hopefully, in the future, because it gets even better, especially when it comes to this week's Smash Rule. There's so many new things coming up for this season. I'm looking forward for what's going to happen by end of this week. But for our prediction, hey, at least CELCOMDIGI Lions don't let me down. They get on 1, but the other 2, and Strange is almost close as well for you, Cloud.
Yeah, they got 2nd place, right? So yeah, they were close. And Alter Ego, at least they have shown a bit more improvement as compared to yesterday. So we might see the best of them and them getting a Chicken Dinner soon. 4 more games to go. But let's check out how they're feeling right now at the arena. We got HOMEBOIS on screen, and HOMEBOIS, 4 games to go. 4 games to go to come up with a miracle.
Difficult. I mean, we had this conversation with MAQNA Esports Club yesterday. It didn't turn out well. And we can see the numbers still got pushed down until right now. But when it comes to the teams at the very top, that's the thing, right? What do you think that's quite consistent, that the same team happen to be at the very top almost every single season? What's the difference?
Well, I guess if we were to compare them and some of the teams that are struggling, it's clearly experience. They have been around for quite a while. Teams like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, the Xavier, and these 2 teams, they haven't changed their lineup much. So they have had the season after season after season accumulated experience with this lineup, and it's showing in their performance here today. Well, even if you want to say that, Alter Ego has an experience, but they have quite a big shift in terms of their lineup and also their coaching staff. So probably they're still trying to find their rhythm overall. But it's all not lost yet, ladies and gentlemen, for them. Still got the game. Here we go.
It's gonna be their wrangle, the game changer for the teams that still have their momentum now, because after this we're gonna head into an extended break for break fasting. So whoever still got the momentum and already set the tone for the entire day, they need to push all out now, because a break will actually put a pause for their hype and for their adrenaline rush. But at least the flight path is different compared to the last one, very contradicting in fact.
Yeah, earlier it was on the left side, this time it's on the right side. So let's see if that affects anything, especially like a potential early encounter at Jinky, maybe Nati to win again. But I think that gave OSJA Thailand like PTSD, right? Like they don't want to go there anymore. It's like, okay, nope. Thanks guys, nope.
Yeah, all eyes on Nati. He's close to OSJA Esports again at OSJA Thailand. I'm looking at Nati. He's a bit separated from the rest, so we don't miss any actions anymore in the last one. He's dropping himself around the Pachinki area as per usual for these Aves. OSJA Thailand, I think you're right. They got themselves PTSD. They're dropping way into around Milta Power, Nova Noya area. Well, our guest for you is going to be going to his side of SMB. TODAK is going SMB as well. Well, we do have some teams, Homeboys, untouched, but it's going to be quite an interesting circle. We might end up right on top of that Medusa intersection.
Yeah, it's pretty much a common circle, right? If you think about it, it's not like one of those weird ones like goes to Starper, Zarki, or even Mid to the base. It's definitely going to be 100% land at the end of the circle. But if it goes to the Medusa intersection, then there's going to be a lot of open space, and we love open spaces.
It's going to be tough for the team, especially the ones at the very bottom, to gain points if it happens there. Because, I mean, the difference, if I actually can break it down for the teams at the very bottom, when it comes to the sudden rush and the sudden push by the other team in the CQC, they were not that prepared. Now, we do have some swap for Homeboys, but will it make any difference at this point?
I would say yes, they still have the chance, but okay, 4 games to go, and you came up with 60 points as the benchmark. They still have the amount of games. It's just a matter of whether they can put in the work or not.
Whether they can actually think like their enemy or not, because right now I feel like Homeboys, they have the general idea of how they're supposed to be doing, but execution seems to be a bit of a problem. But the different thing coming out from RQ, they're not dropping all the way to as Nova Repnoya. They're just going to, as per usual, run the Milta area. It's quite close. It's still inside of a circle. The furthest team away from this circle was Strangers Esports. They're hovering around Zaki last time we saw them. So I don't know whether they want to play it very slow, because last time we saw the last side of the where EA are at, around the hospital area, around Jogopo, there's so many teams actually drop way out of the circle.
Yeah, and that means they will need to travel into the circle. So potential clash while they are traveling. Stage 2, maybe stage 3, they'll be pretty interesting to watch. But the circle is kind, right? So that means you have like a lot of space for you to travel. Even if you see another team traveling the same path, you can like, okay, we just hit the other way and still get to our destination. So I guess it's one of those rounds that we might see more fights happening at stage 4 onwards.
Unless if the circle just decide to go Lipovka all the way. That'll be fun too. No complaint from me.
Oh, not at all. Lipovka, that would be pretty fun. Like push all the way to the edge, or even like a Milta Power, like all the way to the edge. That would be nice. Like if you still have that, normally you have like a percent of water in it. So that will be... that will also mean that teams will have less land to play with, and they will be forced to take more fights.
It means if that happens in case of Milta Power, it's going to be a huge celebration for OSJA Thailand, because this is where they're at right now, on top of this Milta Power. And if it's Lipovka, then it's going to be Alter Ego's game, whether they can defend or not, the longest as they can be. Because we assume when it comes to stage number 3 or 4, if that's going to be that kind of circle, there will be a lot of visitors will try to take away their compound here.
Oh yeah, and that's where the 1v1 team crash will happen, and then maybe a third party will happen as well. We've seen that happen multiple times. teams are prepared for that. And those involved like Team Flash, we've seen them doing it. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they like that kind of strategy. Xavier as well. So a lot of teams, if they see the right opportunity, they will take it, especially if it involves their third party.
Speaking of third party, I have a feeling the teams that are coming in very late have the idea of playing third party. We talked about the teams on around the hospital and Jogopol area. And the last time we saw they are quite close together, so I assume maybe some few fights early on will be coming up from that side instead of the teams inside of the circle, because right now they're nowhere near, they're not even moving yet. So probably those teams from the outside, they might actually have a lot of problems to deal with, because they might be the one that actually have to fight where you can't even fight the blue zone. And they will be bumping into these teams that force them into the fight early on, which is going to waste so much resources and time.
Yeah, they can clearly take their time, right? Since stage 1, the damage is not that much, and with this circle, you have a lot of space to play, so you can kind of like take your time still. Unless if it's like a clear corner circle or like a mid to the base circle, then you need to rush things. If not, you can take it chill. eArena, Strangers Esports now tanking the blue. Stage 1 blue isn't that hard on them. So they can even easily recover with bandages. So those are the two teams at least taking their time. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Xavier, okay, number 2, number 3 team. We're gonna watch that.
Yep, and I think it's gonna be inside of the circle. It means that these Xaviers already left Pachinki way early. They are taking the early rotation this time and not taking their sweet time to rotate into the circle since it's nowhere near Pachinki. And CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they did not secure those elimination yet, I assume, because the Xaviers managed to reset the players. So I assume that's going to be a long range shot that managed to get knocked one down. Yeah, the Xaviers, they're probably not going to push even further since there's no more interaction between CELCOMDIGI Alliance and the Xaviers for now.
Yeah, we can take that into assumption, right? So they have recovered anyway. And yeah, so it looks like no boo-boo happened between the two top teams here in our
Oh
Group
my
A.
god.
But the RRQ, okay. What happened there?
I feel like is these Xaviers in everybody's head. Just now it was CELCOMDIGI Alliance, now RRQ taken out the player by Jam Force. It was a clean execution in an instant. Well, these Xaviers lost that player out of nowhere. We don't know what really happened. We didn't see a footage, but I do know it's probably due to the concentration of players migrating into the Medusa intersection right now, probably just overpopulated. That's how they just happen to be, bad timing of transition towards the circle. They caught off guard. Maybe that was the last player of these Xaviers that being left slightly behind.
Yeah, hopefully we get a replay for that one though, because it happened like so sudden, and it was Lamborghini that got eliminated, one of the top players. So I wonder how that happened, whether he was separated by his teammate and then he got caught out, like staying alone, trying to get that high ground off angle or something like that. So hopefully we get that later. But for now, Lipovka circle ending is still a possibility.
Oh my. I think it's going to be the very open circle we talked about early on, the Medusa intersection. High chance it will be. That's why all the players are gathering around the Medusa intersection. Even OSJA Thailand already left Milta Power despite they're not that far off from the circle. But good news, Alter Ego, they're still inside for where they usually drop spot. But on the side of Museum, these Xaviers, they were running away from so many teams. But Nate T against once more. Oh my god, that was a perfect time. Well done by Origin just now. Well executed, dropping Yummy May the moment it was still in the vehicle.
Man, before he was able to even crash in, good job there by Xavier. Nice defensive work. And Levi's will be back up soon, so not too worried about him. CELCOMDIGI Alliance trying to take advantage from afar, but not able to get anything. But instead, they lost Jimmy OP in the process, their MVP from the previous round. Now, they're actually moving towards Xavier. They want it.
All the top teams seems to be in the same vicinity right now. We're talking about these Xaviers, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Team Flash, even RRQ is there as well. So whoever been taken out this early at this stage, around this time, they're giving so much opportunity for the other team just next to them to catch up here. All of them seems to be clustered up together. Boom spotted out, I think that's going to be TODAK players possibly who happened to just passing by, or was it eFaZe? Either one or. But Boom will be taking some damage by Olio perhaps. That's going to be a very ambitious step from Olio. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have to be aware they're being surrounded by all enemies around their compound now.
Oh yeah, so many teams now. That's what you get if you are somewhere in the middle of the circle. Teams will want to be around that area, hence naturally that happens. Strangers Esports, they will lose early to the hands of VIKINGS Guang. And of course for VIKINGS, they're currently at number 18. They need the points more than Strangers.
Yeah, but I think that fight going to be the VIKINGS versus the Strangers going to be on the northern side, because last time we saw they're the furthest one away from the circle, probably happening around just 9 or Puliano right now. But 6-9 or ENAM Krypton, this is actually a very good spot. A bit of a ditch, not a flat plane, slightly covered by the terrain, but quite an open space to gain information. They got themselves quite a comfy spot on the side of Krypton just now for ENAM team. But RIQ, they just arrived around the shelter area. Last time we saw a lot of team around surrounding this area, but not so many given any information right now. But back to a 6-9 or ENAM team. Is this the last player of EARENA? Where are the rest of the team?
NC2 alone. And that is NC2 down. I guess the rest are quite far. But anyway, they will come in to try to follow up onto ENAM. Sakura will lead the charge. Tiger X will get 10k. Sakura comes in. They make quick work of their opponents from ENAM Esports.
Now, despite there was only one player being surrounded, that was a nice comeback coming from eArena, just helping at the nick of time. But OSJA Thailand Red Bull tried to reunite with the team. Despite of that, Alter Ego take advantage of how broken the formation are. Rocky May tapping it out, getting a 1-by-1. But that's going to be another contender. No, there's just Alter Ego versus OSJA Thailand. Lucky there's no third party coming in just to steal the points away.
That was a close one for them, because there are a lot of teams around them and nobody made them move to like, okay, we want to be a third party. And maybe they're also thinking to themselves like, okay, if we third party in, great, but then again, another team will third party them. So I guess that's why like some of the teams, like they saw the opportunity, but they tell themselves that, nah, still 15 teams, not as worth it.
It's going to be worth it if for KAGENDRA, who's actually almost, well, they are the very bottom team. They're trying to make a comeback, but they need the points for elimination plus a chicken to make it through for this Super Weekend. There's a lot of work, but they have to be courageous. They have to be bold to take up the step. So whether they like it or not, they have to be carefully try to eliminate some players from the sidelines and not just hiding in their spot right now, because if not, the ranking points will not be enough for them to jump start their points here.
Yeah, so they need to collect them. I'm looking over also at like our usual suspects, right? Like HOMEBOIS, still not making the moves. Probably I thinking to themselves that, hey, maybe you want to be the late game hero again. Or just like how CELCOMDIGI Alliance is used to doing. So we give them the benefit of the doubt right now for like teams like HOMEBOIS, the KAGENDRA, for them to show themselves up at the later stages of the game. eArena on screen here. Okay, because of their 4 eliminations earlier on, so they have hit 61 points. It could be enough for them to be safe and see them again tomorrow.
Yep. For the middle pack, though, there's going to be a lot of grinding. The closeness of the point gap is really, really small. The margins are extremely reachable, so they have to be on their toes right now and try to get as much advantage when it comes to elimination points. They cannot sit quietly on their hands as well. It's pretty much on they are pretty much in the same boat as the team at the very bottom. But for 7-9, they are the one in the dire need of points than the rest of the teams that right above them. But right now, things are not doing so well when it comes to their positioning.
Yeah, so at some point they really need to bring in the points, because the longer you wait, great, you can come in later, do the CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but bodies for them to shoot, bodies for them to get points out of won't be as many. So let's see what sort of strategy are they going to cook up here, especially like what you said, the middle pack teams.
I think it's safe to say I do prefer B group versus C group yesterday. The pacing is a bit more faster compared to this one. This one is a bit more tactical, a bit more orchestrated when it comes to approaching to team fight for the teams of A group. Maybe because they are veterans, they're heavy hitters, they know that they can afford to make mistakes, but unfortunately we do know KAGENDRA is not that great when it comes to CQC, and they have to fight against one of the best teams out there, the Xaviers.
Well, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, they say, even if it's the Xavier. The Xavier, they're playing without Lamborghini, so they could be an advantage for them. But look at the tactical of the Xavier, they're not going to make it easy for their opponent. Now for FaZe Clan, not easy at all for them. They bump into SEM9.
Dap managed to take down Duke. FaZe Clan, they are on the rise when it comes to their performance, but unfortunately losing a lot of men. Not really a lot, just one player. But that's going to be 3 touch. Managed to take down on Kenny. Oh, SEM9, they did not see this one coming. But unfortunately for both teams, they are quite close to the blue zone. And one of them even got burned off. And it's going to be stage number 4. Still going to hurt at this point. Nari, as per usual, will be hopeful to take down on any players of SEM9. But unfortunately, they are very slippery for the players. Managed to escape by a very, very close second there. The moment the blue zone hits them. Now Kanari is on the chase. They are on the hunt to go for SEM9 players.
He's going in for Firen. Okay, but behind, the other players of SEM9 following up. And now they have arrived as well. 3v2 with Canary and Macaris. Both of them pretty low on health. They need to find a space to reset. They deploy those smokes. Nades will be set across by SEM9. No splash damage at all. But this nade could be big. Ooh, a little bit too short still.
3 touch just arrived. 3 touch will be the game changer for them. And here comes a vehicle running down on Dap. But Makaris will be having the trade-off here. For SEM9, it's going to be 2v2 since 3 touch has arrived. Firen, on the other hand, he whiffed it. He whiffed it where he wasn't supposed to be. But 3 touch on the other take every golden opportunity he can. While Kanari and Makaris will actually try to revive his teammate. While we back to eArena, or happen to be on the heated smoke and just been cornered down the side of the Vikings too. They got at the foot of the hill, and this will cover them temporarily for the revive.
Man, I have to shout out the 3 touch from the fight earlier on. But anyway, now we have Vikings, eArena. Joker is healing up. Tiger X will buy time for him by launching this nade into the smoke. It did not connect onto Vikings, but the objective is just to buy time. And now Tiger X with his own nade. We move to OSJA Thailand and Alter Ego.
Oh man, OSJA Thailand, the moment they got just a glimpse of hope. Rap pull, that's brutal by Rocky May. Coming in with a shotgun just now, right at the backside. It was a perfect timing to give some support, but I want to see what happened to FaZe Clan. Because last we saw strangers suddenly appear out of thin air to be the third party, and now they're in a tough spot. They barely got the time to reset. 3 touch have to carry this for the team. They lost Makoris. Kanari tried to revive. Oh, that's a brutal way to go. And 3 touch now all by himself. Strangers Esports, speaking of perfect timing, they just happen to be there to wipe everybody off.
3 touch. Here we go, launches the nade across, but they all know where exactly he is. Strangers Esports behind him, right in front of him is going to be Team Flash, and Team Flash, they're a team that likes to lock out other teams. This is going to be their specialty here. Tops will be at the front, gathering information with his buggy. What Bows sends a nade across on the 3 touch, and it's a surprise to that 3 touch is still alive.
And he got barricade, a solid barricade with those exploded vehicle. Not gonna be long enough. He got 3 vehicles to just cover himself at tops. Casually just pulled over. Are you kidding me, Top?
Oh, don't,
Are you freaking kidding me? So casual. Zeus next, and that's gonna be a double crossfire. Finally, 3 touches down. What was Tops doing? He just so casually, like right at the beach. I'm gonna park it here, pulled over. It's gonna be a sunny day, just casually walking over. My God, that was too relaxed.
You know, it's a month of Ramadan, right? So I got a Husnuz on here. Maybe he's out of gas. So yeah, it's like, oh no, out of gas. Oh no, bad position. Oh no, deal with it. Oh no, eliminated.
And he was like, do I get back in? Do I get out? Do I back in? Do I get out? We can see he's a big panic, but we've done that for now. Back to his side of KAGENDRA is getting a good run this time. At least they're surviving, and TODAK off angle. Hazel trying to give some tension and also pressure on the off-angle side. The rest of RAQ spotted out that smoke. The moment they tried to just spray it over, there's some counter fire from the other end. I think that's going to be HOMEBOIS. Without their knowledge, RAQ surprised by the sudden attack of HOMEBOIS on the other side there.
Ooh, interesting. So at this stage 5, 9 teams left. HOMEBOIS still with the full team. Same goes for TODAK. So let's see what they can come up with. Now, for RRQ, they have to win the fight against TODAK. Hazel is still bleeding out. Lapa tries to buy time by spraying from afar, while his other teammate Nabeko makes a reposition, and Lapa got multiple knockdowns, but it's actually Nabeko the catalyst of it. But Nabeko fell.
It's just a bit too early for the pre-fires with the shotgun just now. Laporte arrived and now he got to go through within that thin spot. Oh, it dissipates. It's going to be a clear view now, but Laporte couldn't clutch it out. We have to give it to the side of Lynx. What a well done outplayed, outmaneuvered just now. But it's not done deal yet. TODAK, they have to reset quickly because there's so many teams too close to it where they are trying to get themselves recuperation.
And for HOMEBOIS, still want to clear. No elimination points yet for HOMEBOIS, but they're starting to collect placement points though. But they need a lot more than just placement points. Okay, but the next circle might force them to make moves here. And HOMEBOIS, they're moving towards TODAK.
And the circle seems to be just shrinking into the center where Vikings and Xaviers are already in there. HOMEBOIS, on the other hand, keep the fire going. They keep on dropping those nades to the side of TODAK. Real, he was lucky to survive that double nade down just now. And he was quickly enough on his feet to just run away. But Team Flash spotted out CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Where would they be? I think it's going to be on the south side. Maybe not even the circle. We don't see any CELCOMDIGI Alliance in here.
But we have TODAK and HOMEBOIS. CELCOMDIGI Alliance might come in later, but they have 2 players, so they'll play a little bit more chill for now. But by TODAK, he sent the nade out to HOMEBOIS. The splash damage did take away a lot of damage from HOMEBOIS. They got our boy.
Oh, kid. Really low HP, 10% or 15% down there. There's no way they can actually try to revive a boy. It's too big of a risk. They cannot jeopardize their entire team to save that one particular player. It's just have to abandon him entirely. But for Mela, here comes a golden nade drop down on Viking. Despite their slightly a difficult angle and slightly a lower ground compared to where Vikings are, still managed to just clip down on one and even get the revive on Lobby X.
And for Strangers Esports, okay, while they're recovering, okay, they're going towards Viking. And Bin, and now all alone, he's not able to save his teammate. Here comes KNS, and that's Vikings eliminator number 8 with 4 elimination points. Back on the TODAK and HOMEBOIS.
Yep, and we're having this scuffle between HOMEBOIS and TODAK for quite some time. I hope they have enough resources to last long enough to get that chicken dinner, because right now we don't see any smoke, any hand grenade on 9. How about the rest of the other players of TODAK team? But on the different side of the map, we have a different fight entirely. But for TODAK, they lost 9 just now. He's on the ground, taken by KAGENDRA. This is going to be a 3-way fight between TODAK, HOMEBOIS, and KAGENDRA now.
Yeah, KAGENDRA, they want the points as well. They wouldn't mind to be part of this fight. Strangers Esports, no longer part of this game. They just have been eliminated number 7. They managed to score 7 elimination points together with it. Now, Cleon, okay. He's trying to make that surprise, perhaps. Okay, no. Okay, he's trying to stay clear for now because he knows that KAGENDRA is actually coming in.
TODAK got sandwiched between 2 sides. They're so close after all. KAGENDRA. There's also HOMEBOIS at the back. Which one they should focus on? TODAK, there's no way out of this. This is too much. They're being trapped down, but it's going to be TODAK being eliminated just now. Unfortunately, despite they got a couple of knocks, it's not going to be enough. Due to KAGENDRA and HOMEBOIS just ham them down both ways. But for KAGENDRA, with that advantage, didn't stop shooting straight line where HOMEBOIS standing and where TODAK was just now. Now, Ichan, he can just easily execute 2 plays at this point.
And there you go. That's exactly what he did. But they still don't know where Helton is at. In the vehicle, on the back seat. Just by the edge of the blue. The blue should stop. Okay, yeah, it stopped just right beside him. And now it's his move now. He pops that smoke. That will give the signal to KAGENDRA. He's still there.
Oh, but next, KAGENDRA already on their quick feet to go against CELCOMDIGI Alliance. You don't see a lot of them. It's actually still outside of the circle. The only team inside of the circle is only Team Flash. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I think Team Flash might actually get the chicken if all the other teams still trying to go for the hunt instead of getting into the center.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 players left for Team Flash, it's still very doable for them to score another chicken dinner. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, on the other hand, now they're stuck with 2 players from KAGENDRA on the outside of the circle. Around the mansion area, Xavier is the one on the inner side. So they will be playing the gatekeeping role against these 2 teams. But Team Flash, we have seen how good they are with gatekeeping. They would love this sort of position.
Speaking of love, KAGENDRA would love to have more points. They're the one at the very critical position at 24th, last place. But these Xaviers are visited by CELCOMDIGI Alliance first. Alec Luke getting on 1. He's very good CQC, but Levi is there to save the day. KAGENDRA, here comes the cleaners. Easily wiped off 2 teams at the same time. Not yet. D-Zave is barely hanging on, but KAGENDRA, this is yet their best run. And if they can score this chicken, it will be very big contribution towards their overall rankings.
Well, here comes Team Flash. They're sending nades into the building where Xavier is at. And not a team that likes to stay calm, stay put. They see an opportunity, they want to take it. Want those points in. Atu comes in with the DBS. He's on the lower ground. He managed to infiltrate the building.
Oh, Achu knocked down the moment he got Bridge, and then Casper tried to do some damage control, but then another one! Casper is on fire! He's the one that actually tried to win Nova against these Xaviers, but he needs to go for the reload. There's going to be one more player of these Xaviers they have to deal with. It's going to be Levi who denied Porridging down there, and it's going to be still the Xaviers. Almost got eliminated entirely, but HOMEBOIS going to say goodbye for now. Levi, he denied the points just now from taking by KAGENDRA, but the Blues will not be merciful anymore. DBS in his hands, getting out of the window, trying to make a turnaround. Oh my god, Levi, what a clutch!
Oh, but it was short-lived because Team Flash came in, and now they managed to score 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Team Flash is the team of the moment.
The only team who was in the safe zone and in the circle. And just know, you know what? We're just gonna play the waiting game because we are smarter than the rest of the team. We know how to play this game and get the extra 10 point of the chicken. But for the Xavier, Levi, that was huge. He was at advantage against KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA, we see improvement. Definitely a huge one. But if only they scored that chicken, it will be a big contribution for the overall rankings. But it's just the CQC that seems to be slightly difficult for them against that one player of the Xaviers.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. He put up a very, very good show earlier on. But the one that stole the show away is going to be Team Flash. 3 players towards the end to score the chicken dinner. And this time with 9 eliminations to come together with it. So that's going to be 19 points for Team Flash. The most damage dealt by Zeus. And Zeus, we did see a good performance earlier on. It will highly likely be him again as the MVP. Of course, we're going to get a confirmation after this once we check out the highlights. But this round, well, towards the end, it was explosive. What a good round this was, just right before the extended break for Team Flash. The chicken dinners back to back. We're surely going to see them in the Super Weekend after this. So you gotta stay tuned to the Super Weekend. Smash Rule is still going to be online. Now, for the highlights.
Well, I have to say, stepping up an entire new level, the whole region is going to be Vietnam this season. We've seen these Avies back-to-back chicken before, and now Team Flash's turn with 1,974 damage. But if you compare with all the others, they actually dish out the damage most out of all the other 4 teams.
Yeah, not hitting the 2,000 mark, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. So great work there for Team Flash. Other than that, our top 4 teams is the Xavier, KAGENDRA. They need to put in a big performance in the remaining few more games to have a chance to be in the Super Weekend. Strangers Esports, again, coming in with a good performance in this round. We should be able to see them again in the Super Weekend.
Yep, I'm looking forward for their performance when it comes, especially Sunday. I cannot wait for this Sunday because I'm super excited with the new format here, especially with the Smash rule going on. How things will actually turn out, we're gonna have to wait and see whether these guys can actually handle the huge pressure of that Smash rule in this Sunday. But nonetheless, we're gonna have to give it to Zeus. I mean, this guy is so good at getting information, and not just that, he is a full package for the team. You want him as a scouter, he's perfectly well balanced when it comes to gaining information. His firepower is amazing. His game sense and teamwork is remarkable as well.
Yeah, you want good hairstyle. You know, he does know how to come up with a nice, gorgeous looking colored hair as well. So he's definitely a full package there. A full package that brings Team Flash 19 points in this round with the chicken dinner, followed by the Xavier 13 points. Still pretty nice there. KAGENDRA 11 points. Only 3 teams with the double digit on top. Other than that, HOMEBOIS, good work this round. Managed to bring in 7 points. Same goes for TODAK with 5 points. So these teams, of course, they're the highlight teams because they did not enter the Super Weekend last week. But HOMEBOIS, they need more than just 7.
It's a good thing that not too much of a difference when it comes to the first page and second page and when it comes to the match rankings, because it means that not many teams can ended up with a 0. The only team without a point this time, a bit awkward for us, but it's going to be Boom with 0. The only team without any point in this match.
Yeah, Boom Esports, though their overalls aren't too bad, so they are still okay, but we will confirm the overalls right now. So on page 1, because Team Flash got a double chicken dinner back-to-back, they are now in the podium spot here. Number 3 as of now for Team Flash, pushing down CELCOMDIGI Alliance to 4th place with only a 2-point gap between the 2 teams.
But for I don't see KAGENDRA yet, so they're still on the last page. But Alter Ego slowly climbing up. Like I mentioned before, 60 is going to be safest bet right now. But VOIN Donkey slowly get pushed down as well. They should be biting their nails at the sideline. Team Secret too. I mean, slowly they're losing their group there, Cloud. At 13 now. I mean, oh, so close.
Yeah, and they can't do anything about the points, right? Okay, 52 points by Team Secret. Okay, on page number 2, okay, New Era, we know that they have been pushed out. But 4 games to go, we still have Vikings, SEMBILAN, SEMBILAN that can still collect points. Even HOMEBOIS, they probably have a chance if they can tune up in the final 3 games.
Yep, the margins is pretty close when it comes to the teams of second page and the last page. The middle pack will have to really grab everything that they can, probably just try to push everybody out of the way to be at the very first page. First page is always going to be the most comfort zone, but I feel even the first page, 6th place downwards is not safe either. Anybody can still catch up to you.
Yeah, not at all. It's very, very scary now. 3 more games. Can you imagine that you cannot play? You can only watch and hope for the teams below you to not catch up. It is insane. They're probably gathering together somewhere while waiting for iftar, and then at the same time just shaking, just hoping for hopefully that team goes out, they'll just be shouting among each other. I mean, it is just what it is, right?
Yeah, for the teams that can't do anything anymore, they're just going to observe and pray and hope that, the teams that are close enough will go down easily after this break, because we're going to head into a slightly extended break. See you guys after this.
across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Dacia Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Evil mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Fong Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PDP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับ DX Levi แต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và gọi là thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับ เพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับ พี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah. 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi. 1000 mungkin. Karena benar-benar baru kan. Tersisa aku doang di BTR, jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah. Kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON. Bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu. Cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara. So senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับ เพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับ แล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับ แล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวเลยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับ เพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
Can you hear me?
Let's go.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the 2nd level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the 2nd floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base, The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn TODAK kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to TODAK.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih Todak sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. Todak.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim selalu beria lah. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi 1000 mungkin karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu. Cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara. So senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
talk about Flash, Team Flash, a team from Vietnam who not only shown 2 chicken dinners today, but also consistency, getting 8 points in the second game that they didn't get chicken dinner. I'm Tashman, your host today for the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. We are hitting the 4th game very, very soon. But before that, let's talk a little bit with Zeus, a player from Team Flash. First of all, how are you feeling today?
Zeus, thì bây giờ là em cảm thấy thế nào?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui vì bọn em đã được 2 cái top 1 rồi.
I feel happy because we just got 2 chicken dinners.
You know what? I would be too. I mean, especially since last Super Weekend didn't really go exactly as planned. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So, you know, I talked earlier about your chicken dinners, your 8 points. And, you know, despite not being able to get the chicken dinner, you guys still managed to be consistent. So, not only are you guys insanely good last week during group stage, but also this week you guys are bombastic. What changed between then and now?
Tuần trước thì các bạn cũng thi đấu rất là tốt rồi, nhưng mà tuần này thì các bạn còn bùng nổ hơn nữa là mình có 2 cái cơm gà và 8 điểm trong trận 2. Vậy thì các bạn đã thay đổi điều gì so với tuần 1?
Thì tuần 1 là bọn em cũng có bị lỗi vài phần, và sang tuần 2 thì bọn em đã cải thiện nó và thay đổi nó tích cực hơn ạ.
In week 1 we make some mistakes, so moving on to week 2 we try to improve.
All right, so, you know, right now, I think also when you talk about week 2, right? Zeus last week, I think Jay Hunter called him the stabilizer for the team. And I loved hearing that because that's exactly how I felt watching him play last week. He is the guy to really come up on top, go get the team through clutch situations. Now, when in this week, what I see from Zeus is that impact maker, big numbers in terms of damage. So what exactly changed in terms of how you play? Is it a difference in terms of confidence or you guys change your strats?
Thì vào tuần này bạn đã có sự đóng góp ảnh hưởng rất lớn với đội và mình đã gây ra rất là nhiều sát thương. Vậy thì so với tuần 1, mình đã có thay đổi gì về lối chơi không? Hay là có thay đổi gì về sự tự tin trong mình khi mà mình thi đấu?
Thì bọn em có thay đổi một chút về lối chơi, và so với tuần 1 thì bọn em bị lỗi nhiều, và tuần 2 bọn em cải thiện nó, cho nên là bọn em đã sử dụng được tận dụng được những cái mà bọn em đã bị lỗi trong tuần 1 và khiến cho bọn em tự tin hơn ạ.
Compared to week 1, when I make mistakes, for this week we make changes to our play style a little bit and improved, fixed our mistakes. Therefore, it also boosted our confidence.
Okay, so there was a fixing of mistakes as well as boosting confidence, which I love, by the way, because you can really see it in your first game today with that 2 chicken dinners. Now, let's talk a little bit about Xavier, because Xavier, your fellow Vietnamese team, also right here in the top 3 with you guys, right above you guys as well. So, do you guys have anything you say to that team?
Bây giờ thì mình hãy nói một chút về Dingo Xavier. Thì Dingo Xavier cũng đang nằm trong top 3 và xếp hạng ngay trên các bạn. Vậy thì không biết là bạn có lời gì muốn gửi đến team Dingo Xavier không?
Em muốn gửi tới DX là chúc anh bắn bùng cháy hơn.
I want to tell DX is that I hope that you can perform more bombastically.
Aw, I love this solidarity between teams and nations. I love that for them. Now, final question. So today is this is the final day before you can secure a spot to that Super Weekend. Last Super Weekend, you guys only managed to scrape by with only 2 points, so it wasn't the best of situations for you guys. So does this strong performance that you are seeing today boost your confidence, or do you still feel pressure knowing that, you know, last week didn't do too well?
Hôm nay là ngày cuối cùng để mà có thể giành được suất vào Super Weekends. Thì tuần trước thì các bạn đã thi đấu cũng không quá lý tưởng, và như vậy cái sự mà thể hiện rất là tốt vừa rồi thì có giúp các bạn tự tin hơn không, hay là mình vẫn cảm thấy áp lực do tuần 1 mình đã không thi đấu quá tốt?
Tất nhiên là bọn em sẽ thấy tự tin hơn ạ.
Of course, we will feel more confident.
Okay, more confidence. Confidence is key, which shows in aggression and shows in points. That's exactly the theme we're seeing for Team Flash. Let's see if they can continue in our next game, match 4. On to you, casters.
Short and sweet coming out from Zeus' side, despite of being short when it comes to his answers, not that short when it comes to how incredible he was in the game.
Oh, and I like how Yummy had to video bomb that interview earlier on. Yeah, and Pombe was like, he video bomb, but he doesn't video bomb. You know, he's keeping it chill. But yes, Team Flash, what the day has been for them. 2 chicken dinners so far out of 3 games. I mean, what else can you ask for, right? So far, the entire week in our group stage, the Vietnamese regions have been doing very well.
And I agree. When it comes to this season, we can see how they have been rising up the occasion for the entirety of the region. We talked about not just, I mean, the Xavier is no question asked. They've always been on top, one of the best in Southeast Asia region overall. When it comes to consistency, when it comes to, you know, putting it up on the table. But Team Secret, Team Flash, this is a huge upgrade compared to the last time we saw them.
Yes, and let's also forget the fact that CELCOMDIGI Alliance also scored a chicken dinner earlier on today, since we are looking over at some of the best moments from the previous round. But you can't take it away from Team Flash. Now, this will be the biggest question, right? Since we are heading on to 3 more games, the last 3 games of the group stages. Of course, for Team Flash, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, we're definitely going to see them again tomorrow, but it's still a question mark for teams like HOMEBOIS and KAGENDRA.
Oh, especially these two, I agree. I mean, it seems a bit harder for them to actually really get out of the trench of the very bottom. But Alter Ego and OSJA Thailand, I mean, compared when it comes to firepower, we've seen more on the side of Alter Ego. When it comes to the points, average eliminations is on their side too. None of them getting their chicken yet. For OSJA Thailand, I don't know if they still have that PTSD against Nate T of the Xavier, but hopefully it's going to be a different case for the next one. But when it comes to top 4 rate, OSJA Thailand do have it better compared to Alter Ego.
Yeah, even though like the stats do favor Alter Ego, right? But overall, it's still OSJA Thailand that does better. Like 15th place, 16th place, we're making a comparison. Maybe also to add on to the formula, right? Like Alter Ego, they did not make last week's Super Weekend, so the pressure is definitely onto them. At least for OSJA Thailand, they did one Super Weekend and they did fairly okay. So not as much pressure as Alter Ego. Down to the last 3 games, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel, Miramar will be coming up next. 3 games to go.
Yep, but you know what? We also want to re-inform you guys, if you don't know about the grand finals, it's gonna happen the next week, starting on Friday, Saturday and the Sunday at IOI City Mall around the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center at level 3. Make sure you entry in from the east side. It's gonna be free entry. So if you guys happen to be in Malaysia or nearby Malaysia, this is a good opportunity that you can get good places to eat, walk around, watch cinema, and also watch especially the PMSL Southeast Asia Spring 2025 Grand Finals. But when it comes to more big announcement, don't forget it's today, Cloud.
Yes, it is right now. As we speak, I'm actually updating my game, and I can tell you, with this update, when you get into the lobby, there will be a new background, a new wallpaper for you. So you definitely want to have that as part of the new update, which is the new team mode together with it as well, the Golden Dynasty, in conjunction with the 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile. So this is the time for you to make your update while you still have your meal, probably having your dessert by now, and let the update just run, so that when you're done with your meals, when you're done with the show, which is the 3 more games, you can continue to enjoy the new update.
Speaking of what's new and what's not, it's not going to be news anymore, because we have, of course, thank you so much for TECNO collaborating with us this time, a brand that really understands what gamer needs. So if you guys are curious about what kind of device the players are using right now, they are using this device that you guys are watching here right now. It's going to be the TECNO, where they stop at nothing. And this is the POVA 6 Pro 5G. It's not just having a fast processor, it's important. It's also have the 120Hz ultra smooth display, so you don't have problem getting your target straight. And also it's going to be a very good, extremely the best gaming experience. Also responsive, very responsive and lag free. So try it out yourself, especially during the grand finals. I hope there's a booth that actually the audience or the anybody that comes into the venue can try it out themselves to have a feel of it.
Yeah, so you want to find out, make sure Grand Finals is happening next Friday until Sunday. But which are those teams that will make it into the Grand Finals? Could it be from any one of our predictions?
At least I hit one. But I feel like we're probably gonna jinx the team now. All the teams that we mentioned in our predictions so far did not perform so well.
Well, except for CELCOMDIGI Alliance though, so still gotta give it to them, Yeah, we're definitely gonna see them in the grand finals. I mean, if you hit 2 super weekends with like a performance like first place last week, surely they'll be in the grand finals. It's a matter of what will be their starting point. But of course, we're going to talk about that more as we go through the super weekend. Right now, it's all back to business with the 3 games remaining.
Speaking of, with only limited amount of games there is, we talked about the teams that never make it to any super weekend before. Now, FaZe Clan have a high chance to get into it. We do know with such a rocket shooting performance coming up from FaZe Clan this week, kind of solidify their position to be in this super weekend. Now they have to do a lot of work to catch up for the rest of the team into the grand final slot, since they have a chance only once this time this week.
Yeah, so it's going to be really tight, right? It's going to be really tight now. I guess right now, right? Like the teams on top, you know, like those Xaviers, like those CELCOMDIGI Alliance, yeah, cool, all right. But 3 more games, I would personally like to give focus more on the teams at the bottom, especially the teams that did not make it into the first super weekend. It will be a more interesting observation for us to see whether they can perform and make it out into the top 16 or not. And one of them is actually a SEM9.
At the very brink, but we're looking at whether they can actually push in the very last few minutes here, because we're gonna head over to our last e-wrangle in the group stage, and the last one for them to have another shot to get the best e-wrangle points to get into the super weekend. Without further ado, let's fly into the last e-wrangle of today.
The fight resumes after the break. Who will continue on to be the team that gets the chicken dinner? Here we go. It's going to be e-wrangle, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're going to get a southern flight path this time. That means teams who like to drop on the north will need to travel a fair bit. It's going to be a very different flight path as compared to our first 2 e-wrangles today.
I'm going to keep my eyes tight, locked onto these AVs again, just in case. You know, especially when it comes to hot drops, there might be some teams that will try to forcefully take out players early on, knowing that this is going to be the last e-wrangle map. When it compared to Miramar, it's a bigger map. It's more difficult to have some hot drops towards all the other teams. Some of them will go super aggressive in this last e-wrangle map to get into the super weekend, especially the teams at the very bottom.
Yeah, the scary ones, right? At least like some of the scary ones, we do see TODAK, they're going to get to drop into Novo very, very quickly. My eyes are on the OSJA Thailand and also Outer Eagle around the area of Milta Power. Red Bull seems to be shooting onto Outer Eagle. So that's going to be something that we're going to observe on whether there will be any casualties or not.
We do see Outer Eagle drop himself quite early. Straight away going for the loot. Oh my god. It's no man's land except for Team Flash. I mean, Team Flash had a really beautiful circle in the last one. Got himself back-to-back chicken. I'm not surprised if they can even score a hat-trick. If they go straight to the northern side, Stalbert is super vacant. But Rosemary, we saw how early he dropped himself. He managed to get the first blood. Not really translate into a point yet. He managed to get a knockdown.
But we might see the first blood here in this round. Oh, speaking about first blood, here we go. Octa. He has a shotgun. Our boy has nothing. That's surely a free point for Octa.
Bad news for Homeboys. We do know it's already difficult enough in their position here, and to lose this e-wrangle map this early on. Not entirely the whole crew being taken out yet, but to start with some deficiency, that's going to be trouble.
It's going to be another one. Nate onto Conti by Canary. Goes who gets Canary instead. A bit of a trade-off to Team Squad. Chases to the second floor. And he will get a knock onto Dukdido. And now that means that FaZe Clan only has 2 active players left.
A lot of teams starting off slightly handicapped here. There's going to be Homeboys and FaZe Clan. But for FaZe Clan, I mean, they still have a big, a big opportunity to get to the super weekend. Yeah, because of how they are pretty much in the top 16, but close enough for getting the dropout of the top 16 if they keep this going for the next couple of maps.
Yeah, they are okay. 49 points at number 14. But if you look at their closest contenders like Alter Ego, OSJA Thailand, Vikings, even SEM9, even Namspila, even Homeboys, the points are not that far away with the remaining 3 games. So they cannot drop the ball just yet. Now with 3 touch and carries, last 2 players, they have to survive. But look who's around the corner. It is ENAM SEMBILAN.
Macari's 3 touch. I mean, no doubt 3 touch do have what it takes to last long enough based on his experience, of course. But when it comes to firepower, I have to give it to Kanari. They really need him to be alive to make sure they can actually get some elimination points by end of the day or end of this match at least. But Namspila is also the team that thirsty, very hungry for those points there, because when we calculate it, right, you have to add in those elimination points. It's not going to be enough if they just want to play it safe for the chicken.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You have to put it all together. So that's going to be the tricky part here, because it's not only about them, it's also about the other teams that will be gaining those points as well. So they have to make their own respective calculations. If they need to push for elimination points, they have to start it as early as possible within each match.
Now, we do have some swap Richard with Secret of OSJA Thailand, but it's not that detrimental when it comes to the lineup, because we do know Sharper, Gui, and also the Red Bull seems to be the firm main roster for the side of OSJA Thailand. We do know their firepower, especially Red Bull. We don't see the best of them there. He used to be one of the superstar players when it comes to getting the MVPs and Terminators out there.
Yeah, Red Bull, he shined definitely during the PMCL season, and also he shined during last week. We get to see the best of Red Bull this week though. Maybe it's just because of, like, if you shine, then other teams would observe and they would try to play around you. But speaking about playing around, Vikings, they need to play around Namspila.
Both teams in the same boat right now, to be exact. Monty, couldn't actually win it. But here comes Tansky, hoping to make a comeback. But for Vikings, they're left with 2 players. Some casualty on the side of Namspila, which they still have 3 of them. But a lot of teams starting off as a duo here, including FaZe.
Yeah, early casualties, right? I guess it's because of the flight path is like on the south. So naturally, you start off like grouped up together pretty much on the southern side. And that's where we see all these early clashes. And it's unfortunate that it involves like teams that are still trying to crawl out or stay in the top 16, like FaZe Clan, Vikings, Namspila, Homeboys. The top teams like the Xavier Team Flash, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, so on and so forth, they're all pretty okay. And OSJA Thailand, all right, circling around Homeboys. Let's see if Richard actually knows that Homeboys is here.
A bit too much. All the bottom teams just fighting for their life to get a top 16 slot are just cancelling each other out. I mean, is this the reason why they are at the very bottom? They just forcefully try to engage, but at the same time, we kind of get their sentiment. They need those points to push themselves up, but it's too much at risk here, too much at stake.
Well, I guess another strategy is to cancel each other, which isn't a bad strategy, but of course you have to do it. Just like what OSJA Thailand is facing right now against Homeboys. They'll be happy to cancel out Homeboys. Homeboys will be thinking the same as well. OSJA Thailand, Richard will be back up very, very soon as Homeboys still in the building. And this is where they don't have the vision like how we discussed the other day. And it allowed OSJA Thailand to reset.
Sharper reposition himself, going outwards instead. And now they are cornered down in for the side of Homeboys here. It's going to be a 4v2. Oh boy, this is not great. Homeboys at least has got 1. Gui coming in from the back, and Helter managed to fight back against Red Bull. Shamil with a shotgun. Hopefully he can pull this one off. If Shamil can actually clutch. Oh, he's down on the ground. Chop off trying to secure the execution point. But what's left is going to be just Gui and Chopper. Very heavily costly so far. Nobody being sacrificed yet. But if he wants to pick them up, unfortunately, Homeboys, is it still mathematically possible for them with only 2 more remaining maps?
Well, they have to score a double chicken dinner in the remaining 2 matches with a good amount of elimination points in order for them to have a chance of surviving. Let's say, like what you calculated, 60 points is the benchmark. They are, let's see here, 25 points. So that's about, 2 chicken dinners or 1 great round with an okay round. So mathematically, it's still fine. The problem is that the teams around them, the points are not that far too. So that's going to be another problem for HOMEBOIS.
Yeah, all of them having the same mindset as well. Now the circle shrinks into Severny all the way up. I think we had a couple of Severny circles by now, and unfortunately for Alter Ego, their direction were aimed for Stalbert. Now have to reroute their course straight into Severny next, and we're gonna have a lot of thinning of crowd coming up from the southern side of the circle just now. Everybody are moving in one direction only. That means only a couple of teams remaining when it comes to stage 4.
Well, here comes the Xavier onto Sem9. Sem9's the struggling one. But from afar, we got Depp here knocking down Lamborghini. Starting off well. Depp tries to secure that elimination point, but Lamborghini, he has the tree to support him.
Depp and Levi. The Xaviers seems to be struggling for today when it comes to this grouping right now. But Levi has been doing so much work in the last match we saw. I'm not surprised how daring they can be when it comes to taking the risk just to save their teammates. When it comes to unity and when it comes to teamwork, I have to say the Xavier so far seems to be one of the best in doing that. But for Sem9, Dap might want to take this opportunity since they are a bit busy to revive the teammate for the Xaviers.
Still the long range by Dap, put the pressure back onto the Xavier. But the fire back to Dap just to try to suppress him. But anyway, Veteran still able to secure the elimination point out of the Xavier. So Lamborghini is out. The Xavier playing the remaining round with 3 players, and sometimes still their neighbors.
I wouldn't worry too much. These Xaviers, we know they're definitely going to be in the grand final slot. They're not going to miss this super weekend too. But Strangers, FaZe Clan, they are at the brink of it. They cannot afford to be pushed down. The gap, the margin between the teams in the middle pack is just too tight. Meow Meow, aka Mela, Strangers need it as much as they do. They are on 7th spot right now, but they want to just reconfirm the position overall. Lobby Axe, oh boy, this is not the fastest vehicle up here.
And Strangers Esports just got 3 touch eliminated. Mela will be back up soon. And like what you said, this is bad for FaZe Clan. Only 1 player left and they only managed to get 1 point so far. Ooh, scary for FaZe Clan. But opportunity for Vikings, Alter Ego, Sem9 and SEMBILAN.
FaZe Clan didn't get any super weekend last week too, so they need it as much as the other teams now. Macaris need to leave that smoke up buggy. Too much at risk there. But at the same time, he's quite in the center of a circle. This might be a great hiding spot for now. But there will be so many teams who will try to be in the same compound as he is, based on the last circle we saw. And it's not going to be great if everybody else already inside of a circle, except for OSJA. Now, there you go. We get a glimpse at OSJA. Thailand will be the latest to join in the party. But for Macaris, that's going to be tough to hold on by himself.
All the best for him, really. Looking at this kind of circle as well, it's not going to help the situation. Like, everyone's going to be grouped up together because of that Yasnaya lake. That's going to be one factor, and most teams already entered the circle. One of the teams that have not is going to be ENAM SEMBILAN, but Sem9 is going to play the gatekeeping role at the bridge.
Who are they gatekeeping? Xaviers? Oh, there's going to be the fight of the Giants. CELCOMDIGI Alliance versus the Xaviers right now. Parjan on the run. Managed to knock down on 1. But quite scattered for the Xaviers. They are being choked by the, of course, on top of Rosehawk Bridge. So both teams having the same mindset. We want to get to the bridge first. Whoever first might actually win over the other. But Leon DZ will probably need some help before they start to make some action for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But Parajin, this is hard for him.
Yeah, it's difficult. Stuck underneath the bridge here. And without the circle, Zone will come in anytime soon. And his opponents around him. Sem9 has an idea that he's here. I mean, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, okay, passing by as well. Okay, he has to hope that like everyone just leaves and he comes out later. If not, it's gonna be real hard. But Jimmy just doesn't want to let him go.
Knowing this, guys. Oh, Parajan, he should have waited a bit more longer. The rest of these Xaviers already abandoned him entirely. Last I saw, I think they're around almost the center of a circle as well. So Parajan, all meant for himself. You have to survive this by your own.
Yeah, his best bet is to jump into the water and swim right. Now he managed to dock himself, but how much further can he go? Okay, that's going to be the biggest question. And his teammates, they thought to themselves that it's not going to be worth the risk. So sorry, Parajan, you're on your own right now. But for TODAK, sorry, not sorry. They want the points out of OSJA Thailand.
OSJA cornered down, got some elevation, which gave a huge advantage for TODAK. Leon giving the pressure on, surprising them from actually moving forward. But Team Flash is there as well. So this is not great for OSJA Thailand. They're being actually aimed by two sides here. It's two different angles entirely. And TODAK suppressing them all the way, denying their entrance with the help of Team Flash. I don't see OSJA Thailand gonna get out of this.
Yeah. And the fact that they are number 14, it's insane for OSJA Thailand, right? If they bow out right now with 2 more games to go, they still need to collect those points. They're tanking the blue right now. And look at this. Okay, nice bird's eye view. Chopper is still surrounded by Team Flash and also another team. So it's going to be super hard for him. But on screen, Team Flash against TODAK.
Zeus! He made it. TODAK, that's going to be the last of them. They're not safe either. I mean, Boom can take over them anytime. Even OSJA Thai. But OSJA Thai at the brink of death right now. Next we have 6-9 or ENAM SEMBILAN. Nate again.
Wow. This guy's just not giving up, right? Still bringing in the points for the team. But finally, he drops down. Now Levi's has to come in. And it looks like they still win it at the end of the day at the expense of Nate.
Oh no. Levi, he walked himself in a trap just now. It's not even possible for him to save Nate, but Nate did so much work again. Clutch that one out by getting 2 elimination points. But RQ was pinning down that shack just now. So the moment he walks in, that's going to be a done. Well, there you go, Parajan.
I wonder, okay, somebody step on the soap and fall. So, too bad for that. But anyways, the Xavier, I'm not too worried about them, frankly speaking. But a little bit worried for Sem9 versus CELCOMDIGI Alliance coming on the kill feed. But we have Rosemary here from afar, taking out tops on Team Flash.
A bit too aggressive now. Rosemary committed to get those eliminations, going out of his way to not be with the rest of the team inside of the inner side of the circle. Team Flash, on the other hand, Zeus, we just had the interview. Right now, they are on the move. They had 3 men, lost Tops early on, but at least Tops ended up his way in a fashion. Got 3 eliminations and not going empty-handed still. But Alter Ego, we talked about them before. They're not in the sweet spot at all. 16th place right now, but Sem9 and VKE, KAGENDRA is still there. KAGENDRA is still doable, possibly.
Yeah, 4 players still as of now with 3 games, 26 points. Still can break the mark. Still can break the mark here. But let's see what will happen to FaZe Clan. Yep, that is the end of FaZe Clan. Mercury's out. Alter Ego still a full team, 3 points behind them. So it's scary enough for FaZe Clan.
Speaking of scary, eArena still having a fall. Got himself at the borderline. Will gatekeep all the teams coming up from the west side of the circle here. But they're pretty much safe. I don't think they want to leave anytime soon. But some of the Vikings will have to go through the eArena if they want to get into the center. And the rest for RIQ, I don't know whether they want to cut across straight to the center or just going to go up north, because they're quite splitted apart for their teammates.
Oh, they might decide that later after they save GenForce. Knockdown, and they're on their way. Okay, first is going to be Lapa. He has to deal with Bin from Vikings. But looks like they're going to let that one go. It's not going to be worthwhile for them. Sorry, Gen Force. He will be taken out. And the point will go to eArena.
Circle shrinks more. It's gonna be no man's land, only at the rim of the circle. But for Boom, they do have a solid compound to work around with, and they already dominated over that compound and make sure every angle's covered. But the one in the center, it's gonna be an open space, slightly uneven terrain, some bumps and some dits in there. But for RRQ, they have to deal with Strangers Esports, like it or not. Even though they can safely just migrate into the center, but they have to make sure their backside is gonna be cleared. And for Strangers Esports, they can gatekeep KAGENDRA, who's moving towards that direction right now.
As for eArena, they're dealing with VIKINGS now, and they're playing the gatekeeping role as well on the left side of the circle. On top of that hill is going to be 7-9 coming in, and 7-9, nice position to be in. With that here, they'll have a good vantage point against the other teams. But for the Xavier, 2 eliminations, no placement points.
Oh, look at how many teams coming over this side. I don't know why RRQ didn't land in the center. Oh, they did park there. I thought they're going to push all the way to the side of eArena down there just now. But for RRQ, they're going to take around this shack, but they don't want to overstay themselves here. It's not the best place to hide himself from the rest of the teams because it's a very small space. Easily can be wiped out by one hand grenade. So I think they just try to check things out if there are any death boxes lying around. KAGENDRA, on the other hand, I have no clue what are they aiming for, because right now they're just trying to make sure the back end is cleared off, but they're quite separated. Back to a CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Wow.
Here comes the late game hero, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But we shift over to KAGENDRA. Looks like you got your answer, Choo-Choo. They show up. They pick up those points, 2 elimination points for KAGENDRA. And their objective to get into the circle, so far so good. But Casper knocked.
It's a bit shaky for KAGENDRA. It's going to be Alter Ego. Do have some elevations here. They will try to pressure on the KAGENDRA side. But they're just next to each other. It's not entirely getting into the circle here. Both of them pretty much in the same boat. But it's just a different level of terrain. That's it. The thing is, one way or the other, they have to fight. Because the moment Alter Ego want to cut across to the center, it's going to be an open space where KAGENDRA's at. And they're not really in a good place right now. But thankfully, the terrain will cover them for a bit much longer.
Yes, this ditch will provide them extra support and cover from especially Alter Ego. They can't really find a good angle. That's why they're trying to lob nades into this ditch, but the nades are not reaching it. Well, Alter Ego, they need to move forward at some point because they're on the outside of the circle. Guang, speaking about the circle, speaking about the zone, gave himself away to the blue, and VIKINGS is out.
Alter Ego Rosemary. You don't see a lot of elimination just yet. Just 3. It's gonna be Boom always tailing the tails of Alter Ego all the way from the back. But this time Boom going for disengagement. Did not commit 100% to Alter Ego this time. Which usually they're always gonna have a beef or something. They like to tail each other out. But this time I think it's best for Alter Ego to let Boom go and just focus on their survival. Because right now their position is not that sweet for them to have the luxury to overextend those fights.
Wow, speaking about survival, 7-9 fighting for survival. They have the circle as it shifted towards the left side. Within the current circle, 7-9 is the most critical team. Boom Esports is going to come in, and they are right behind, I believe it was CELCOMDIGI Alliance, because last we saw them, they were on the outside. Yeah, that's going to be it, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They're not in the circle yet, so they have to now be careful of the fact that Boom Esports is behind them.
I mean, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, last we saw them just on the very south, right? And Boom seems like spreading out. I don't know whether they want to follow Alter Ego slightly to the north. But KAGENDRA is the one that are in trouble right now. They are the furthest one away from the circle. But back to the side of Boom. Well, it's going to be the clash. CELCOMDIGI Alliance will be their next target. They managed to take a couple of them down and ousted entirely. Left with one last player of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Jimmy is on the run, but there's nowhere to run nor hide. It's just completely open space. But we won't worry too much for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, right?
Yeah, they're fine. We'll surely see them again tomorrow. But for 7-9, still unsure. They have to collect more points here. Long range spray. Put pressure back on Boom Esports. Boom Esports still on the outside of the circle. The blue They're starting to close. That will put extra pressure onto them. Now, where are they going to go? But Bombit, if he can pull off a nice off angle, then maybe they can just come back against M9.
On this side, Boom taking on 7-9 as well. I have to say the reflex coming from Boom is just very quick and clear. They are prepared, but the thing is, do they have enough resources? Did they manage to just reset each other out after that fight? Yummy May managed to open up the space for Sam9. One or two of them being knocked down as well.
Yo!
Yummy May, but it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, Traxy next, trying to take down, finish off Yummy May. But on the other hand, Sam9 managed to wipe out almost half of Boom, but unfortunately, they lost on that one. Boom need to reset fast because next contender is going to be there soon. Alter Ego, on the other hand, managed to be alive and staying alive as a 4.
It's just too bad for Sam9. They still remain on the outside of the top 16. With 2 more games remaining. But the good news for them is that majority of the second half teams have been eliminated. Alter Ego, they continue to collect points. Now 5 eliminations in the pocket. And they're looking for more. The next target could be Team Flash.
It's doable. It's doable. If they can actually push themselves up to the top 10, I mean, it's more solid than what they had last week. But it's going to be Boom, Alter Ego, eArena, and RRQ. All 3 of these teams have full squad except for RRQ. Out of 4 of these teams, 3 of them coming out from the Indonesian region, except for eArena. Right now, Boom, we do know they are capable, more than capable to get into the Super Weekend, but Alter Ego needs this so bad.
Oh yeah, because they missed out on last week's Super Weekend. They could use a chicken dinner now. Hands for you gets Bombit from Boom Esports from afar. Tries to secure that elimination point. There's still Frenzy behind Bombit though. So they cannot just crash in like this. And Yummy is on an off angle on the left side. Hands for you tries to secure that elimination point by lobbing in those nades.
Bombit pretty low now, bleeding to death. Even though they just popped the smoke, but second too late just now. We saw how the bounce of the hand grenade will finish it off straight away. Alter Ego, on the other hand, do have more elimination. This is the best version of them that we're looking at this week. And RRQ, on the other hand, they will try to just hold on Alter Ego's movement, even on the process of getting eArena down. They're kind of stuck in a corner right now. eArena all clustered up together in a very small shack.
Yeah, bring pressure down. And we could potentially see an all-Indonesia finale. But then again, right now, Hazel will need to survive this. He is alone here. And multiple angles from Alter Ego, especially from this high ground. Lapar is going to come in, but what can Lapar do?
Oh, this is not great! Almost close to getting a double nade down. Another one, and that's just sealing the deal. And C taking up Frenzy, leaving the teams with only 3 left. But Alter Ego still have a 4. Will they finally bounce back?
This could be the moment here for Alter Ego, right? 4 players still active. Let's see how will they deal with RRQ. RRQ, they somewhat have the circle as well, but they're pinned down to the corner. As for eArena, you can see them on the other side as well. I wonder if Joker will pull off something. Okay. I guess he's just going to play the healing game and might give himself away to the blue.
There's no way he can climb that up and try to survive what all eyes easily can see when he's trying to climb himself up across that wall. So Joker, is all about timing here. It's going to be RRQ versus Alter Ego. They are fanning out. E8 players and C2 is still in the game. Nobody focus on eArena. They actually will be the wild card that will actually mark as a third party between these two teams. Rocky May going in for the charge, while Rosemary taking on eArena all by himself. He knows what he has to do. The back end is just Rosemary to take it on.
And RRQ, oof, here comes Hans for you. From a nice angle, spotted him out, and that's going to be Napeko down, and that is it. eArena, last player left is going to be NC2. Unless an insane clutch comes in, it's definitely going to be Alter Ego. They are not unstoppable, and they will charge in on the NC2 to end the game. One bait, NC2 fires back, he got 1 knockdown. Can he at least secure this point as a bonus?
He did, and he will, but the nade! What What the heck? That was 5 seconds too late. But it still wasn't the flawless, but they finally are back in the game. Welcome back to PMSL SEA Spring 2025 Alter Ego.
That is Alter Ego fighting back for their slot into the Super Weekend. Almost a perfect game for them, except towards the end, but they don't mind giving away that 1 point towards eArena. It's not going to be a big contender for them to survive. As long as they got the chicken dinner for themselves, that is what they were looking for.
What took them so long to be amongst the top 16? How the Fallen suddenly arise in the last minute here at the very last Erangel. But when it comes to the final blow, it's all about coordination. I have to say, this is the best we've seen Alter Ego throughout the entirety of this season. And the first time we're looking at them playing as a team.
And it's not only about the chicken dinner, right? They got a good amount of elimination points together with them. And as a confirmation, it is 11 elimination points, so 21 points for Alter Ego in this round. This could be a big comeback here for Alter Ego. They cannot afford to miss out on this Super Weekend. As long as they can get into the Super Weekend, anything can happen. We might still be able to see Alter Ego in the Grand Finals next week, as long as they're able to get, again, into the Super Weekend. And then we'll talk about the Smash rules. And then we'll talk about the points collected to be in the Grand Finals. Alter Ego, welcome back to the PMSL Southeast Asia. Finally, after a disappointing many rounds, we do see them here with the chicken dinner. But hopefully it doesn't stop here. Hopefully there's more, just like how we can show you more by these highlights.
Oh, what a long tournament for Alter Ego to finally come back at the very last minute. And it's nice to see Alter Ego and Boom across the top 4 teams now. But eArena, I mean, this is going to be the underdog team that nobody expects. Maybe they'll be incredibly strong when it comes to the grand final. Hopefully we get to see them. And also Team Flash, such consistency.
Oh yeah, Team Flash today still, although it's not a chicken dinner, but then again, they're pretty safe up there. And again, with another top 4 performance for Team Flash, yeah, not too worried about them. You can even look at these stats, right? That Team Flash, the only team with 3 digits damage, 942. Hasn't been the most active, but still able to survive to the end. So they are just showing that they are flexible. They can play the gatekeeping role, they can play the elimination role, or they can play the survival role.
Oh, it's been a while. We finally got him back after such a very quiet season for Alter Ego. We saw their downfall. Will they bounce back? Can they carry forward? But MVP this time, no question asked as per usual. Rosemary is back here. Yesterday we saw how he silenced the lobby when he pulled such a big clutch against Team Secret, and finally we get to see him across this board.
Oh yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while for Rosemary here. I mean, the stats don't lie. He's still the heartbeat of the team. Now, when it comes to the more important stats here, the points. After Ego 21, we got eArena 13 and Boom Esports 13. The double-digit club. SEM9, 5 points. Vikings, 4 points. Okay, at least those are the highlight teams that are on page 1. So those teams, they are still vying and eyeing for survival.
But at the very bottom, unfortunately for Homeboys, this is going to be tough for them to come back with only 2 more Miramar maps. But mathematically, it's possible. We talked about how the small margins between the middle pack and the very bottom is not too far. So it's still doable as long as they have the drive for it.
Oh yeah, 2 more games. They have to keep their chin up, right? It's not all lost yet. Now, overall rankings, this is where it all matters. Okay, page 1 teams, okay, that's fine. But Alter Ego, all right, with that chicken dinner, now they are on page number 1 and number 8 with 67 points. So they are now really healthy. If I were to look at these stats, eliminations, they're pretty nice, but they can work on their rank points, maybe in preparation for tomorrow, because it's very likely we'll see them now with the amount of points that they have collected. The page 2 teams, depending on who we are looking at, those teams could be in jeopardy.
The only team at the top 8 without a chicken here is going to be eArena. That shows how great when it comes to the consistency as well. Now, that should be not underestimated by the teams on the top 8. But this is where things get a bit spicy. OSJA Thailand, a bit shaky. Only 2 points different. FaZe Clan. I have to say, all the second page, none of them are safe. Maybe it seems to be a bit fair. BTR. Kind of okay. We did set the marking point of safe zone around 60. VOIN Donkey, a bit shaky. They can't do anything about it. TODAK is still doable for them to push their numbers up. Team Secret in a very critical zone here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Team Secret 52 points. They are only 4 points. 4 points away from a Vikings. Well, okay, new era. They're not playing, so we're going to put that aside for now. SEM9 can also catch them. So this is real scary. ENAM SEMBILAN can also catch them. So Team Secret, they are still shaking right now with the remaining 2 teams. They'll be hoping for these teams on page number 3 to be eliminated early so that they won't get pushed down.
It's all about praying and wishing now. They cannot do anything more for Team Secret. But for the teams that's not finishing off their run, KAGENDRA, Homeboys, KAGENDRA will be slightly difficult. Is it still doable? That's the question.
2 games more, 29. That's 31 points. Yeah, they have to come up big next, okay, in the second last game. If they go out early, then maybe the last game won't matter for them. But what matters here is our top 4 strategies, the teams that use the most smokes. And wow, look at RRQ 51, way ahead of Alter Ego.
Really smoking for RRQ all the way with the smokes. But the least amount of smoke is going to be on the side of KAGENDRA. You know what? I feel like this portray a lot when it comes to performance. All the teams that have lesser smokes being used, not utilized as much compared to RRQ, that's why they are one of the top teams. They utilize the smokes as much as they can and try to be more aggressive. Now, other than Team Flash getting a double chicken in a day, so far we have all the different flags waving except for the Thai region. And this is going to be their map.
Yes, the last 2 Miramar maps, right? So it's going to be interesting to see if any of them were to be able to come up, rise to the occasion and come up with a chicken dinner. But for all of you, in case you have not updated your game, I have just updated mine. It's fully updated and I can tell you it is in right now. Log into PUBG Mobile right now to update the game to receive the Golden Moon event as 7th anniversary edition in conjunction with PUBG Mobile's birthday. And inside of this new update, you can collect Times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free. And you can also try out the Desert Boat. Obviously, I didn't have the time to try it out because, yeah, we're still running the show. But all of you can do that during the intermission and let us know your experience. Don't forget to hashtag PUBGM370, hashtag Golden Moon 2025, and also hashtag PUBG Mobile.
Next up, it's gonna be all the big updates here today, 7th of March it is. Alan Walker is back for all of us to enjoy some music with the game. If you remember the first season, the song sound like, I'm sorry, but I can't sing because my voice right now is cracked up. But yeah, and also we have Faded. I think that was season 2 of PMCO, or was it later? Whilst the track 3 is kind of still a question mark, we are more than happy and welcoming, of course, our great DJ and musical genius Alan Walker to collaborate with the 7th year anniversary of PUBG Mobile. So you guys know Faded already. I think everybody knows this song. You are living under a rock if you don't know Faded.
Yeah, if you don't know, you can always rewind, to some clips online on social media. I'm sure they're still there, like the music videos and all that, to revisit those audio tracks. And who knows, while you search them, you could search the clue for track number 2 and track number 3. So that's a bit of a tip for you, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking about tips, let's see here. So at least I got one here today. You got one, I got one. Okay, so we're not too bad on our tipping.
Where's TODAK? Yesterday's TODAK seems like drowning. I don't know if TODAK can be drowned, but they're definitely drowned by the performance of A group right now. I mean, like, I don't blame them, because we do know A group, pretty much all the heavy hitters actually in there.
Yeah, a lot of big teams, like how we discussed yesterday as well. Expect today to be a bit more difficult for the teams, especially the ones that are struggling to get into the top 16. So that's something that they need to work out on. I mean, at the end of the day, it's competition. They're bound to meet anyway, so they have to find ways to overcome this. Last 2 games, teams like KAGENDRA, teams like HOMEBOIS, at least Alter Ego, they could be out of it. So those teams will need to work it out.
For Alter Ego, I mean, they have some relief a bit temporarily, but they have to be extra careful, because right now we talked about how close things are between the teams in the middle pack down to the very last down there. Still within reach for the teams that are still playing here today. But for some teams, I mean, especially for MAQNA Esports Club, who's not playing here today, I have to say we can't see them in the grand final. There's no way in for them anymore. But for the others, there's still a slight chance, a slight hope for them to get into the grand finals here. But when it comes to teams like HOMEBOIS and KAGENDRA, how aggressive they're willing to be in the Miramar map.
Yeah, they have to go all out to collect as many elimination points as possible. If not, it might be too late for them. Another team I want to point out also is SEM9. Though they got into the Super Weekend last week, but they ended in number 13 on Super Weekend. So if they don't get into this week's Super Weekend, there is still a risk that they might not go into the grand finals.
Everything can change for this Super Weekend, really, Cloud. I mean, some teams might get relegated from this Super Weekend, not even get a chance to get it twice. So the teams that actually had it once, whoever did whatever in the past in last Super Weekend, nothing can be changed. But they can, for the teams that get into this Super Weekend, change so many things, including pushing down the teams that had last Super Weekend. Imagine that happened with so many teams struggling to be in just this last Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And it doesn't help the fact that we only have like 2 weeks of league stages. It's going to be pretty tight. There's no further comeback here after this week. That's it. It's locked in. The teams will move on to the grand finals. Just like how we will be moving on to match number 5 for today. Of course, we're going to switch up the map onto Miramar, the Dusty Dunes. Without further ado, let's see if the Thai teams can rise up to the occasion. Fly in.
We're going to go for second last map. That's going to be the first Miramar of the day. Second last map of the day. Here comes your top 4 damage. You can see across the board who's actually dominating when it comes to the biggest map of the Sandy Dunes, but slightly southern side of the flight pop. Not really favored too much if the teams love to drop around El Pozo or Cradle Field, but maybe the circle will surprise us and ended up around that area.
around the area of Elpozo. We haven't got to see that yet this week. We have been seeing a lot of hills outside of Los Lunas, that area, or even like a northern circle, but we haven't seen an Elpozo yet. So if we get to see an Elpozo, that'd be great. And if it's Elpozo, DJ would love it because that's a regular drop spot. So they wouldn't mind a bit of Elpozo. But of course, we're also going to observe some of the other hot spots as well to see if there would be any potential clashes. Picado, Chumasera, looking at the drops, looks like it's going to be all clear for Homeboys and Kagendra.
Hot drops seems to be not possible for now. Everybody's just going to mark their territory and make sure everything is safe. Except for OSJA Thailand. We're looking some stacked up together. But yep, we have left side Mountain Way, which seems to be very important here. Power Grid will be the best place to land on in this side of circle right now. Kagendra dropping around Picado, probably going to go straight to Power Grid. Walls are queue, and we have visitors ENAM SEMBILAN. 6-9ers are dropping right on top of RRQ players, but they're probably going to part ways the moment they almost land down. But will be first blood here. Not really.
Yeah, at least they separated, right? So that's fine. Since obviously RRQ, they landed first. So it's not wise for anyone else to try to challenge them. Anyway, for ENAM SEMBILAN, they found a vehicle around Hacienda de Patron. So that's objective secured. Get the vehicle, get to your regular loot spot, and continue off from there.
Just to review again, I mean, ENAM SEMBILAN, they did get into the first Super Weekend, but they were the very bottom, only scored 1 point for their league points when it comes to first Super Weekend. So things aren't so great for them either. They need to get both Super Weekend here. And for the teams that never been to Super Weekend, we talk about HOMEBOIS. Of course, they are in jeopardy. Strangers Esports seems to be more solid this time to get into the Super Weekend. They didn't get last week as well. FaZe Clan, shaky, very shaky.
Absolutely right. And they didn't make last week's Super Weekend. HOMEBOIS, okay, they're throwing in everything right now. Frankie is going to come in here for the Mirama match, and they need everything. They need everything in whatever they can change to hopefully change their fate as well. They need to put it in. And at least they have a good start in Chumasera as well. No other team is going to challenge them. So right now, it's up to HOMEBOIS on how they're going to manage the next step.
I think Sam9. Oh, wait, Yuhai and Kenny. Yuhai finally in. Welcome back. And for Sam9, there's a great spot for them with this sort of circle. Montenegro seems to be very vacant, and they are the only team. We have Mika in as well. That will have to take a bit of a rest. But I think as long as they actively moving inside of this circle for Sam9, there's going to be a no problem for them to survive for the top 4. A different story if we compare it with teams like Alter Ego and Broom. Last time we saw them since yesterday. Since even earlier today, the rivalry between these two is just never ending.
Alter Ego and Boom. Like even in the overall charts, look at their rivalry, quote unquote rivalry, right? Like 67 points, 66 points, number 8, number 9, just next to each other. But if they can hold hands, you know, and be happy with their relationship, you know, accept each other as they are, you know, don't question each other, have trust, you know, all the relationship things that I can't really relate nowadays. You know, they can both go to the Super Weekend together.
Hopefully that's going to be the case. It's been a while we saw them to fight for the trophy now, especially Alter Ego. Last time we saw Boom booming up there. But for this particular map, of course, the second last Mirama, HOMEBOIS and KAGENDRA. If they got eliminated early, that's going to be game over for them, especially KAGENDRA, since they are the least amount of points down there. They cannot even die without any points. They cannot afford to do so.
Yeah, no negotiation for KAGENDRA for sure, right? In their current state. So let's see what they are able to come up with. Sam9, I also want to point out that the fact that they put both Yuhai and Mika subbed in this round, and hopefully for the next round as well. This is the dynamic duo during the Geek Fam days when they were playing together when Yuhai was on loan from BTR that time, and that gave them the success during their days in GigFam. So hoping to replicate that again. But we're also going to highlight onto Rosemary here on screen. Look at his stats here. Average eliminations. He is top 2 average eliminations with 1.9.
What went wrong? I mean, these are the lineups. Except for Rocky, of course. He was from Morph early on, transferred to Alter Ego. But the other players of Alter Ego has been playing together a long time. I don't know. Maybe there's some miscommunication between Rosemary and the rest of them. Maybe Rosemary is the type that just took the liberty and just do everything without communication, take the charge. But at the same time, I mean, they have been together for so many seasons by now. I mean, playing catch up again for every single season seems to be a bit daunting, don't you think?
Well, I guess they just need a major refresh, right? So when I'm saying major, perhaps a lineup change kind of major, but of course that can't be done right now. They have to just go through the motions and wait for the next transfer window before they're able to do that. Because there's always been this talk about the community and also a lot of different commenters saying that the lineup isn't really gelling as well. So if we were to look at that from that angle, then a major shift. Now, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here to the coach, right? So it's his first season with Alter Ego. So perhaps this is his evaluation season. And when it comes to the next transfer window, he would have a clearer idea on what to change.
I mean, I wouldn't put too much on the coach. Yeah, the coach did play a major part. But if you compare with the previous few seasons, when it was their downfall, when Boom was on the rise, right? The same thing happened. It's always Rosemary on top, but the rest of them are nowhere to be seen. They will come back and bounce back alongside with Rosemary. And that happened a bit later during the league season. And bad news for them right now, the league cut short. They only have 2 weeks. No more 4 weeks, no more 3 weeks like previous seasons. So they don't have time to, play catch up that much anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's more that happens behind the scenes, right? But I'll let the gossipers out there to maybe spill the beans a bit here and there. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's if nothing much changes, I guess at the end of the day, it's really down to the players, because as much as the management or the coach can try to tinkle things on the outside, inside the game, it's these 4 players that will decide on how the game will be.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for Sata Wish though. But we're not wishing for any urban warfare thanks to this map. Right now we're going to have the very nice San Martin high mountains, open space for the next few circles. So this is going to be tough. Power grid, like I mentioned before, is going to be a hot spot, maybe a choke point for some teams, especially those coming from the very south.
Yes, this is going to be interesting, right? When they come down from the south, they will need to face those hills. And we all know in Marama, hills at this stage, there will be teams. Just like OSJA Thailand right now. They have this hill, they see Boom Esports, but because it's a very hilly area, Boom Esports can still navigate around.
Yep, everybody try to fight for the high grounds of St. Martin Mountains here. Whoever get that first will take the biggest advantage. But Nate, unfortunately, cannot pull off his flashy plays anymore. I think look from CELCOMDIGI Alliance put him down. And I don't think he can get anybody to revive him just yet. Ben from Vikings taking on RRQ and Sam9. This is going to be a 3-way war.
Oh yeah, and it seems like on the elimination feed, a war is also happening elsewhere. eArena, one of the players knocked down, and we saw as well that one of the players of RRQ eliminated. Nate T finished off by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Conti takes a lot of damage from a very far distance.
I think that's probably going to be SEMBILAN, possibly. That's right across the other side of the street. Last time we saw the multi-eager Rosemary on the hunt again. Now, it's all about the others to step up. It feels like Rosemary the only one that's craving for those elimination, craving to pull it out of the trench where they not very safe before. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Lamborghini in trouble. D Xaviers twice in a row now. They're losing a lot of men way too fast.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Normally we see them later on the game, but this time they could start it off a little bit faster. And they are able to secure a couple of elimination points. Whereas for D Xavier, kind of noticed that Lamborghini, he hasn't had a good personal day. A lot of times he was eliminated early.
Yep, him and Porogin today. We've seen a lot of Levi and Nate T for today's spotlight. But unfortunately, Lamborghini, I think he must be devastated. We do know how hard to make that person, Lamborghini, to smile a bit. Imagine if he's hypercritical about himself too. So hopefully he can cool things off to go for the last Miramar map later. But for Porogin, he's trying to redeem his teammate, his fallen teammate before. Hopefully to get some damage control, even some elimination against CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But they have to fight it anyhow if they want to cut straight into power grid.
And without the circle, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Anyway, now we can see CELCOMDIGI Alliance moving on. And they are scouting for their next checkpoint. But there are so many teams around them as of now. Look at this, another team on the left side, and that's going to be FaZe Clan. Circle continues to move up north. So they have to play around this very hilly area. And a lot of teams inside power grid. I'm going to keep my eye on that area.
It's going to be a huge choke point there. Strangers Esports just cutting across on top of power grid as well. There's going to be like, what, 3-4 teams stack up together on top of power grid. But it's still going to be a huge map, so there will be some distance between them. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, one of those teams around the southern side on top of power grid here, cutting across St. Martin. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they might have to be extra careful. They've been pinned down for multiple times, but thankfully, nobody being executed just yet. But these Xaviers, they are on the run right now.
And CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have to find their next spot. But definitely not inside of power grid. Look at this. We have KAGENDRA and FaZe Clan. And who knows why the teams are actually monitoring the situation. Nate sent across by 3 touch, while Mercurius will take up to Tito.
Casper. Ichan is pretty low himself. I think he needs to reset. Yep, he's going to be okay. I'm going to play a bit of peekaboo against FaZe Clan. Now, FaZe Clan, they cannot afford to lose this one. Whatever it takes, they have to win this. But KAGENDRA cannot lose at all. For FaZe Clan, there's some space for them. Hey, there's still another game. They still can actually do it. But for KAGENDRA, there's no return point for them. If they want to go in, all in. But if they lose the entirety of the lineup, that's going to be it. It's going to be so much impossible to get back into the top 16.
Yeah, but at the same time, they must bring in the points, so they must take this fight as well. So here we go, KAGENDRA against FaZe Clan. At the same time, on the mini screen, we have Sem9 in a fight against Team Clash. They just lost Baron.
Now back to a side of KAGENDRA. I do wish they actually take elimination from long range fight, but their CQC, I mean, not that solid that I know of. Hopefully they can actually make us proven otherwise. That's a nice toss by Achul, taking it on 3 touch. Now they will have to find the rest of the others. FaZe Clan. Casper tried to find at least an opening down there, but it's just so difficult. It's like working in the maze.
Oh, and Chopper knocked down somewhere else. Multiple fights happening elsewhere. But we're going to put focus on the KAGENDRA because they are a hot team in a hot soup right now. Now FaZe Clan, your Canary up on the second floor with a shotgun. Might not be the best weapon from that angle, but it's okay. He does have an M4 as an alternative. Circle-wise, it went down. So this compound is still valuable.
Oh, man. FaZe Clan still holding on. I'm surprised it took so long for KAGENDRA. The moment they got it knocked down, they were a bit taken back. Now going straight for the push here, knowing the fact that FaZe Clan do have lesser numbers. But if they overstay themselves, TODAK will actually take the lead. And even Sem9, the last time we saw them, they wanted to be the third party. But Sem9, I don't know what their plans are, but for TODAK, they want to take this advantage. This is what... Never mind, there's also CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Make it 3 teams eyeing out between FaZe Clan and KAGENDRA. Oh, KAGENDRA, you have to survive this.
KAGENDRA now surrounded, and they're still not done with FaZe Clan, so that's just so annoying for KAGENDRA right now. They can't wrap things up yet. And other teams are coming by. Oh man, this is going to be hard for KAGENDRA. Anyways, they're still as a full squad, so anything is to happen for KAGENDRA. They're still navigating around the ground floor while TODAK is closing in.
Oh, they were too hesitant, overthinking on sort of KAGENDRA. But that flash will blind them a bit. Ichan have to fall back. But their back is nowhere for hiding anymore. It's going to be the rest of TODAK now trying to keep them on their toes. Unfortunately for FaZe, they already been wiped out, taken out of the equation. Next is going to be TODAK wiping off KAGENDRA. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, do they want to be part of this as well? KAGENDRA, Lily Boys on the ground. Casper down to 10% of Asia. Achul almost knocked down as well just now. But back to a set of links. He's trying to find any opening, and Achul been knocked down as well. For the side of KAGENDRA, this is looking very bleak.
Oh, look at this. It was CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They won a piece of this fight. They have arrived as well. Now Real fires across. He managed to get one out of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But Real shot from behind. Oh man, this starting to get messy. SEM9 even coming in.
This is a 5-way war. And we thought they were fighting KAGENDRA. Out of nowhere, CELCOMDIGI Alliance get knocked down instead. It was way too early for them to step into and try to bridge in. Don't tell me Strangers Esports want to be part of this too. How many teams just have to sacrifice on top of this compound?
Oh man, at this point, might as well. Everyone just come to Power Grid and just end the game at stage 4, right? This is crazy right now. Strangers Esports looking at the situation, telling themselves that do they really want to get involved right now? They have 65 points. They might want to go for it. Okay, let's see later. But right now, inside here, KAGENDRA is still alive.
They're surviving. They managed to reset themselves. They lost one player, only got themselves 6 eliminations. This is what we're talking about. But back to it, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. That's going to be the last member standing. It's going to be Jimmy. Two of them. Jimmy and Olio is still there. Now, I'm waiting for the third party. Well, we look at Mela. It's Mela we're talking about. Of course, he's going to put the business into his hands here.
Circle! That compound is still in the circle, so the fight will continue on, right? Okay. Anyway, like what you mentioned, Mela is still there, still sniffing out the situation. Back into the compound where we still have 3 different teams here, including CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Oh, they're now surrounded. This is a graveyard. I mean, yeah, we have graveyard in this tournament, in this map, but there's going to be a power grid graveyard. So many teams are being sacrificed here. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Jimmy and Leo now shot into a corner. It was KAGENDRA in that spot before. How things has turned around. But they are running low with their resources for KAGENDRA as well. Also, Ego seems to be in a very fishy place. They're being eliminated by SEMBILAN. eArena also seems to be engaging. But back about KAGENDRA, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they are here. But hey, Mela called his troops coming over. I'm not even surprised strangers want to take a part of this.
Oh yeah, they can come here anytime soon. They're tapping from afar. Look at this. Mela got Jimmy OP with his car L from the distance. Right now they're trying to find Olio, but Olio with the escape play, but from behind, it has to be Mela to break them down.
Oh, Mela. Now SEM9. Oh, this is never ending. Oh, everybody just go power grid, please. You're more than welcome here.
Please, come on. Where is Team Flash? Where's eArena? Now, come on. Might as well join in the party, right? We end the game here.
FaZe, TODAK, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 3 teams eliminated on top of what we're watching here right now. It's going to be either Strangers Esports or SEM9 or KAGENDRA here.
Come on in, homeboys. Might as well, right? Found a mini screen, we have another fight elsewhere too. Okay, we're gonna zoom in onto that later. But for now, putting back focus onto this compound is gonna be Mika getting Casper from KAGENDRA. Achul blind spray into the smoke. And Mika will finish off Casper before that. Achul will be knocked down. Now KAGENDRA only down to 1 player. It's gonna be Chan.
Hey, Chan holding on to this angle. What's a super spotted? No way! You high! Check your corners! No! Oh, that last KAGENDRA player. Playing hide and seek now, aren't we? Oh, Ichan. Ichan, don't move, Ichan. You're doing fine. The smoke will cover you for a bit. Oh, they know.
here
They
comes.
know!
And it has to be the dynamic duo of SEM9, Mika and Yuhai, the last to survive from that fight. But we move over straight to Pool Esports now against Stranger Esports. RMC from the higher ground. We had KNS on the other side as well. Zero in it, pick up on bed. He launches a nade, but the nade a little bit too short, but enough to buy him time to revive his teammate, unless this nade will eliminate the bounce.
Ooh.
Survive.
The bounce. Oh my god! Speaking of worst timing to be in the vehicle, Zero down to 1% of HP. I think Strangers Esports just now, they were taken by surprise by Boom from the back when Mela was a bit too busy in being nosy on top of that power grid compound. But now Zero managed to fight back on the C, and he needs to revive Pombe. There's only 2 of them, but KNS will not allow him to do the revival. It's just next to him, but Frenzy will take him by NC2. And never mind, it's actually Yuhai. Here comes KNS. He's put out Pombe. One-on-one. Strangers bowing down with Boom laugh.
From the lower ground, Pombe made a big comeback there. Oh man, okay, we have to move over now to eArena versus ENAM SEMBILAN. And we have Hope with the jump shot. He tries to land it. Sakura is taking his time to heal up while NC2 tries to buy time for him with the SLK. And NC2, still from the lower ground, able to win it for his team. And he will continue to survive.
We had that battle for such a long time on the southern side, which was around Power Grid. Finally, we get to see slightly around outskirts of San Martin on the northern side. eArena. NC2 will revive Sakura. Well, Homeboys is just waiting it out. They're just gonna gatekeep this.
Yeah, Homeboys, they'll be like, yep, we'll stay out of it. But Homeboys need to remember as well, they need the points. They have to be involved in fights. If they stay passive, yeah, they're gonna collect play some points now. We got 6 teams left, but it's not gonna be enough for them. So Homeboys, they have to take action soon.
Lesser bodies for them to take as points here. Now they slowly try to get those eliminations here, but a bit too far now. They have to cover themselves at the back first. I mean, their back is not cleared off for them to actually focus on what's in front. Here comes Sakura's nade that's greeted the boy quite heavily. Exchange of hands when it comes to nades. Sakura and NC2, 2v4. But Homeboys have no clue. There's only 2 people there.
Yeah, they don't have the vision because of this hill. Right now, they can kind of gauge with the amount of nades being tossed at them. So they're prepping up their own nades. Okay, here we go. Where will they launch? They should launch out to Sakura. Okay, launch out to NC2. Both for the NC2, but both overshot.
Just a glimpse of information will be more than enough for eArena to know exactly where to toss those nades. They have the information based on the trajectory, but Sakura down to 30% HP. Oh, what a nade by Shamil. Go time for Homeboys. If they are hesitant, it's gonna be a waste for them. Now they spawn out the last player. Here comes a spray from a boy with a Scar L. And finally secures 2 points in the bag. They will be in the top 4. Homeboys, can they still shoot their numbers up?
Oh, well, this is that moment here. They have to make it happen. But look at the minimap. Oh, we have Yuhai here. From this angle, Yuhai will fire. But Yuhai's just teasing. But oh, Yuhai! Now dropped on the outside the zone.
Leaving only 1 player of SEM9. Things are not looking great, SEM9, to secure this chicken since the numbers against them. Not enough manpower. But on the side of Homeboys, it's doable. It's possible. OSJA Thailand as well. SEM9 and Boom on the other hand. Last we know, Boom was Pumbit as the last player. Can SEM9 Mika at least secure a couple of more eliminations? Now he is the leading one when it comes to SEM9's elimination points. 6 by himself.
Not gonna lie, that was a rather ambitious move for Yuhai. But okay. Anyway, there's still Mika, but there's no Pumbit. It's gonna be Red Bull finishing him off, eliminating Boom Esports at number 4.
Watch your time. I have a feeling SEM9 Mika might actually go down first. But it's all down to whether they're going to be proactive for Homeboys now. Like it or not, they have to be very crazy, aggressive to shut down on Mika.
Yeah, they have to do this one right now, right? Pick up maximum points together with the chicken dinner. They have 4 points right now through eliminations. OSJA Thailand also a full squad, so they're going to be the scary one. Mika could be the kingmaker.
Frankie. Here comes OSJA Thai as well. They start to spot out probably some 9. The closest one to 7 right now is going to be Gui. Just right on top of Mika. But due to the slopes, it's going to be difficult for them to visualize on Mika here right now. He got himself some palm trees to take covers from. But that vehicle will give him away. I think Red Bull knows exactly where Mika's at, but he needs the backup because they have no clue regarding Homeboy's position.
Yeah, they don't know Homeboys. They definitely know Mika because of that smoke. So that's the team that they need to be aware of. Anyway, now with that smoke, they launched nades onto Mika. 2 nades did not connect. He is still okay. The Molly did not connect as well. And now Chopper, he's trying to find an angle, but it's just so hard to get Mika.
Chopper. Homeboys. Feels like he lost direction on what to do next. Try to spread out thin. Try to make sure every angle covered. Nothing and nobody is behind them right now. But they're still overthinking, doubting about getting into that rim of the circle. Whilst Mika, I think this definitely will give him away. There's nobody parked the car like this around the trees. So I think Red Bull knows. But the problem is Red Bull is unsure how many people around that vehicle right now. A boy. They saw. Got Richard down. Will they move forward? That's it. A boy managed to shut down on Richard. It's go time for Homeboys. They need those points.
Yeah, and they don't have the circle, so they have to move. I wonder, do they have vehicles? It looks like they don't, but might not be too sure about that. Anyway, Mika is still going to stay quiet. Now it's going to be Homeboys firing onto OSJA Thailand. But again, because of this hill, it's so hard for Homeboys to get their target.
A bit too hesitant. Now here comes Frankie just driving over. Knowing, hey, it's all empty. Now the rest of Homeboys now can push forward. Knowing that it's quite vacant up there. But they have to be careful about their flank side. Because Red Bull will have his eyes watch onto lock on Frankie right now. They know exactly where the rest of OSJA. They know 2 of them. But they have no clue about the other 2. And surprisingly, Mika still hold on.
Oh yeah, I mean this he has, right? He's covered from 2 different teams. Unless they choose to lob nades at him. But it could be not worth it. Okay, anyway, this nade! To get our boy from Homeboys! OSJA Thailand, let's go!
Homeboys. A bit too reluctant to make a move. Despite they know for a fact they had 1 knockdown before, they still try to hold on their backs at the back. This will be a given advantage for OSJA Thailand. Look at how aggressive they're approaching towards the rest of Homeboys. Nobody tried to pick up on a boy just yet. Frank is just proning over that side while Kid will try to go for the revive. But the Blue Zone has arrived. They will have to neglect and abandon a boy. He's been sacrificed in vain. While OSJA Thai taking advantage, moving aggressively, try to square down the rest of Homeboys. But they try to find Mika as well.
Yeah, we can see Mika starting to move. Anyway, the blue is behind him. He needs to go as well. And now Mika, with that smoke deployed, again, it would tell teams that he's still there. Shamils will get Red Bull.
Dewey. Mika getting on Shamil. Mika, the one player of Sam 9. Oh my god, Homeboys, they had a 4. They had the chances. They were given the opportunity, but they were too reluctant. Now Mika, the solo ranger, will go and fight 2v1 against OSJA Thailand.
And it is the high ground advantage that OSJA Thailand has to take out Mika. But Mika, gotta give it to him as well. He survived to his 2nd place finish when he was all alone in the middle of 2 different teams. He found the right stage, he found the right corner to stay quiet. And he also became the kingmaker towards the end between these two teams fight. So gotta give the weekend to be able to survive that long, but we can't take away the credit from OSJA Thailand to lock in the chicken dinner.
I'm totally going to give it to OSJA Thailand when it comes to courage, when it comes to taking the risk, and when it comes to being bold. They know that they are at stake as well, getting into the top 16, but hey, they know that if they don't do anything proactive, they will regret it later. Compared to HOMEBOIS, they were too much in their hand, having too much of self-doubt despite they had the upper hand before. Despite they have a full squad, I might be too hypercritical and a bit too hard on them, but it is what it is. For OSJA Thai, they have no clue or no information as well, but look at the difference when it comes to having the confidence. Sharper, Red Bull, Gui and Richard, despite Richard being lost early on, Gui and Red Bull as well as Sharper, they took their courage, just charged right in.
I'll be fair to HOMEBOIS, right? I would say that their position and also the terrain really didn't favor them. Like they couldn't see what's across them, so it was kind of difficult towards the end. They tried to march forward, but because of the curves, it becomes a bit too hard for them to even know where the players of OSJA Thailand are at. But that's the advantage for OSJA Thailand. They got the chicken dinner from that, and we'll check out again the highlights from their moment.
Here comes our top 4 this time, a different banner and different flags. Not really different flag, but different logo, except for Team Flash. Such consistency here today. Alongside OSJA Thailand, we have SEM9 and HOMEBOIS too. I mean, HOMEBOIS, there's still a slight chance for them to get into it, but they need to go really aggressive for the next one.
Yeah, they have to come up big with the last game. Chicken dinner and a lot of eliminations to come together with it as a package. For SEM9, because of their second place finish, they should be in the top 16 now, but somewhere at the borderline, so they still need to put in a decent performance on the final match. But it also depends on how the other teams below them perform. Of course, we'll look at the total number just to get a better picture later on, but that's roughly how it will go. For OSJA Thailand, with the chicken dinner, now I'm not too worried for them. Definitely not worried for our MVP Shopper from OSJA Thailand.
Sharper, I mean, this name is definitely no stranger to us anymore. We know him for so many seasons as well, but it's been a while we actually have Sharper up here. It's nice to see him back. 490 damage, 4 eliminations. He didn't waste any of the bullets, don't he?
Yeah, not at all. It's pretty much like 1-to-1. Almost there. 4 eliminations, 490 damage. Yeah, that's kind of like the ratio there. Great job there by Shopper. And 16 points to OSJA Thailand, but SEM9, wow, they managed to get 16 points as well, so that's pretty nice for SEM9.
Yeah, I mean, aggressively with that firepower, switching up with Yuhai and Mika. I think that's a great deadly combination they have for SEM9. And OSJA Thailand, I mean, a shopper from Zerja, in case you guys don't know, from Zerja before. I mean, they definitely have very good chemistry as well. But unfortunately, FaZe Clan, now where do they stand? Because they had brink of it last time we saw them, Cloud.
Yeah, and with the performances like SEM9 and maybe even Homeboys, we don't know right now. FaZe Clan, how are they? We get to know that in a little bit more, of course. And here we go. Page 1 of the overall rankings. These teams, we're definitely going to see them again tomorrow. So not to worry about the page 1 teams.
Undisputed Empires, despite they're not playing here today. That is something, brother. So Team Flash and D Xaviers, they're not catching up to Vampires. I'm a bit disappointed because I was hoping for more. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I mean, we don't worry too much about the top 8 teams, right? Boom is up there. Strangers Esports is up here. EA, RIQ, yeah, fine. Let's go and move to the next one. Okay, Talon is slowly being pushed down. Alter Ego climbing up. Well, we don't see FaZe anymore.
Okay. That means they're definitely on to page 3. Team Secret, 52 points. They're like hanging on right now, right? They're like crazy stressed right now looking at the points. VOIN Donkey now. Okay, they are not playing as of 57 points. Even VOIN Donkey now is in danger.
Oh my god. I mean, the guys that don't really play today. MVKE have a shot. I mean, the points just so close. Last time we saw like what? VOIN don't get around 57. There's only 6 points away, Clown. FaZe Clan pushed down. Okay, Homeboys doable. Definitely doable. But for KAGENDRA and ENAM, I think it's pretty hard for these two teams right now. To Homeboys, there's a possibility still.
Yeah, unless ENAM and KAGENDRA puts in a crazy performance, that's pretty much going to be it for them. I would say the best bet, if I were to put my coin in, it would be Homeboys, Vikings, and FaZe Clan. That is the closest one. I'll still give it a chance for Homeboys in the final match.
Hey, I didn't get my prediction right, but at least we predicted that the Thai teams will actually take over Mirama for the flags. We have all flags here today, Cloud. Finally.
Yes, finally. Yesterday we didn't get that, but today we got it. But what we're going to get as well, of course, is going to be our grand finals happening next Friday until Sunday live that you can watch for free just by walking into IOI City Mall, Grand Exhibition and Convention Center, Level 3 East. And if you're there, of course, do come early. You want to get the best seats in the house. And if you come early, it's a mall at the end of the day. So you can like hang out, catch a movie before it begins, or maybe even after the show, maybe you can catch those midnight movies as well. It's a great dating spot. Not like I've dated there. I'm just saying from reading.
Just find a girlfriend already, bro. I mean, guys, please, if you have any single friends, introduce them to Cloud. Regardless of what he said, I need to see a resume. Just give the number to him, okay? I mean, he needs somebody. He's so lonely right now.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? It's been a while. At most, I can pull in the cats, but too bad the cats can only do pillow with me, but not the pillow talk, if you know what I mean.
I don't want to sound weird, but yeah, I mean, if our producers said, stop it! But yeah, for our prediction, guys, so far, we didn't hit too much. We hit a couple of them, 1 or 2. TODAK surprisingly been toned down, yeah. We got 1 each, fair enough. Strangers Esports safe, but I do... Okay, I mean, like, these other teams, I don't really worry too much, except for TODAK, possibly. TODAK is kind of at the brink of it as well, right? But for... who else? The 40-ish, no, 50s. The ones in the 50s in the danger spot right now.
Yeah, even they are not like safe. So they still need to put in the work. Last game. Wow, the last game matters for a good amount of teams. It's not like, last game, nothing else to play for everyone. No! We still have a reason for a lot of these teams to play. Especially some of these teams that we can see here on screen. Okay, definitely not Team Flash, they're fine.
I mean, Team Flash is more than fine today. They are polished. I mean, we had that yesterday, the day before with Team Secret. I have to say, I mean, we had this question before, right, Cloud? Who will be the replacement if the Xaviers decided to retire? I guess we got our answers now today. But for the ties, if the Vampires decided to retire, who will replace them?
If the Vampires choose to retire, who will replace them? Wow. I mean, that's still quite a bit. Okay, maybe the current FaZe clan. I don't know. I'm just saying, right? Because so far it's their first time. But let's see if they can still prove it in the final game. Let's go.
Last map, last chance. One more to go for them to get the slot in the top 16 with such a tight middle pack. One mistake will just finish the entirety of their hope to be in the top 16 for this Super Weekend.
Oof. That is a scary thought. That is a scary thought. At least as a start, okay, it's going to be a middle path, like cuts across the map, so everyone can pretty much drop to wherever their regular drop spot in. So yeah, unless a hot drop happens, then we might not expect to see like a very, very early encounter, which is good news, especially to teams that are struggling or are trying to hold on to just the edge of top 16.
But at least the flight path being very generous for the players to drop whatever they fancy because of maybe it's the last map of the group stage. But I have a feeling even the circle will be kind, right? Please, the circle be kind. I wouldn't mind the circle, just like how we saw Power Grid was a graveyard for a lot of teams. Power Grid, we had like what, 6 teams? Almost 6 teams. Definitely eliminated there. So yay! But no, Los Leones is still in there.
Not gonna say it. Not gonna say it, okay? If not, the door is that way. But you know what? As much as Power Grid became the graveyard for a lot of teams earlier on, now nobody wants to stop in Power Grid, or at least start in Power Grid.
The last time I saw, I think the Vikings nearby the Power Grid. I don't know if they want to just take it as a spot for now. It seems to be vacant, I agree. Nobody wants to take Power Grid as their early hot drops. But we do have Lynx out, Dimsy back in. Now this is going to be the last map here. TODAK. Oh, this is very, very dangerous what they are playing.
You know what? Now that I think about it, like the most heartbreaking drop will be TODAK. Because they were superb yesterday. They were great, 2 chicken dinners. But if today, all of a sudden, they were pushed down to 17 onwards, it's like, whatever happened yesterday doesn't matter.
I think maybe we can blame it on us.
Oh.
We didn't call it out yesterday, so they were brilliant. And today, both of us doubled the jinx down with our prediction. None of them have the will to go on anymore.
Oh. I take the bullet now, okay? I think we can we can agree to that, okay? Yesterday, you know what? Yeah, we did talk about it yesterday. Right? We were thinking about putting TODAK into the prediction, but at the end of the day, we didn't. And they did a double chicken dinner. Today it's like, okay, first name TODAK. I'm sure it's your first name as well, right? So first name TODAK, and then yeah.
I'm gonna blame our producer for this.
Oh yeah,
At first I was thinking whether I want to blame our producer, Mr. Tiger. I'm gonna call you out. You like it or not? Because I was hesitant when it comes to, should I put TODAK? And he said, "Club put TODAK." Yeah, might as well.
Oh, okay. Then I have to agree. Yes.
I'm sorry, I have to put you under the bus.
Yeah, it's Tiger's fault now. Okay, Mr. Producer.
But hey, I don't know what happened. TODAK, you know what? It's funny and it's a bit awkward to see the only team with the double chicken, because all the rest of the other teams in the bottom page, at the last page, don't have any chicken at all. And they're the only ones that actually have it. And it's 2. Not 1, it's 2 chickens.
I know, right? That's like so sad, you know. That's so heartbreaking. It's absolute fake hope, yeah. It's like, okay, I give you the gifts, okay? let's go for a date, and then you're not my type.
What?
I mean, trying to relate here, trying
Cloud.
to relate.
Just find somebody already. Don't be too picky, you know?
I know, right? You know.
Just go for somebody already. Not cats. Human. Go for humans.
Yeah, they have to accept my babies though. I got 5 of them, so just putting it out there, okay?
Everybody can set your baby.
Yeah. If you make me choose between
This
my
conversation
babies,
now going weird. I
Okay,
don't want to
never
talk
mind.
about this. I know it's gonna go super weird. Can we change it now? Okay, let's talk about OSJA. Now, I think for those who actually have more than 60 points, I think it's pretty much safe right now. 7-9, they're close, but they're not in the 60s. I mean, 60 is always going to be the benchmark here. Maybe it's going to be slightly more for this week because the gap, the margin is just too tight. Yeah, even MVKE around 50, 18th place FaZe in the 50s still. So if they're being eliminated early, I mean, oh.
yeah. I'm just looking at like the elimination feed when we heard the gunshot, right? It's like, okay, is anyone gonna go down? Okay, no, not yet. Oh man, this is so hard, right? This is arguably even tighter than last week. Like last week, like you have like maybe like roughly 3-4 teams, but now you have like more than that. You have like up to like 6-7 teams that could potentially go up and down the chart. That is like crazy right now. One of them, OSJA Thailand. Nah, OSJA Thailand's fine. They can do anything now.
I think it was KAGENDRA possibly shot. Yeah, it was KAGENDRA right next to them. I mean, KAGENDRA, do they feel like they have nothing to lose anymore? I feel like that's going to be the case with them blindly. They have been like this since the start anyway. When everybody got a 0, they're still going to go blindly, just whatever, just go for those fights, whether they're going to have it or not. But not the case for OSJA Thai though. I mean, OSJA Thai, I think it's still safe for them. But there's so many conditions have to be met. You have to make sure at least 2 teams beneath them will be eliminated. Then they're pretty much safe.
I'm trying to do the math here, right? So for OSJA Thailand to go out, there needs to be 6 teams to push them down. So looking at the rest, I don't think we have 6 teams that can potentially put out OSJA Thailand. So they should be enough. I would personally put the cutoff point like at SEM9 below still. Like SEM9, yeah, 59 points. Okay, kind of smiling there. Unless like, okay, SEM9, 13, 4 teams. So 4 teams, Vikings, Baseline, Homeboys. Oh, maybe they just made it.
Barely. Because it's down to Homeboys. If Homeboys can secure around 15 points and SEM9 just got stuck around there, but maybe more than, they have to get a chicken for Homeboys to get it through though. Oh, it's all down. Okay, you know what? We call it on TODAK. How about TODAK? TODAK is the hardest one. The hardest one to make sure that everything's afloat. So, you know what, you guys? It's okay. It's going to be a long game, this one, I know. Because first, A group is more slow pace when it comes to compared to C group, when it comes to engaging fights, because they're more tactical. Especially when it comes to when it's very close margin like this. Nobody willing to make a mistake first.
I know, right? The ones that would be willing to just move and just shoot anything that that's right in front of them are the top teams, because they'll be like, we're gonna see you tomorrow anyway. So let's might as well like just have some fun, you know, just bring in the frags and up our stats for flags.
The thing is, the funny thing that I notice every single season, Cloud, the trend, it's always gonna be the top team fighting against the team at the very bottom for the ending. Now we wait and see if that's gonna happen for this one as well.
Okay, circle time.
The one that don't really change anything, you know.
I want to point out that the fact that the circle went to Chumasera, it is TODAK's home ground. They cannot bottle this right now. If they bottle this with this circle, I don't know what to say.
You see that they're going for the high grounds. If they want to take indoors towards the town of Chumasera, it's a bit more riskier than taking those high ground at this point, because there will be a lot of teams thinking about taking those compounds as well. But for Boom, they are still outside of the circle. Not too far though, because they're just on the outskirts of Los Leones here right now. And the crowd seems to be heavily concentrated on top of Chumasera City. And we talked about how TODAK cannot afford to die anytime now. Not at all.
Yeah, not at all. And Homeboys also not at all. Man, this is going to be interesting, right? But anyway, Homeboys, they turned back, but they still try to tap out onto TODAK just to see if they can get a knock. If they can, maybe they will rush in because they desperately need the points. So both of these teams, they have a big reason to do what they're doing right now.
I personally feel like it's a bit too early for them for the engagement because you are the center of attention right now for TODAK, and it's going to be you opening fire with so many teams migrating towards your direction. All I set on you is like you are screaming out loud, "Look at me! I'm here, everybody, and I cannot afford to die."
Well, they still have to shoo each other away, right? Keep that distance. FaZe Clan! Oh no. Okay, OSJA Talent's here. They have pretty much nothing to lose. They see FaZe Clan, they can go for it.
Are they going for it? Or FaZe Clan? Oh, FaZe. They want to back off. I have a feeling they want to fall back, knowing that there's no team being eliminated yet. It's a bit too risky for them to take an engagement right now. But I think, because they can't see like what we see, right? They have no clue. All the other teams are already centralized around Chumasera. So only a couple of teams, I think OSJA and FaZe Clan, probably also another 1 or 2 teams around Picardo area that's not inside of circle yet. Even if they engage, probably there's no disturbance coming up from any teams. But the thing is, they don't know. So FaZe Clan, they know what at risk here. They're just gonna fall back, not willing to take the risk too much.
Yeah, definitely between them. Oh, behind that thought for a second. OSJA Thailand now and FaZe Clan still at it. OSJA Thailand firing from behind. They got one, they got 3 touch. Oh no, this is looking bad for FaZe Clan.
And they just want to go for this engage, but they're forced to fight anyhow. Makari is taking some support cover fight at the back. Kanari managed to take down Non-Shopper. Now, if Kanari and FaZe, we need to heal up as well. I mean, not too much, not too painful, but it's still stage 3. You still gotta heal up. But at the same time, this gives so much opportunity for FaZe. And despite they were trying to going for this engagement, it was OSJA Thailand that forced them into it. Richard! Waila Richard!
Oh, Waila Richard, you like this? You like this to our friend? Oh man, now FaZe Clan only 1 player left. Oh, 2 active players left, but they're spending time in the blue. At least they're injured players, that is. Ductito and Macaris have to carry the weight on their shoulders now for FaZe Clan.
Oh, Richard. This one, Richard, to make it difficult for FaZe. But they still can't save Kanari. They need Kanari. I mean, 3 touch is great when it comes to navigating throughout the entire map, but at least they need the firepower of Kanari, that we do know that he get such tremendous impact for their performance overall. Oh, please don't finish off Kanari. Down to 2 players. They didn't make it on time, but at least FaZe Clan managed to score 3 points. But they cannot die anytime now. But for Homeboys, oh my god, this is...
Where's Homeboys right now? Okay, they fire back though onto Team Flash. They got tops. Okay, that at least has the signal there for Homeboys. And now we have them on screen. Okay, it's a long range knock. But they still exchange fires though. With KAGENDRA. Where is KAGENDRA? It's off our screen. You got Homeboys.
Oh, this is what I talk about. Trust me, it's probably going to be Xavier versus KAGENDRA by the end of the day. But hey, it's still fun to watch and very entertaining too. Kid and Shamil still survived, so they can hold on. This is what I talked about, whether to go for the highland, high grounds, the mountain of Chumasera, or take the town. If you take the town, you engage way early on when somebody tried to push in. With the massive migration of all the other teams just now, you just attract so many unwanted attention. That's what happened to Homeboys. They're down to 2. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance bumping into Team Flash.
And Team Flash down to 1. But yeah, Team Flash is fine. I mean, they'll be up there. Same goes for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, whatever happens anyway. But with the fact that Jimmy OP is looking at KAGENDRA, He's probably deciding on whether he wants to go for it or not. But since they're all in the circle, maybe they'll leave that for stage 4 before deciding on what to do.
Imagine if Kagendra did wipe up almost 20 eliminations here. And if it got a chicken, that's going to turn the table, don't it? Will it be enough? Yeah, it's definitely going to be enough.
Oh yeah, definitely. And they have the circle, so that's pretty nice. So they can still hold on and decide on what's going to happen next. RRQ passing by ENAM Sembilan. Okay, ENAM Sembilan, they wouldn't mind these points. Who knows? It could be a big round for them if they can start it off with RRQ.
I mean, if Kagendra can actually, we even can think about it, and ENAM Sembilan possibly have higher chance to do it. Anybody can still take the 16th spot here by the end of today. But for Krypton, they have to take one of a very strong firepower team. That's going to be RRQ. Lapa, talk to Nate, exchange of Nate. Krypton going in with the DBS. Have to fall back. Where to hide? Nowhere to hide at all. It's going to be the Baker from the flank side of Angle. Tansky a bit later for the follow-up, but he needs to save Krypton.
Should be able to do with this angle, but RRQ is still pressing on though. And we can see Nepeko up on that high ground, trying to find a different angle to shut down ENAM Sembilan. While Sandara, he is buying time for his teammate. The revive should kick in anytime soon. Crypto should be back up.
Hazel coming in now from the side. Oh, just a little bit to the left. You're going to hit it, Hazel. For ENAM Sembilan, it's a bit too low for Hazel to think about where to toss it. It's going to be Krypton straight on the face there. And dropping Hazel on his knees. Krypton and the rest of ENAM Sembilan, they have to be extra careful because they have another visitor coming up soon. It's going to be Sem9.
Oh, here comes Sem9. Looking for their own points as well, just to stay afloat. Mika knocked down by Tensky. And RRQ, they are recovering as well from ENAM Sembilan. All of these teams playing by the edge of the circle. While Tensky is making his move into the inside of the circle, they will relocate now, but towards Sem9.
Oh! Here comes the clash! Oh my god, what a big accident! Hulk knocked down. Yuhai is on his knees too. Down to Firen versus Sundara. Oh, and Tansky too. Where is the last player of Sem9? Nowhere to be seen, but the shots still keep on coming. That was quite a far away. Oh. That's somebody else. That's Team Flash.
Oh, and that's also RRQ coming in. Firen is trying to get away, but the nades rain onto ENAM Sembilan. ENAM Sembilan eliminated. And unfortunately, it is locked in right now that we will not see ENAM Sembilan in the Super Weekend.
Oh, next target. Is it going to be RRQ? Is fine. Whatever, RRQ. But who are they aiming for? Is that Sem9? Or is it somebody else entirely? I think that's going to be D. Zavis, perhaps.
Oof.
Yeah, it's
probably from far. Yeah, from a very far distance, right? So let's see here. RRQ still tapping away, putting that amount of pressure. But anyway, D. Xavier, whatever happens to them, it's still going to be okay for them. And here comes a GenForce on the other side, trying to take out their opponents. What a long distance.
Bold and Brazen still gonna go for it. They even got, wait, what, Boom? I thought they were aiming for D. Zavis. Where did Boom come out from? It's coming out from the other side, I assume. Yeah, that's gonna be just next to them. Boom is there. Been knocked down as well, and now they shift their target and attention straight to its Boom. The moment they saw one knocked down, they didn't waste any more time for Hazel. And the rest of RRQ, they split into two formation here. While Sem9, Firen is the last player, hoping he can just last long enough. Is in shaky spot. They didn't get any elimination yet, but Alter Ego, I think Alter Ego is safe.
Yeah, they should be fine right now. It will be difficult for them to be pushed down. So Firen, speaking about him, okay, if he gets eliminated right now, no placement points at all, and FaZe Clan is part of our FaZe Clan. They wouldn't mind those points, frankly speaking. If they want to take that risk, it could be out to Firen, but looks like they're going to let Firen go.
Oh my god, Makaris, he didn't spot that one out, but he's gunning straight for Team Flash. Makaris, you're the last player of FaZe Clan. You at 16th spot, don't die. And he's hiding in the bush. Hide! Hide! And there you go. Oof. Good, Makaris. Good, but no! Makaris still.
Oh no. Oh no. They saw him. Okay, it's going to be Leon. He needs to win the 1v1 before the other members of CELCOMDIGI Alliance arrive. Nade on the Macaris. Evaded that. Okay, comes in. He gets Leon.
Got Leon for 1. Oh, stolen away by 9! Are you kidding me? It's clear it must be devastated. Macari's got another one. Wait, Macari's, can he act? No!
They are out. Now they need to hope for Vikings to not perform. Hope for Homeboys to not perform. They are at number 16 now, just by the edge.
Vikings still have a full squad though. The Vikings not gonna die, right? Wait, Homeboys still having a 2. They're still quiet, but they need those points with the nations if they want to do something about it. TODAK, they need at least 10 points, or maybe just slightly over a bit, 5.6 or 7 will be more than enough for them to solidify their position. But Alter Ego, here comes Strangers. This is gonna be the 8 and 9 players. They're gonna be okay, but yeah, I mean, just go for it. Go for it.
Here comes Strangers. Okay, they got Rosemary, the star man of Alter Ego. About the elimination feed, looks like Strangers. Mela knocked down. TODAK, Dimsy knocked as well. Okay, boom, Esports, they got Dimsy. TODAK now at number 15. And they are also banking on Vikings and Homeboys to not perform.
Ooh, Strangers gotten a bit of damage from, I think that's going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance from afar, tapping it out. TODAK. Oh, TODAK with 2 players. Back to Meow Meow. Mela almost got knocked down entirely. Here comes Alter Ego, welcoming the bombardments of Alter Ego. It's going to be Strangers Esports at the receiving end. But at least the slope will bounce back all of the explosions, so they cannot go anywhere with that. CELCOMDIGI Alliance just being the third party that everybody hates at this point.
I know, right? The late game heroes. They always want to come in later. They always want to take advantage of third parties. But it brought them success, so not gonna lie, it's okay. Anyway, Rosemary is back up again. And the moment he stood up, he got that knock against Strangers Esports. But Strangers Esports, they have Boom Esports to deal with now.
Strangers, Mela still knocked down. Nobody pick him up. Lobby, maybe he would try. No, Lobby didn't even reset himself. Kenas down next. Oh my god, there's so many people bleeding now for the side of Strangers Esports for Boom as well. They got some exchange and trade done. Zero knocked on the ground. They're going to go deal with Boom playing fast. Z with the DB, yes! And that's going to be Boom. Down to 2 players, but it's still going to be a couple of them managed to do some damage here. But Lobby X will try to give some pressure. Will they go for revival at the back line? Never mind. Z also focus on the front. So Lobby X finally will try to pick up on their member, Kenas. Well, Mela. No love for you, Mela.
No love from the blue? Yeah, not enough love.
Bye, Mela.
There goes. He'll be mewing in the lobby now. Anyway, time to get away from the blue.
I don't see anybody from Vikings doing anything yet. Rosemary, wait, what? TODAK, 2 players. They need to solidify their position. Cleon finish off hunts for you. Rosemary, take it out. Whoa, it's Alter Ego. It's going to be fine. But for TODAK, this is a huge opportunity. Despite they only have 2 players there. Now it's 58 points.
Vikings is still in the game though. But they need Vikings and Homeboys to push them down. Then they will be out. Anyway, speaking about Vikings, we have them on screen. Conti knocked down. Right in front of them, RRQ again.
Comes a long-range nade. Vikings, they need to survive this and get the numbers up. RRQ, they're fine. But at the same time for Vikings, almost got knocked down. It's going to be Gosu, but they managed to pick up on Conti. He needs to reset right now, but RRQ spreading out quite far, making it so difficult, pinning down the Vikings for even get an entry in.
Here comes the Benko from the other side. But the nade, where did it come from? Oh, it's Gosu from Vikings that naded him down.
Lapa. Oh, Lapa, seems like a perfect angle. I hate to see this, but it's going to be a big explosion. Some of them will take the damage and soak into that explosion. But it's going to be Kwang who's going to die in the front line. Unfortunately for Kwang, Vikings are losing their members pretty fast right now. But Ben going to take the chances anyway. Going through the smoke, he managed to take down on one with that DBS. Ghost is on the ground next. Next is going to be RQ. Jenforce trying to finish off the rest of the Vikings. Jenforce got it with a shotgun. Now down to only one player. Vikings can afford to lose here.
Oh, definitely not. No negotiation now. Conti, he has to pull off a heroic move. He's rushing in with the DBS, going to go in for 1v1 against Jenforce. A little bit more. Can he do it? Yes, it's no. Backstab from the back by Hazel. Vikings is out of the Super Weekend.
Homeboys. Homeboys. If they got extra points for the rank, they'll push down FaZe in the very last minute.
Yeah, the benchmark right now is FaZe Clan, 53 points. We don't get to see much of Homeboys yet, but what we do know is that Homeboys only has 2 players. Okay.
And they are in the center as well.
And they are in the center. They need more points in. Okay, but they're playing the patience game. They're playing just to get past FaZe Clan now.
TODAK, it's I guess it's pretty safe for them right now, but for strangers, I mean, as long as it 60 spot, it's gonna be fine. Because TODAK also have their fate in the hands of Homeboys at this point right now. If Homeboys manage to push everybody else down, but for real, we saw how incredible he can play yesterday. Can he pull off another one today?
Oof. I'm looking at Homeboys' number. They need at least 6 to be on par, 7 to be above FaZe Clan. Anyway, Strangers Esports, they rush in onto TODAK, but Strangers Esports failed to take over this compound. TODAK, they solidify their top 16.
Yeah, over 60 points. They're 100% going to get into the Super Weekend. Now it's all down to Homeboys there to make a change for the rest of the team. Will FaZe Clan will get pushed down or not? KAGENDRA got finished off by the play zone. While they still have 2 players left, but the bodies remaining for KAGENDRA, I don't think it will be enough for them to push it out. Like I mentioned before, we'll be ending with KAGENDRA versus the Xaviers. We're gonna have to wait and see. But for Homeboys, right now they are in critical condition. They still can make it through.
Yes, they need to bring in a total of 7 points to avoid the tiebreaker as well. At least out there in the top 8, they're starting to bring in the placement points. So that's going to be 6 points more for Homeboys. But they have to survive KAGENDRA first. KAGENDRA, as much as they would want to pull off a miracle, there's not enough headcount for them to bring in the points.
For Homeboys though, 48 right now. They just need another extra 6 points to secure. I think it's going to be okay, but Cleon down on the ground. Here comes Trill. It's going to be Boom taking away TODAK. Oh my. This save Homeboys temporarily, but at the same time taking away points for them instead. For Real, on the other hand, giving the pressure, he just blindly sprayed over within that smoke. Pommy is actually around that corner, but he got no clue. But for Homeboys, KAGENDRA is still beneath them. TODAK, on the other hand, waiting for Pommy to just appear out of thin air. Oh, he hit a few steps. He sprayed! He whiffed! Oh!
Pommy dance around like a charm to win that 1v1 against Real. But anyway, TODAK should be safe enough. So now we head over again to Homeboys. There's KAGENDRA still in the same building. And now Kid, he spots out Ponbet. Ponbet will be forced to move because of the blue. He might show himself or he might give up to the blue, denying away the point.
We'll take the point. Homeboys closing. Oh, plays on target. I can't, and that's a disappointment. But he can actually spot out CELCOMDIGI Alliance just on the angle there. But next is going to be RQ SEM9. They're pushing at 16 now. I think they're pretty much 100% safe. But for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, RQ SEM9 seems like a 3-way war. Now SEM9 can easily just rest. Don't tell me that what I predicted will be exactly as these Xaviers or CELCOMDIGI Alliance will be fighting against KAGENDRA for the ending. Maybe.
It's still possible though. But the bigger possibility here is starting to show for HOMEBOIS. Now that they're starting to collect more placement points, we have to take that into account as well. KAGENDRA. Okay, if they can take out KAGENDRA, that's it. They will be through. Mathematically, that is. Okay, but KAGENDRA is just such an annoyance to HOMEBOIS.
49 points. They need just slightly more than... They got their placement points too. But they just need a couple more points to go to able to just get that 16 slot. For FaZe Clan, they're biting their nails, I swear to God, right now. Kid, prepare himself with the DBS. Try to check out the windows just now. Didn't find anybody. But that gives away his position just now. You saw how Purge just repositioned himself on the flank side. If Kid ever to just pick over the wall. He managed to chat down on RQ. That's another point for Shamil. But they need to leave. They need to go. They need to get out because it's going to be the Blues and putting off. HOMEBOIS cannot go down yet. They need one more point or maybe. But they will possibly push down FaZe. But here comes these Xaviers. KAGENDRA, HOMEBOIS. Wait, what?
Oh, Kid got Lele! Okay, that's going to be another point in the bag, but Xavier arrived to wipe them all out. Looks like it's going to be between Xavier and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but CELCOMDIGI Alliance, as usual, they will want to be the third party. They're coming in onto Xavier. They got Paragen. One more to go. It's going to be Nate, but Nate will not go down without a fight, but still, it is going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance for the last chicken dinner of the group stage.
Finally, they got their chicken off today. It's been a bit of a quiet day for CELCOMDIGI Alliance when it comes to the final group stage, yeah. But when it comes to calculations, who will be pushed down to the very end? I mean, we do know when it comes to flexing who's the better team between these Xaviers and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. CELCOMDIGI Alliance just shows and proves, hey, we are the top team. So basically, it's the battle of ego between Vampire, CELCOMDIGI, these Xaviers. These three teams are the top ones right now. Who do you think is the better team this season? Comment in the section below.
Yeah, leave it. Can they also bring that performance not only into the Super Weekend, but also maybe even the Grand Finals? But for HOMEBOIS, they should have done enough. You can see the smiles. They probably got a clue. But of course, until the official numbers are out, but mathematically, they should have done just enough to overtake FaZe Clan.
Oh, they're celebrating. I think that's pretty much obvious now. But for FaZe Clan, can we pan over to FaZe Clan?
They probably left.
Where's FaZe Clan? Where is FaZe Clan? They're still there. They cannot leave yet.
Oh, I thought they showed themselves out the door.
Where is FaZe Clan? Oh, look at them. They're devastated, man.
They know. They know. Now it's a matter of just making it official soon. Anyway, go check out the final blow. Of course, it was a messy fight because like between CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Xavier, it doesn't really matter between the two of them. Anyway, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, as usual, they love to come in towards the end and they scored 7 elimination points.
No surprise, it's gonna be none other than Kluk, you guys call it, but it's actually Adik Luke. So brother Luke, if you translate it, will be the MVP for this round. For overall today, who will be your pick, Cloud?
Oof. Overall today, that's a tough one, right? I think the easy one is to pick somebody from Team Flash, right? So if it's somebody from Team Flash, I guess it's going to be that one and only MVP from Team Flash. Yeah, Zeus with a nice hair. But we'll get a confirmation on that later while we check out the highlights.
What a day to end our group stage with CELCOMDIGI Alliance taking away the chicken dinner. The Xavier is close enough. I mean, it's going to be the big teams up here again with RQ joining in with the most distance out there.
Oh yeah, and HOMEBOIS in the top 4 teams, so that's another testament to the fact that they are through to the Super Weekend. Again, they missed out on last week's Super Weekend. Now they will have a pass to the next Super Weekend, which is tomorrow. They have to make the most out of it, but we have to truly tabulate the scores. Of course, we leave that to our officials to make it official coming up soon. But still, gotta get the HOMEBOIS. The strategy worked. They stayed quiet. They avoided many fights. They know that they just need to do enough to make it through.
Barely make it through. We have to tabulate the scores. I cannot wait to see how much of a difference just now. But hey, it's clock. Adik Luke getting the MVP. There's no surprise for us. This is going to be one of the best Terminator. Well, and I have to say, come out from Malaysia region, I think CELCOMDIGI Alliance has been the most consistent team across so many seasons so far.
Oh yeah. They're definitely up there together with the Xavier as well. I would say these are the very much more consistent ones. Even like Vampire Esports, they have their own ups and downs. Like even BTR have their ups and downs and so on. But between these great teams, I would say we'll give it to one of them is CELCOMDIGI Alliance for sure. Even as much as they change their branding, but still they are as consistent as they are now.
Well, they got themselves 17 points, but I think they're probably still in top 3 for the Xaviers and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, because the last time we saw the gap is quite a stretch between them and Vampire, who stand still at number 1 for this week a group stage. But for HOMEBOIS, my oh my, what a last push we have. But KAGENDRA, unfortunately, that 6 points will not going to be enough.
Yeah, 11 total points for HOMEBOIS. Again, this is just telling the story that they have done enough. But flipping over to page number 2. Okay. So Vikings, no points at all. They had a chance, but without any points in this round. So it's quite clear that they are out of it.
For the Vikings. Well, we're gonna have to tabulate the scores. I cannot wait to see. But just to recap, you guys, teams like Alter Ego, they're gonna get into this Super Weekend. Of course, they didn't get into the first Super Weekend. So the teams that didn't make both Super Weekend would not be in the Grand Finals. Now, Vampire still stand very still up there. Very strong performance. Now, we do have some shift when it comes to 4th place, 2nd place, till 6th place. But Boom and Strangers Esports still stand still at where they are. There's 3 teams without any chicken down there at the top 8 here.
Yeah, and well, Vampire, they held on to that number 1 because the Xavier today didn't really perform. They were the closest contender before the day started, but because they had a topsy-turvy day of a performance, they weren't feeling themselves, so that's locked in. But here it is! It's official! Your top 16 will include HOMEBOIS.
57-56. I mean, VOIN Donkey, they didn't play today. I swear to God, they have a sigh of relief right now. But this means we don't see Team Secret up here.
Yeah, they are down there. So Team Secret bites the dust as well. Just by 3 points, but today they are not playing, so they can't change their fate at all. And that's the sucky part about not playing in the last day, right? You cannot do anything about it.
And worst case scenario, that's going to be MVKE. Didn't make it through this Super Weekend as well, which means they didn't get any Super Weekend at all. So unfortunately, their journey has cut short here. For MEC, last Super Weekend, they got 1 point for their total league points. So I don't know if there's anybody else can compete when it comes to getting to Grand Finals or not. But so far for the Super Weekend, congratulations to our top 16 teams.
Vampire Esports, the Xavier, Team Flash, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, RRQ, eArena, Boom Esports, Strangers Esports, Alter Ego, OSJA Thailand, TALON, TODAK, SEM9, BIGETRON, VOIN Donkey, and also HOMEBOIS making it for the first time. Okay, besides HOMEBOIS, any other first timers? Okay, Alter Ego is another first timer, and that's about it. Oh, Strangers Esports. So we got 3 first timers this weekend.
So the 3 teams that didn't make into this Super Weekend exchange their spot.
Oh.
That's going to be tough for them. But congratulations, our daily MVP was actually Adik Luke from CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who just got himself the last MVP as well. So I'm looking for what they have to bring us for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be super important day.
1 chicken dinner, 1 round MVP, 1 daily MVP. It's all it needs for Ade Luke to become the daily MVP. My oh my. 2 average eliminations, 448 average damage, 0.2 average assist. He's not the assist guy, you know, he's the guy that goes in for the frags anyway. 155 average heal and an average survival time of 22 minutes and 13 seconds. And he will be crowned the daily MVP for today. Great work here. Again, still Ade look consistent for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
What a day here today. But tomorrow it's going to be our Super Weekend, so you guys should stay tuned. And we have the, what you call it again? Cloud? The Sunday one.
The Smash Rule.
Yeah, the Smash Rule. That's going to be very new. Just implemented this season and only in week number 2. So everything will be determined by tomorrow's matches regarding the Smash Rule minimum point. But we're gonna have the interview later on. Who will it be? Will it be CELCOMDIGI Alliance? Will it be HOMEBOIS? You get our first ever taste of Super Weekend. So we're gonna head over the interview with our host on the stage live on ground.
Today is a day of comebacks. We saw Alter Ego just really wake up today, and also a new Malaysian team making it into the Super Weekend. The Smash Rule coming out this weekend. I'm super excited for that. I'm Tashman, your host, alongside 2 Malaysian teams and players who are here for the Super Weekend. I have Olio from CD Alliance alongside Kid from HOMEBOIS. Now, first of all, I'm going to interview Kid. Sorry, Olio, sekejap eh. So, Kid, this is your first time making it to the Super Weekend. You look super excited. You're smiling. Share with me how you feel.
Okay, untuk pertama kalinya lepas ke Super Weekend, kita boleh nampak yang Kit tengah excited. Boleh ceritakan tak apa perasaan Kit sekarang?
Perasaan first time lepas Super Weekend mixed feeling sebenarnya. Kita orang last map tu memang penentu, memang game mental. Kita orang kalau dah lepas tu memang happy. Time main takut. Overthinking dalam game, macam-macam feeling ada.
Of course, for the first time make it to Super Weekend, we feel very happy. But then I would say it's a mixed feeling, because when we play in the last game, it was a deciding match for us. When we know that we already qualified, we are very happy. But then during the match, we feel that pressure.
Alright, speaking of, I mean, you guys barely made it, right? Just by like a hairline of score, making it to the Super Weekend. Now share with me, you said overthinking, scared and everything else. Like, how did you manage that feelings? How did you lock in?
Okay, macam Kit cakap tadi, ada rasa nervous, ada rasa pressure dan sebagainya kan. Tetapi macam mana korang pasukan HOMEBOIS ni boleh overcome benda tu dalam game? Boleh ceritakan tak?
Kita orang atasi benda-benda macam tu. Untuk tim tu rasanya dengan decision sekepala untuk kita orang punya confident deciding gitulah.
Okay, I think if we ask about that specific topic, of course we keep calm each other, we motivate each other. But then what I would say, basically the way that we decide on what things we want to do inside the game is the matters. So basically we have the good chemistry, I would say.
Good chemistry, on the same page. I love to hear that. Now, last week, you guys didn't make it to Super Weekend. Obviously, this week you did. So what was the difference in mindset, or was it just the same throughout the entirety of last week and this week?
Okay, kalau kita compare minggu lepas dengan minggu sekarang, minggu lepas tak lepas Super Weekend, minggu ni lepas Super Weekend, boleh ceritakan tak apa mindset pada minggu ini yang membuatkan korang boleh lepas ke Super Weekend berbanding minggu sebelumnya?
Rasanya kita orang tim baru, and then 2 hari bermain, 3 hari kita orang tak cukup knowledge tentang meta sekarang, and untuk comfortkan tim sekepala macam tu.
I think the difference is because of if we rewind back in the first week, I think what would I say is basically we lack of information about the teammate. We don't get used to it, used to the lobby itself. It's completely a different meta compared to the previous season. But then after the break, we have a lot of preparation, and yeah, that's how we managed to qualify to Super Weekend.
See, I love hearing these kind of stories because it is very, very true. The difference between Tier 2 and Tier 1 is just completely different. I'm glad they managed to turn it around. Now that you've secured a spot in the Super Weekend, it's a Smash Rule weekend on top of that as well. So do you think that this could be the turning break for you guys now that the Smash Rule is here?
Okay, dengan layaknya Homeboys pergi ke Super Weekend kedua, sekarang ni kita akan pakai Smash Rule pada hari Ahad nanti. Apakah Kit rasa ini akan jadi turning point untuk pasukan Homeboys melayakkan diri ke Grand Final?
Tak sure lagi, cuma just kita orang fokus on team kita orang, and tak tahu pula Smash Rule meta apa pula nak pakai kan.
But then yeah, I think I still don't have any answer for that, but then I will always focus on myself because for the Smash Rule part, I think there's gonna be a change of meta, so I also don't know about that, so we need to wait and see.
Alright, still a few more hours for you to prepare. Thank you so much for that. Now Olio, sorry for keeping you waiting. Now sekarang ni, Olio, you guys are always consistently getting 2 chicken dinners in preparation. I mean, not to say that, but do you feel like you could consistently get 2 chicken dinners to prepare for the Smash Rule this Sunday?
Okay, untuk Olio, macam mana pasukan CELCOMDIGI Alliance boleh manage untuk konsisten dapatkan 2 kali winner-winner chicken dinner sehari?
Bagi saya, maybe chemistry kita orang makin kukuh. Bonding kita orang lagi padu daripada sebelumnya sebab kita orang selalu together. Itu yang membuatkan kita orang lebih konsisten dan yakin dengan gameplay kita orang sekarang.
I think how we manage to secure a lot of chicken dinners for each day is basically because I believe that it's come from our bonding. It's come from mainly from our chemistry, because whatever we do in our normal day, we gonna do it together, having a dinner, having a sahur, having an iftar together. So I think that's one of the reason why our gameplay is much more consistent compared to maybe previous season.
Right, now speaking of 2 chicken dinners per day, I think this is something you can see a lot in the group stage of group stages. But what about the Super Weekend? What about the Smash Rule? Do you think your team can actually get 2 chicken dinners a day on day 1 and then also on day 2? What do you think?
Okay, kalau kita tengok setiap group stage, CELCOMDIGI Alliance akan sentiasa mendapat 2 winner-winner chicken dinner. Dengan kehadiran Smash Rule, apakah Oli dan rakan-rakan boleh confident untuk dapatkan 2 kali winner-winner chicken dinner sehari pada hari Sabtu dan juga pada hari Ahad?
Bagi pendapat saya yakin boleh. Sebab bila kita orang dah dapat chicken awal, so boleh balik awal.
Oh!
I think we are very confident that we can get 2 winner-winner chicken dinner for each day, because on the Sunday, if we can get the first 2 game winner-winner chicken dinner, we can go back early.
You know what? I love that. That's a great mindset to have. Now, we saw in the chat, someone was saying that you guys are ngendok. So, adakah itu, is that your new strategy?
Okay, kalau kita tengok dekat ruang komen di live stream, kebanyakannya orang mengatakan pasukan Sidal ni adalah tim-tim ngendok, tim-tim camping. Tanggapan Oli sendiri tentang perkara tu?
Bagi saya, setiap tim ada strategi sendiri. Maksudnya tak setiap map akan ngendok, pasti ada yang boleh main barbar. Dia ikut situation lah. Kalau macam dah tak boleh nak barbar, apa salahnya kita ngendok untuk dapatkan placement point?
I think each team have their own play style, and then for the camping part, the ngendok part, I think it's very situational. Sometimes when you have time to be aggressive, you can be aggressive, but then if the situation force you to become a bit passive for camp and then get a placement point, why not? I don't think there's a problem with that.
I agree. I mean, when you talk about playbooks, I'm sure that every single team has their own, and this is just one of the many pages in the playbooks that CD Alliance has. Now, final question. We have 4 Malaysian teams playing in the Super Weekend this week. How do you feel about that?
Kita ada, untuk kali ini, Super Weekend kali ini, kita ada banyak tim daripada Malaysia yang akan bermain di Super Weekend. Pendapat Oli sendiri macam mana?
Pendapat saya bagus sebab Malaysia tuan rumah, so lebih banyak tim Malaysia yang layak ke Super Weekend, lebih gembira untuk penonton Malaysia nak tengok.
Of course, I feel very happy. It's because of right now Malaysia is our home country. I mean the host country, and yes, if we have a lot of Malaysian team that playing in Super Weekend, it's gonna attract much more Malaysian viewers to watch. So yeah.
I completely agree. Thank you so much, Kit, as well as Olio, for the interview. And I'm super excited to see more Malaysian teams really rise up this Super Weekend. Don't forget, guys, tomorrow will be the week 2 of the PMSL SEA, where Smash Rule will be the first time implemented. Do not miss out, guys. So to end the day, we're going to toss it over back to our casters.
Home ground. But anyway, happy for each other since they are playing in the home ground, so that's why that they, have that feels, right? The brother feels.
But at the same time, I have to feel sad and a bit sorry. Not so sorry though, but it's gonna be Vikings and New Era didn't make it through for the grand finals even because both Super Weekend didn't make any point at all. So unfortunately for those two teams, they don't have a shot at all when it comes to trying to get into the grand final slot. But of course, when it comes to tomorrow, it's gonna be super exciting.
For the first time ever, the Smash Rule will get to see how it works inside the game. Definitely will change up all the strategies, how the teams are gonna play and all that. It's super exciting. I really can't wait for the Smash Rule.
But for today, we want to thank every single person that involved with us. Of course, you guys have been watching us on the English channel. I know some of you guys been staying with us such a long period of time, like Chonky Boy, Rio 24, MSD, all you guys down there, you know who you are. But tomorrow, trust me, you don't want to miss this because it's the first ever Smash Rule implemented. It's going to be on Sunday for Smash Rule, but the Smash Rule will get affected by Saturday's highest point.
Yes, that whatever the point is for the number 1 team plus 10 points, and then that will be the benchmark point for Sunday. So of course, if you're still confused about how it works, don't worry, we'll take you throughout the entire tournament starting from tomorrow. So definitely it's a show that you do not want to miss out on, because on Sunday, especially on Sunday, like what Olio said, it could even go as low as 2 games and the night is over.
And the maximum can go to 8 games on Sunday as well. So that's going to be super interesting. But it's going to be a wrap from us here today, right now. Thank you so much for all of you guys involved. I'm Chuchu, and this is my buddy.
Circle and we will see you again tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Starting with the Smash Roll. For now, it is good night, people. Bye.